Part 3. War. Synthetic Chemicals of War, 423 BCE 1920. I feel it a duty to state openly and boldly, that if science were to be allowed her full swing, if society would really allow that all is fair in war, war might be banished at once from the earth as a game which neither subject nor king dare play at. Globes that could distribute liquid fire could distribute also lethal agents, within the breath of which no man, however puissant, could stand and live. Dr. B. W. Richardson, 1,864,288. The use of chemicals in combat did not start in World War I more than 2,000 years earlier. In ancient Greece, during the Peloponnesian War between Athens and Sparta in 423 BCE, the Athenians were unable to defend their fort at Delium against a fire and gas attack by the allies of Sparta. Fortunately for history, the events were recorded by Thucydides. Thucydides survived infection of plague during the Athens epidemic and fought as a general in charge of the naval forces of his region. 289 He described the attack on the fort at Delium, accomplished with a giant cauldron equipped with massive bellows to pump toxic flaming gas through an iron tube and wooden pipe. The blast passing closely confined into the cauldron, which was filled with lighted coals, sulfur and pitch, made a great blaze, and set fire to the wall, which soon became untenable for its defenders, who left it and fled, and in this way the fort was taken. 290 For his part in the separate loss of Amphipolis to the Spartans, the government exiled Thucydides for 20 years. 289 An assassin took his life around 400 BCE. 1,000 years later, Greek fire saw its debut in naval warfare. The probable constituents were plant resin, sulfur, naphtha, liquid hydrocarbon mixture, lime, and saltpeter, potassium nitrate. 288, 291 The authoritative description of Greek fire, published in 1788, held that it was most commonly blown through long tubes of copper, which were planted on the prow of a galley, and fancifully shaped into the mouths of savage monsters, that seemed to vomit a stream of liquid and consuming fire. 292 In the Middle Ages, a knight who faced Greek fire in the Crusades said that it came flying through the air like a winged long-tailed dragon, with the report of thunder and the velocity of lightning, and the darkness of the night was dispelled by this deadly illumination. 292. A more repulsive development came in 1680, when a chemist used extracts of human feces to try to fix mercury. 288 He accidentally produced a mixture called pyrophorus that, like Greek fire, burst into flame when exposed to the air. It was not until 1713 that another chemist discovered that human feces were not an essential ingredient of this modern version of Greek fire. Chemists refined the ingredients of pyrophorus so that a chemical reaction produced sulfurous acid that, when it encountered air, ignited into a great inferno. Chemical warfare based on the scientific principles of the burgeoning field of chemistry, rather than based simply on trial and error, arose during the 19th century. During the Napoleonic Wars, the British naval officer Thomas Cochrane advocated for ships to be loaded with alternating layers of sulfur and charcoal on top of a bed of clay. The ships would be anchored near French battlements and lit when the winds were auspicious. 293 He argued that the ensuing sulfur dioxide gas would debilitate French forces and thereby facilitate a British incursion. The British Admiralty rejected Cochrane's proposal in 1812 due to uncertainties associated with wind, tides, and currents. Cochrane persevered after becoming an admiral, and improved upon his plan by incorporating smoke screens in an 1846 proposal. All fortifications, he wrote in his secret plan, especially marine fortifications, can under cover of dense smoke be irresistibly subdued by fumes of sulfur kindled in masses to windward of their ramparts. 293 The plan was rejected again over perceptions that such an attack would not accord with the feelings and principles of civilized warfare, and that it would invite counterattacks by the same method. Cochrane resubmitted his proposal during the Crimean War in 1854. 294 He was by that time 79 years old, and it was his last chance to initiate modern chemical warfare, a deployment he offered to personally oversee on the field of battle. 293 But the Ordnance Committee that reviewed the plan, including the scientist Michael Faraday, once more rejected the idea because smoke would likely not shield the ships and the enemy could counter with respirators. Faraday was eminently suited to review the science behind Cochrane's proposal. He had, after all, discovered charged atoms, which he called ions, and thereby initiated the new field of electrochemistry. 295 The Ordnance Committee concluded that Cochrane's plan was hazardous, unpromising of success, and by probable failure likely to bring discredit on the service, and to give the enemy cause of boastful advantage calculated to improve his ebbing strength in the great struggle in which we are engaged. 293 When the Aberdeen coalition government fell from power due to poor handling of the Crimean War, Cochrane submitted his plan to the new government, which viewed it more favourably. Prime Minister Lord Palmerston agreed with Lord Panmure, the Secretary of State for War, that the scheme should be implemented with Cochrane in charge. If it succeeds, wrote Palmerston to Panmure, it will, as you say, save a great number of English and French lives. If it fails in his hands we shall be exempt from blame, and if we come in for a small share of the ridicule, we can bear it, and the greater part will fall on him. 293 Before Cochrane could charge forth with his sulphur ships, however, Sebastopol fell and the war ended. Cochrane's plan remained secret and was bequeathed to a family friend and then passed on to Cochrane's descendants. With the plan came explicit instructions that it could only be disclosed in case of national emergency. 293 That emergency arrived in 1914. Cochrane's grandson brought the plan to the British Army and Navy. Although the Army dismissed the plan, Winston Churchill at the Admiralty recognized its potential, but had no interest in violating the rules of war. Churchill did authorize experiments on the deployment of smoke screens to shield a chemical attack, and he placed Cochrane's grandson in charge. But the Germans struck with gas attacks first. The British then deployed Cochrane's smoke screens from ships near shore to shield the initiation of their own chemical attacks. Cochrane's grandson declared that chemical weapons were the most powerful means of averting all future war, since they would frighten every nation from running the risk of warfare at all. Arguments for the humanity of chemical weapons had arisen during the Crimean War. Like Cochrane, a British chemist promoted cyanide use in artillery rounds against the Russians. 296 Officials at the War Office prohibited such weaponry on the grounds that it was akin to poisoning the enemy's water supply. There is no sense in this objection, wrote the chemist. It is considered a legitimate mode of warfare to fill shells with molten metal which scatters among the enemy, and produces the most frightful modes of death. Why a poisonous vapor which would kill men without suffering is to be considered illegitimate warfare is incomprehensible. War is destruction, and the more destructive it can be made with the least suffering the sooner will be ended that barbarous method of protecting national rights. 296 Thus the contentious debate over chemical weapons began. Chemical weapons then attracted advocates and detractors on both sides during the American Civil War. U.S. General Gillmore stimulated this debate when he launched shells with liquid fire upon Charleston. Confederate General Beauregard declared it to be the most villainous compound ever used in war. 288 advocates of chemical weapons thought otherwise. I do not see that humanity should revolt, wrote one supporter of chemical weapons development during the Civil War, for would it not be better to destroy a host in Regent's Park by making the men fall as in a mystical sleep, than to let down on them another host to break their bones, tear their limbs asunder, and gouge out their entrails with three-cornered pikes, leaving a vast majority undead, and writhing for hours in torments of the damned. War has, at this moment, reached, in its details, such an extravagance of horror and of cruelty, that it cannot be made worse by any art, and can only be made more merciful by being rendered more terribly energetic. 288 The U.S. delegate to the 1899 Hague Conference to ban chemical weapons agreed, stating, the reproach of cruelty and perfidy addressed against these supposed shells was equally uttered previously against firearms and torpedoes, although both are now employed without scruple. It is illogical and not demonstrably humane to be tender about asphyxiating men with gas, when all are prepared to admit that it is allowable to blow the bottom out of an ironclad at midnight, throwing 400 or 500 men into the sea to be choked by the water, with scarcely the remotest chance to escape. 297 chlorine gas weapons were proposed but not used during the American Civil War. A New York schoolteacher suggested, in a detailed letter to the Secretary of War, the use of chlorine gas delivered with projectiles against Confederate forces. 298 An equally creative Northerner proposed the use of hydrogen chloride gas. It has occurred to me, he wrote, that Gen. Burnside, with his colored troops might, on a dark night, with a gentle breeze favorable, surprise and capture the strongholds of Petersburg, or Fort Darling, perhaps, without loss or shedding of blood. 299. Such breakthroughs were suddenly possible because of rapid progress in organic chemistry that began with the accidental synthesis of urea from cyanic acid and ammonia in 1828 by the 28-year-old German chemist Friedrich Wöhler. 300 to 302 Before that momentous chemical reaction, scientists believed that matter was either organic or inorganic, and that organic matter could only be formed due to the vital force of living organisms. 295 Urea was a product of the liver, and yet Wallace synthesized it from inorganic matter in the lab. If that could be done, perhaps chemists could synthesize all organic materials. During the next few decades, not only did chemists synthesize a dizzying array of known organic matter, they also made many chemicals that do not occur in nature. Arising from these amazing achievements were new opportunities for chemical weaponry. These weapons sprang to life during World War I. In 1914, Germany dominated the field of chemistry. In scholarly training, scientific achievement, range of chemical products, and industrial output. 3038 German chemical companies produced about 80% of the dyes for the world market. The intellectual drive behind Germany's supremacy in chemistry came in large part from the competitive efforts of two men, Fritz Haber and Walter Nernst. The rivalry between these two great German chemists began despite, or perhaps because of, their similarities. 301 Nernst was only 4 years older than Haber. Both were short of stature. The two enjoyed the same cultural activities, and both served as investigating emissaries for Germany to the United States, Haber in 1902 and Nernst in 1904. By that time Nernst was already wealthy thanks to his invention of an efficient light source that outperformed Thomas Edison's new carbon filament lamp. 295 Edison's light required a vacuum and produced weak lighting. Nernst's light employed a solid electrolyte containing cerium oxide and produced a bright light. The Kaiser was much impressed by Nernst's light, especially when Nernst showed him that, like a candle, he could light it with a match and extinguish it with a puff of air. This was because cool air made the cerium oxide non-conducting, while heat allowed it to pass an electric current. After Nernst sold the patent for the astonishing sum of 1 million marks, he supervised an American graduate student named Irving Langmuir to study the behavior of an incandescent metal wire in a gas-filled glass bulb. 295 As a result, Nernst supervised the undoing of his own invention. Langmuir completed his studies with Nernst and took employment at the General Electric Company, where he perfected the incandescent bulb into the replacement for the bulbs of both Edison and Nernst. Langmuir also discovered atomic hydrogen, isolated hydrogen atoms, and won the 1932 Nobel Prize in Chemistry, 295,304. Nernst invested his light bulb money in his laboratory, in addition to acquiring personal luxuries. 295 In 1898, he bought the first car in Göttingen, which was the first of 18 that he eventually owned. One car even had its boiler under the driver's seat and issued trails of flame out the exhaust. Nernst could not resist the temptation to investigate the oxidation of petrol in the internal combustion engine and to improve it. He calculated that the heat output could be augmented by injecting nitrous oxide into the cylinder, and so he had a nitrous oxide gas tank added to his car. He then employed the gas to ascend a hill too steep for automobiles, all the while pressing on his horn as pedestrians scattered. In short order, Nernst obtained a professorship at the University of Berlin. 295 As an innovator at the cutting edge of technology, he decided to drive there with his family in his personal car. The car broke down en route. Although Nernst developed the thermodynamic theory for the nature of galvanic elements, apparently he had charged his car's battery using the wrong polarity. Nernst's colleagues described how one day God set out to create a Superman. He began his work on the brain and formed the most perfect and subtle mind, but then he was unfortunately called away. The archangel Gabriel saw the unique brain and could not resist the temptation to shape the body, but unfortunately, due to his inexperience, he only succeeded in fashioning a rather unimpressive-looking little man. Dissatisfied with his efforts, he left his work. Finally, the devil came along and saw the inanimate thing, and he blew the breath of life into it. 295. The facilitation of Nernst's productivity came not from the devil, but from his wife Emma. Emma ran the logistics of their household with 5 children to maintain their close-knit family life. 295 She entertained for the active social life with scientists and luminaries that revolved around her husband. She typed while Nernst dictated his manuscripts. She even inspected the starched cuffs of his shirts before they were laundered because he often jotted notes on them that had to be transcribed before they were wiped clean by soap and water. Nernst was the most famous physical chemist in Germany. 301 When Haber sought a professorship at Leipzig, Nernst successfully blocked the appointment. Some of Haber's frustrated attempts at promotion, though not thwarted at the hand of Nernst, were a byproduct of anti-Semitism. To facilitate his career trajectory, Haber converted to Protestant Christianity. A colleague later stated that, before 35 he was too young for a professorship, after 45 he was too old, and in between he was a Jew. 295. Some of Haber's roadblocks were due to the inevitable setbacks of a rapidly developing field where competitors scrambled to scoop each other. Haber wrote in his book Thermodynamics that a temperature of 0 degrees Kelvin could not be achieved, but it was Nernst who had the insight, midway through a lecture, that allowed him to develop this into the third law of thermodynamics. 295 Nernst thus gained the stature, attained by only a select few, of developing a scientific law. Nernst said, "The first law of thermodynamics rests on the shoulders of many, the second law on the shoulders of few, the third, on the shoulders of one, mine." 301 scientists complained that to find text about the new law in Nernst's book, they had to search for the entry, My Heat Theorem, in the book's index. 295. Haber's creativity also seemed boundless, and it was tethered to a sense of humor. In his bachelor days, he and his close friends, among them several artists, gathered at their regular table, over which was affixed a horn and shield inscribed with the phrase, "At this table a few lies are permitted." 305 Haber told his friends the tale of the village well in Alvenau, where, after a long walk on a hot day, he arrived thirsty and at the same time as a huge ox. He and the ox both plunged their heads into the cold water of the well and thereby got their heads mixed up. Haber's productivity, energy, and attraction to insurmountable problems also attracted collaborators from all over the world to his lab, sometimes more than 40 at a time. Haber wrote to his friend, the Nobel laureate Richard Willstatter, "I am delighted with everything that exceeds my ability and am happy when I can admire." 305. Haber and Nernst both sought to achieve the seemingly unachievable, the fixation of atmospheric nitrogen into ammonia usable for fertilizer. 301 Such an accomplishment would do a great deal to alleviate world hunger, since agricultural production was limited by the availability of mined nitrate deposits from Chile, which at the turn of the century supplied 2/3 of the world's nitrogen for fertilizers. Haber's initial experiments yielded only minute quantities of ammonia, despite the use of conditions such as a reaction temperature of 1000 degrees Celsius. Nernst concluded that Haber had miscalculated the yield of ammonia in his experiments. Nernst revised the equations and set out to be the first to exact an economically achievable yield of ammonia from atmospheric nitrogen. This intensified the bitter rivalry between Haber and Nernst, each aspiring to be the greatest physical chemist in Germany, and hence the world. Both Nernst and Haber realized that increasing pressure during the chemical reaction could improve the yield of ammonia. 301 This logic was based on Henri Le Chatelier's law on chemical equilibrium. In 1901, Le Chatelier used elevated pressure to synthesize ammonia, which led to a terrible explosion that nearly killed his assistant, but also improved the understanding of the role of pressure in chemical reactions. Both Nernst and Haber experimented with high pressures, in the case of Nernst studies up to 75 times higher than atmospheric pressure. Nernst was the first to successfully synthesize ammonia with the aid of high pressure, but the quantities were small. Haber consistently calculated a yield of ammonia about 50% higher than Nernst's calculations for the same reaction. Their intellectual rivalry came to a head at the 1907 meeting in Hamburg of the Bunsen Society, where Haber's reputation was on the line for challenging Nernst and his scientific standing. But who was right and who was wrong in his calculations was still unknown. 2 years later, Haber and his students used 200 atmospheres of pressure and 600 degrees Celsius to achieve an 8% yield of ammonia. 301 To do this, they had to construct a reaction chamber capable of enduring such extreme pressure and temperature, and they had to find a catalyst to facilitate the reaction. Haber discovered that the elements uranium and osmium successfully catalyzed the reaction and that a metal chamber could withstand the necessary conditions. He then negotiated an unusual deal with an industrial partner whereby he would receive 1 pfennig for every kilogram of ammonia sold so that price fluctuations or improved manufacturing efficiency would not have an impact on his income. Haber had solved the world's fertilizer problem and thereby initiated the Green Revolution. Nernst continued to lecture that Haber's innovation in the synthesis of ammonia really belonged to him, Nernst. The feud led Haber and Nernst to refuse to attend conferences if the other was invited. Haber's fixation of nitrogen put him at the forefront of German chemistry. 301 Haber was, as many historians of science would argue, the most influential chemist in history. 306 Without nitrogen fixation, perhaps 1/3 of the world's rapidly expanding population in the 20th century would have starved. 307 Many of the best young chemists in the world sought out training with Haber rather than with Nernst, and Haber's lab produced some of the most famous scientists of the time. 301 Haber was provided with his own research institute, the Kaiser Wilhelm Institute for Physical Chemistry and Electrochemistry. Haber's innovative methods seemed without limit. In response to a request from the Kaiser for an effective indicator of the poisonous fire damp gas encountered in coal mines, Haber invented a whistle that changed sound when too much methane was present in the mine's air and that produced a distinctive trill when the gas level was sufficiently high to explode. 301 Haber's Jewish heritage no longer seemed to impede his career. Indeed, despite prominent anti-Semites in German society, the Kaiser did not share this prejudice. 295 By the time World War I broke out, 3 of the Kaiser's science institutes were directed by Jews who would later win the Nobel Prize: Fritz Haber, 1918 Nobel Prize in Chemistry, Richard Willstatter, 1915 Nobel Prize in Chemistry, and Albert Einstein, 1921 Nobel Prize in Physics. 295. The Kaiser's popularity surged with the start of the war. Before an adulatory crowd he pronounced, "I shall lead you forward to glorious times." 295 For Nernst, the first manifestation of that glory was the loss of one of his 2 sons in combat. 295 In grief, Nernst joined the Voluntary Drivers' Corps and delivered documents from the General Staff in Berlin to von Kluck's Second Army in France. Within 2 weeks, Nernst with von Kluck's forces reached the outskirts of Paris. But a sudden retreat followed their sudden advance. Nernst and his car were nearly captured by the pursuing French, and then the war bogged down in the trenches surrounding no man's land. By Christmas, just 5 months into the war, Nernst told his family and friends that the war was lost. 295 This was an analytical judgment by a scientist who studied the dynamics of reactions. Germany's generals had planned on quick victory. They had no plan for protracted defense against enemies on all sides that were growing in strength while Germany consumed its limited resources for war. Reluctantly, the generals concluded that they had to turn to scientists to stave off defeat. The German government assigned Nernst the task of devising effective chemical agents to use in weapons. 301 According to an American history of gas warfare published 3 years after the war, the idea to employ gas weapons was Nernst's. 297 Nernst suggested a combination of an irritant called dianisodine chlorosulfonate and a tear maker called xylyl bromide, but the chemical mixture did not produce a strong enough effect. 301 Historical records do not reveal whether the formula for a more lethal chemical weapon escaped the great mind of Nernst, or whether he was unwilling to produce one. 295. Meanwhile, Haber solved his assignment to produce an effective gasoline antifreeze to enable the German military to fight through the Russian winter. Given this success, the government replaced Nernst with Haber to lead the poison gas research. The Kaiser appointed Haber as the director of the headquarters for research and testing in gas warfare and poison gas protection at the Ministry of War. 308. Nernst was reassigned to the task of developing new explosives. 295 For one of his tests, he decided not to bother driving to the proving grounds, but instead placed the explosive in the bottom of an unused well next to his campus laboratory. He reasoned that the blast would proceed upward and hence would pose no risk. Unfortunately, the well opened at the bottom into ventilation shafts that provided air for adjacent lecture halls. The explosion and subsequent darkness in the main lecture room, now filled with clouds of dust, startled the chair of the physics department and his 300 students. For his new assignment, Haber led the poison gas research at his institute. 301 His team chose chlorine because large volumes of locally available liquid chlorine could be stored under pressure in cylinders, and when it was released, the gas, being heavier than air, would hover near the ground. 295 The team experienced a setback in December 1914 when an explosion killed one leading researcher, a close friend of Haber's wife Clara, and injured another. 301,309 By the following month, however, Haber completed the critical research on the best humidity and wind conditions for deployment. He discovered that if he could see the movement of grass, then the wind was too strong for an attack. 295 Only a gentle breeze would suffice. Haber was convinced that chlorine gas could be an effective weapon. 301 Indeed, in a test release, Haber himself suffered a grave injury from accidental chlorine gas exposure. 310 Germany had signed the 1899 Hague Convention banning the use of asphyxiating gases, but in the midst of a military stalemate the Germans chose to ignore their previous intentions, which suddenly seemed naive. 301 Russia had already tried to use chlorine gas, but the cold weather at the time had driven the chlorine down into the snow. The chlorine revolatilized the following spring, by which time German forces were far away. On April 22, 1915, Haber supervised the release of 150 tons of chlorine gas from 5,730 gas cylinders near Ypres in Belgium in the first use in history of a weapon of mass destruction. 301, 310 A breeze conveyed the gas toward enemy trenches. French Algerian soldiers retreated, but French territorial and Canadian troops surged forward into the gas. An observer wrote, "Try to imagine the feelings and the condition of the colored troops as they saw the vast cloud of greenish-yellow gas spring out of the ground and slowly move downwind towards them, the vapor clinging to the earth, seeking out every hole and hollow and filling the trenches and shell holes as it came. First wonder, then fear. Then, as the first fringes of the cloud enveloped them and left them choking and agonized in the fight for breath, panic. Those who could move broke and ran, trying, generally in vain, to outstrip the cloud which followed inexorably after them." 297. A German soldier who helped to release the gas wrote, "We should have been going to a picnic, not doing what we were about to do. The artillery put up a really heavy attack, starting in the afternoon. The French had to be kept in their trenches. After the artillery was finished, we sent the infantry back and opened the valves with strings. About supper time, the gas started toward the French, everything was quiet. We all wondered what was going to happen. As this great cloud of green-gray gas was forming in front of us, we suddenly heard the French yelling. In less than a minute, they started with the most rifle and machine gun fire that I had ever heard. Every field artillery gun, every machine gun, every rifle that the French had must have been firing. I had never heard such a noise. The hail of bullets going over our heads was unbelievable, but it was not stopping the gas. The wind kept moving the gas towards the French lines. We heard the cows bawling, and the horses screaming. The French kept on shooting. They couldn't possibly have seen what they were shooting at. In about 15 minutes, the gunfire started to quit. After a half hour, only occasional shots were heard. Then everything was quiet again. In a while it had cleared and we walked past the empty gas bottles. What we saw was total death. Nothing was alive. All of the animals had come out of their holes to die. Dead rabbits, moles, rats, and mice were everywhere. The smell of the gas was still in the air. It hung on the few bushes that were left. When we got to the French lines, the trenches were empty. But in a half-mile, the bodies of French soldiers were everywhere. It was unbelievable. Then we saw that there was some English. You could see where men had clawed at their faces and throats, trying to get their breath. Some had shot themselves. The horses, still in the stables, cows, chickens, everything, all were dead. Everything, even the insects were dead. All of us went back to our camps and quarters wondering what we had done. What was next? We knew what happened that day had to change things. 311 A clergyman, watching horror-stricken through his field glasses, described what he saw happen to Allied soldiers. A greenish-gray cloud had swept down upon them, turning yellow as it traveled over the country, blasting everything it touched, shriveling up the vegetation. No human courage could face such a peril. Then there staggered into our midst French soldiers, blinded, coughing, chests heaving, faces an ugly purple color, lips speechless with agony, and behind them, in the gas-choked trenches, we learned that they had left hundreds of dead and dying comrades. 297 As many as 10,000 men were injured and between 5 and 10,000 died. 301,311 The Germans did not take advantage of the break in the Allied line to launch a large-scale attack. 310 They were unprepared to do so because commanders on the front line could not overcome their suspicion of a civilian scientist telling them what to do in battle. 295 Nor could they give much credence to a weapon that required particular conditions of weather. This frustrated Haber, who said, early in 1915, gas was employed by the German and French sides in small quantities with no results. Then, while we were experimenting with a liquid commonly called a gas because it became effective when it vaporized, I advocated massed gas attacks to break the war's stalemate. But I was a college professor, and therefore not to be heeded by the leaders. They admitted afterward that if they had followed my advice and made a large-scale attack instead of the experiment at Ypres, the Germans would have won. 301 The chief of the Chemical Warfare Service in the United States agreed with this assessment. 297 The parallels between gas warfare and pesticide applications were not lost on the combatants. At Ypres, a German general said, "I must confess that the commission for poisoning the enemy just as one poisons rats struck me as it must any straightforward soldier. It was repulsive to me." 303 Within a day of the attack at Ypres, the British commander Sir John French telegrammed to London, urged that immediate steps be taken to supply similar means of most effective kind for use by our troops. 312 Thus began the tit-for-tat gas attacks that characterized World War I. Harber's wife, Clara, herself a talented chemist before giving up her career to marry, viewed poison gases as barbaric. 295,301,309 she argued, pleaded, and demanded that her husband disown them. Although Harber felt traumatized after supervising the first gas attack at Ypres, he believed that poison gases could ensure a speedy victory for Germany. He explained to Clara that a scientist works for the world during peaceful times but for his country during war. On May 1, 1915, Harber and his colleagues celebrated the successful Ypres attack in his institute director's mansion. 309 That night, Clara went outside into the garden and shot herself with Harber's service revolver. Their 13-year-old son Hermann found her as she lay dying. Her suicide was apparently motivated by a multitude of factors in addition to her husband's development of chemical weapons, her unfulfilled career as a chemist, the death of close friends, and Harber's dalliance with his future wife. Later that day, May 2, Harber returned to duty on the Eastern Front. Figs. 6.1a and 6.1b. James Frank, left in both photos, and Otto Hahn, on Frank's left in both photos, testing German gas weapons and masks, visible in bottom photo. During World War I, the bottom photo shows the house in which they tested the efficacy of gas masks at Fritz Haber's Institute in Berlin. 313. After fighting on both the Western and Eastern fronts, and getting wounded on the battlefield, the future Nobel Prize winner James Frank was assigned to Haber's Institute in Berlin. 308,314 Frank, along with Gustav Hertz, provided the first experimental support of Bohr's theory of atomic structure. When he lectured on the discovery, Einstein said, "It's so lovely, it makes you cry." 314 At Haber's Institute, Frank tested the efficacy of gas masks and filters, and he served as Haber's confidential assistant at the front. Other scientists in the testing crew included Otto Hahn, 1944 Nobel Prize in Chemistry for the discovery of nuclear fission, Gustav Hertz, 1925 Nobel Prize in Physics with Frank, and the nephew of Heinrich Hertz, who demonstrated the existence of electromagnetic waves. 313 And Hans Geiger, invented the Geiger counter and, under Ernest Rutherford's direction, experimentally demonstrated that atoms have a nucleus. Filter design was the responsibility of the Nobel laureate Richard Willstatter, director of the Kaiser Wilhelm Institute for Chemistry. 310 The scientists donned masks within sealed rooms full of the poison gas and stayed there until they noted that the mask and filter were no longer effective. Given that they did not know what length of exposure was fatal, the research was highly risky. That Haber's subordinates served as guinea pigs for tests of the efficacy of new gas mask technologies followed an age-old tradition. Gas masks were invented at least as early as 1854. The important agent in this instrument is the charcoal. Read a description of the mid-19th century respirator, which has so remarkable a power of absorbing and destroying irritating and otherwise irrespirable and poisonous gases or vapors that, armed with the respirator, spirits of hartshorn, sulfuretted hydrogen, HYRDO sulfurate of ammonia and chlorine may be breathed through it with impunity, though but slightly diluted with air. This result, first obtained by Dr. Stenhouse, has been verified by those who have repeated the trial, among others by Dr. Wilson, who has tried the vapors named above on himself and 4 of his pupils, who have breathed them with impunity. 297 During World War I, even horses, dogs, and carrier pigeons used on the front lines wore gas masks. 315 On July 12, 1917, with chlorine gas attacks stymied by widespread use of improved gas masks containing neutralizing chemicals, the Germans launched artillery shells of dichlorethyl sulfide, mustard gas, at British forces at Ypres. 291,297 Mustard gas, developed at Haber's Institute, was persistent, making both exposed air and objects into weapons. It blistered the skin, with the burns emerging 4 to 12 hours after exposure. 297 During the first 6 weeks of the German bombardment with mustard gas, British forces experienced nearly 20,000 casualties. Clearly, the Allies had to develop their own mustard gas. The Allies' mustard gas was not battle-ready until a year after the first German use. 301 The Allied success at synthesizing mustard gas was credited to the English chemist William J. Pope and to dye manufacturers in France and England. Mustard gas became the most important poison of the war. In one night of battle at Newport, the combatants launched more than 50,000 artillery shells, each containing up to 3 gallons of mustard gas. 297 Scientists then developed numerous new chemical agents and toxic combinations that were weaponized, including phosgene, also created at Harbor's Institute. 295 By war's end, 1/4 of artillery shells contained chemicals. The chemical weapons plants were churning out their maximum production capability. 316 Harbor wrote to a colleague that conventional war fought with artillery was akin to a game of checkers, while gas warfare was a game of chess. 312 War gases and insecticides, 1914-20. The disapproval which the knight had for the man with firearms is repeated by the soldier armed with steel weapons, against the man who opposes him with chemical weapons. The aversion, which arises from unfamiliarity with the weapon, is further increased by the appearance of exceptional ruthlessness and by the feeling that it may violate the fundamentals of international law, which must even in war remain sacred in the interest of civilization. After the ravings of the foreign press, which during the war could not judge the subject impartially but only from national prejudice, the truthful verdict can only be brought to light slowly. Fritz Haber, 1,920,316. Near the end of the war, for his achievements in the development of the trench mortar and the tests he conducted on both the Western and Eastern fronts, Nernst received the Kaiser's highest decoration in a German order that had a fixed limit on membership. In this distinction, he succeeded the just-deceased Count Zeppelin. 295 Around the same time, Nernst's remaining son died in battle. Nernst sought solace in his research, and opened his famous publication on thermodynamics with the sentence, "Nothing is as good as physics to divert the mind from the present time which, in spite of the greatness achieved by our people, is nevertheless to be deplored." 295 Earlier, Nernst had tried to stop the madness. Like Haber, Nernst had a personal friendship with the Kaiser. 295 Nernst used that friendship to obtain an audience with the Kaiser and the two leaders of the German war effort, Paul von Hindenburg and Erich Ludendorff. Nernst argued that unrestricted submarine warfare would draw the United States into the war and that this would create a resource imbalance that Germany could not overcome. Ludendorff interrupted Nernst and dismissed his analysis as inept gibberish by a civilian. In 1914, American chemical companies produced only simple organic chemistry products and relied upon chemical reactants purchased from Germany. 303 Germany's chemical production was 21 times greater than that of the United States. 317 The war would change all that, leaving behind a battered and impoverished Germany and an emergent and powerful chemical industry in the United States. In 1917, 17 American companies began to produce dyes to fill the void left by the blockade and collapse of German industry. 3032 of these companies, DuPont and National Aniline and Chemical, subsequently Allied Chemical, surged to the forefront of the chemical marketplace. Another American firm, Hooker Company, produced only bleach and caustic soda in 1914. By the war's end, it manufactured 17 chemicals, and dominated the world production of monochlorobenzol, used to produce dyes, explosives, and poison gases. From 1914 to 1919, the annual value of American chemical manufactured products increased from $200 million to $700 million. 317 Just a few months after the war's end, the United States produced enough poison gases to have dispatched 200 tons per day into the battlefield. 303 This was a far cry from the situation in 1915, when a daring American idea was seriously proposed that, in retrospect, would seem farcical. One ingenious person suggested to the U.S. Board of Ordnance and Fortifications a bomb laden to its full capacity with snuff, which should be so evenly and thoroughly distributed that the enemy would be convulsed with sneezing, and in this period of paroxysm it would be possible to creep up on him and capture him in the throes of the convulsion. 297. 1/3 of the 17,000 chemists in the United States worked for the federal government on the war effort. 318 The research arm of this expertise included 1,700 scientists, which was the greatest research group that the United States had ever assembled. The Secretary of War said that no other profession was more essential to our national success than that of the chemists. The chemical mind was at the highest tension and was emitting sparks of great luminosity to the very end. 318 Midway through the war, the conflict was aptly described as a struggle between the industrial chemical and chemical engineering genius of the Central Powers and that of the rest of the world. Quite irrespective of the war's origin, aims, ideals or political circumstances, these are the cohorts from which each side derives its power. 303 The war accelerated the organization of science in the United States in the civilian sector as well. The 1916 torpedo attack by a German U-boat on a French ship with American passengers motivated the U.S. National Academy of Sciences to put its resources toward the war effort should America join the war. 303 The National Academy then set up the National Research Council, which has been a mainstay of scientific research for federal priorities ever since. Not only did the war motivate chemists to develop poison gases, it also drove chemists to develop insecticides. 303 Demand for cotton far outstripped supplies. Cotton was needed for uniforms, tents, bandages, and propellants for explosives. Powder and explosives were derived from nitrocellulose, composed of cotton and nitric acid, nitroglycerin, composed of animal and plant fats and nitric acid, and nitrotoluol, derived from coal tar and nitric acid. 316 Haber's fixation of atmospheric nitrogen to ammonia solved the nitric acid problem for Germany, which prevented Germany's collapse after natural stores of ammonia derived from Chilean saltpeter were exhausted early in the war. Synthetic ammonia production via the Haber-Bosch process grew from 6,500 tons of bound nitrogen per year in 1913 to 200,000 tons per year during the war. 305 But the availability of synthetic ammonia did not solve the problem of scarcity of fats and cotton. Military uses robbed the public of civilian uses. When limited to our own sources of fat, our nutrition suffered, wrote Haber, even though no food fats were withdrawn for chemical uses. When fat was used for the preparation of glycerin, we starved twice as much. 316 Cotton was in short supply for both sides in the war. The boll weevil infestation overwhelmed U.S. cotton farmers at the same time that the war vastly increased demand. 303 The damage done to cotton by boll weevils, especially in Georgia and South Carolina, became a major cause of the Great Migration of Black Americans from the agricultural southern states to the industrialized North. 319 After successful testing, researchers settled on calcium arsenate as the solution to the boll weevil problem, and the chemical found widespread use beginning in 1917. 303 By 1920, 20 companies in the United States produced 10 million pounds of calcium arsenate per year. 320. Calcium arsenate was based on arsenic, long known to be poisonous. Other arsenic-based pesticides, such as lead arsenate and Paris green, were already used extensively in the cultivation of fruits, timber, and potatoes. 303. Pyrethrum, derived from chrysanthemum flowers, was also widely used to kill insect pests. But no synthetic organic pesticides had yet been developed. Chemical research on effective explosives and war gases led to the first synthetic organic pesticide. Chemical companies produced large quantities of picric acid for explosives. 303 A byproduct of the process was paradichlorobenzene, also called PDB. Entomologists tested PDB and various war gases for their toxicity to insects, with promising results. PDB became the first of these synthesized war chemicals to enter the marketplace as an insecticide. PDB production for pesticides grew to millions of pounds per year by the early 1940s. Chemists and entomologists also tested war gases for their effectiveness against body lice. Because they transmitted typhus, body lice were a priority target in the war effort. The aim was to find a gas which can be placed in a chamber and be experienced safely for a short period of time by men wearing gas masks, and which in this time will kill all cooties and their nits. 303 The U.S. Chemical Warfare Service, the Bureau of Entomology, and other collaborating government agencies tested the effectiveness of a suite of war gases against lice and other insect pests. 303 The most commonly used gas in the war, chlorofacrin, trichloronitromethane, also called vomiting gas, was popular among military strategists because it infiltrated gas masks and caused soldiers to vomit and tear up. Soldiers tore off their gas masks in response, and then inhaled lethal gases that had been mixed with chlorofacrin. Chlorofacrin also turned out to be an effective insecticide. Research and development also proceeded the other way around, from insecticides to war gases. Allied chemists, particularly the French, intensively studied the utility of hydrocyanic acid, also called hydrogen cyanide or prussic acid, as a war gas. 297 The idea for use of hydrocyanic acid came from insect control, since it had been used to fumigate trees in orchards, which were first covered in tents, as well as buildings since the 19th century. 303,321 The gas had a low density, so researchers mixed it with other chemicals to keep it hovering near the ground. 297 The hydrocyanic acid mixtures were called vincenite and variously included chloroform, arsenic trichloride, and stannic chloride. Vincenite mixtures were heavily used in gas bombardments by the French, but were eventually abandoned in favor of other gas weapons. Figs. 6.2a and 6.2b. The synthesis of useful products from coal, top, including the war gas and insecticide chlorofacrin, the synthesis of useful products from salt, bottom, including chloroform used in vincenite and the war gas and rodenticide phosgene. 297. The integration of arsenic into gases, based on the insecticidal power of arsenical compounds, became widespread. 303. This use consumed over 1/3 of the available arsenic in the United States, and thereby hampered the pesticide industry. 322. The most powerful of these arsenical compounds was lewisite, named after its American discoverer, W. Lee Lewis. 297. It arrived too late in the war for decisive use on the battlefield, but its combined properties as a blistering agent, respiratory irritant, and sneeze inducer, along with its lethality, led the chief of the U.S. Chemical Warfare Service to label it the Dew of Death. 3 drops were enough to kill a rat. The secrets of the synthesis and effects of lewisite were jealously guarded, but speculation abounded. The New York Times broke the story in 1919 and reported that workers at the lewisite manufacturing plant near Cleveland, dubbed the Mousetrap, could not leave the 11-acre compound until the war was. 323. The paper reported that 10 airplanes carrying lewisite would have wiped out, it is said, every vestige of life, animal and vegetable, in Berlin. What was coming to Germany may be imagined by the fact that when the armistice was signed, lewisite was being manufactured at the rate of 10 tons a day. 3,000 tons of this most terrible instrument ever conceived for killing would have been ready for business on the American front in France on March 1. 323. During the war, the battle lines against Germans and insects were purposely blurred. 303. America's leading entomologist, Stephen A. Forbes, wrote in 1917 that the United States had been invaded by 50 billion German allies. The cinch bug is pro-German in our present war, the Hessian fly is still Hessian, and the army worm is an ally of the German army. 303. The fighting in World War I resulted in more deaths than in all the 19th century wars combined. 303. Approximately half of the deaths occurred among servicemen, about 10 million soldiers. 325. Of these deaths, about 90,000 were caused by chemical weapons, and another 1.3 million soldiers suffered gas injuries. 303. Although chemical weapons proved far less fatal than conventional weapons in the grand scheme of things, they instilled a visceral reaction that somehow was not triggered by bayonets, cannons, and machine guns, which, after all, were weapons familiar to everyone. Yet the death rate from gas attacks was relatively modest compared to that of these conventional weapons. For example, fewer than 2% of American gas casualties died, while more than 25% of casualties from bullets and bombs died. 297. Fig. 6.3. Newspaper cartoon from the St. Louis Post-Dispatch, July 1918, with soldiers fighting a fly, a reference to the German enemy. 324. Casualties mount in the scene while refugees flee. A leading American proponent of chemical weapons wrote that gas was, at one and the same time, the most powerful and the most humane method of warfare ever invented. 303. The chemist who led the American mustard gas research and developed the new poison gas lewisite said, "To me, the development of new and more effective gases seemed no more immoral than the manufacture of explosives and guns. I did not see why tearing a man's guts out by a high-explosive shell is to be preferred to maiming him by attacking his lungs or skin." 303. Haber agreed with this assessment. 316. These statements on the part of the chemists who developed the weapons did not fall into line with public opinion. A typical newspaper article asked, "What is this humane method of warfare of which the chemists speak? Is it the spreading of gas that will torture and poison honorable and gallant men not only through their lungs but through their skins, that will reach far behind the fighting lines and send women and children to horrible death, that will kill all vegetation and secure the starvation of peoples for years after war ceases? If this be a chemist's idea of humane warfare, God deliver the world from its chemists." 303. By the final year of the war, the Haber process to fix nitrogen produced more than 200,000 tons of nitrogen compounds for Germany. 301. Midway through the war, one of the German nitrogen fixation plants stretched alongside nearly 2 miles of railway. 295. This industrial output played a critical role in Germany's perseverance despite the entrance of the United States into the theater of war. Nitrogen was a key component in all explosives, so it seems likely that Germany would have folded much sooner without Haber's innovation. In fact, Haber calculated that Germany would have lasted only until the spring of 1915 without it. 316. Immediately after the war, Both Haber and Nernst received Nobel Prizes in chemistry for their fundamental discoveries. In 1919, Haber was awarded the 1918 prize for fixing atmospheric nitrogen into ammonia, and Nernst received the 1920 prize for discovering the third law of thermodynamics. 301 But Haber's global reputation was scarred by his association with gas warfare. So strong was this contempt that French scientists refused to accept the Nobel Prize because theirs was to be awarded at the same ceremony as Haber's. The New York Times supported the French scientists and their horror at the prize going to Haber. One may wonder, indeed, wrote the paper, why the Nobel Prize for idealistic and imaginative literature was not given to the man who wrote General Ludendorff's daily communiques. 326 A French scholar protested that Haber was morally unfit for the honor and material benefits of a Nobel Prize. 301 Haber had the unhappy distinction of receiving the only Nobel Prize in the sciences that was ever contested. The global scientific collaborations that Haber had so diligently promoted before the war were now thwarted by his infamy. Where the brightest minds had competed for a spot in his institute before the war, they now refused to shake his hand in scientific gatherings. Haber felt, above all, that he must once again achieve the scientifically impossible to regain his global stature. Zyklon, 1917-1947. All modern weapons, although they appear to have the purpose to kill the enemy, owe their success finally to the vigor with which they overpower the morale of the enemy. The battles which decide the outcomes of the wars are not won through the physical destruction of the enemy, but through psychical concussions which overcome his powers of resistance in a deciding moment and bring up the picture of defeat. The troops, which are a sword in the hands of a leader, are made into a mob of desperate human beings by those psychical concussions. Fritz Haber, 1,920,316. As for poison gas and chemical warfare in all its forms, only the first chapter has been written of a terrible book. Winston Churchill, 1,932,327. After World War I, the use of chemical weapons shifted to colonial subjugation of indigenous populations. 291 In 1920, the British deployed mustard gas against Afghans, in 1925 the Spanish did the same to Moroccans, and in 1935 Mussolini's forces repeated the tactic against Ethiopians. In the case of Ethiopia, Emperor Haile Selassie's forces were routed, and he complained to the League of Nations. The deadly rain that fell from the aircraft made all those whom it touched fly shrieking with pain. In tens of thousands the victims of Italian mustard gas fell. 315 Nevertheless, most of the chemical weapons expertise and infrastructure built during World War I was directed to peacetime profitability through the production of both chemical weapons and pesticides. World War I necessitated the blurring of the lines between military and industrial activities. In the United States, the Army's Chemical Warfare Service brought together the nation's best chemists to develop its chemical weapons arsenal. 303. The first director of the Chemical Warfare Service, William Sibbett, recognized that chemical weapons were here to stay. History proves, he wrote 3 years after the war, that an effective implement of war has never been discarded until it becomes obsolete. 297 Sibbett was concerned that the expertise assembled by the Chemical Warfare Service would not be cultivated. I feel that the genius and patriotism displayed by the chemists and chemical engineers of the country were not surpassed in any other branch of war work, and that to fail to utilize in peacetimes this talent would be a crime. 297. Experts at the Chemical Warfare Service reasoned that chemical weapons, which were so effective at debilitating and killing people, would perhaps be even better at killing insects. 303 In the post-war period, chemists continued to test war gases against insect pests. Part of the motivation for this was political. The Chemical Warfare Service was slated for dissolution once hostilities ceased, as specified in President Wilson's order that created it. 315 Having survived this existential threat, the Chemical Warfare Service faced budget cuts from Congress as the need for chemical weapons seemed to be a thing of the past. 303 To maintain its relevancy, the Chemical Warfare Service gave itself a makeover and promoted the civilian benefits of its poison gases, especially their potential uses as insecticides. It began to call itself the Chemical Peace Service, conducting peaceful warfare. 303 It is very possible, noted one analysis, that our investigations will demonstrate that the quickest and surest method in attacking crop-destroying pests, whether ground squirrels, gopher, blackbird, crows, buzzard, rats, or grasshopper, is by clouds of gas. 303 Chemical warfare metamorphosed into pest control, with the preservation of humanity, rather than its destruction, as the goal. At the same time, pest control research justified the continued existence of the Chemical Warfare Service and its improvement of poison gases. These efforts on the part of the Chemical Warfare Service coincided nicely with the needs of civilian entomologists, who at the time worked in a low-status field considered inconsequential by society, but who played an outsized role in pest control for the war effort. Following the war, entomologists were surprised and chagrined to find that even in certain high official circles the old idea of the entomologist still held, that he was a man whose life was devoted to the differentiation of species by the examination of the number of spines on the legs and the number of spots on the wings. 322 By framing their work as a war against insects with human survival at stake, entomologists elevated their prestige while they eagerly embraced the tools of war, airplanes, poison gases, and dispersal weapons. 303 The Chemical Warfare Service provided them with these tools and with the fruits of its research, and hence the army and entomologists each promoted the public image of the other. The strategy succeeded with the passage of the National Defense Act in 1920, which solidified the position of the Chemical Warfare Service within the U.S. Army. Human progress depended, according to a typical popular article published in 1915, on mankind defeating germ-conveying agents, whose only purpose in life seems to be to play the part of the anarchist and to reduce the living world to nullity and death. There is a war to be waged, not between man and man, but between man on the one side and the arthropod on the other, a war to be fought to the finish to decide which of the two forms of life, this highly developed vertebrate or these malignly evolved invertebrates, is to govern our planet. Is the lord of this earth someday to be a monstrous ant or bug, a wasp or a midge, a scale insect or a tick? Or is it to be this god-like mammal that walks erect and can see the stars, can weigh the suns and planets, that is already in touch with the supramundane universe? Well, the outcome of the struggle is almost as much a toss-up at the present moment as is the result of this devastating war. 328 America's most prominent entomologist, Stephen A. Forbes, wrote, "The struggle between man and insects began long before the dawn of civilization, has continued without cessation to the present time, and will continue, no doubt, as long as the human race endures. We commonly think of ourselves as the lords and conquerors of nature, but insects had thoroughly mastered the world and taken full possession of it long before man began the attempt. It is like a war between two nations, one of which should so greatly excel in the construction of its firearms and the other in the quality of its ammunition that neither could ever gain a decisive and final victory." 329 In 1915, referring to the San Jose scale, a destructive insect that had arrived in the United States from Japan in 1872, Forbes called it a case of Japanese invasion far more successful, and probably more destructive also, than any which Japan could possibly make by means of dreadnoughts and armies of little brown men. 329. The Chemical Warfare Service slipped into the new niche created by military-industrial cooperation and changing public perceptions after the war. Its projects for the public good ranged widely: chemicals to defend marine pilings from corrosion, gas mask development for mine workers, rat eradication in collaboration with the Public Health Service, and earthworm and gopher extermination using poison gases. 303 The Chemical Warfare Service even jumped into the medical arena by treating people suffering from colds, bronchitis, and whooping cough with chlorine gas inhalations. The public response was heartening. "Fumes that broke the British front," read a news headline, "leaving hundreds dying, now cure influenza, bronchitis and other ailments." 323 senators, 146 representatives, and even President Calvin Coolidge were among the hundreds of people gassed in the U.S. Capitol for respiratory ailments. Chemical companies, which had built substantial infrastructure and expertise during the war, capitalized on these assets to produce pesticides, and especially pursued the promise of synthetic organic compounds effective at killing insects. 303 These insecticidal efforts bolstered the public image of the chemical companies, which were regularly accused of profiteering from war and the production of poison gases. Yet, at the same time, pesticide producers had to contend with public fear of their products. One chemical executive explained that the housewife, if she knew there was such a thing as an insecticide, bought a package in fear and trembling lest its contents kill her and her family. 303. A toxic public image of another kind now plagued Harbour. For Harbour, the cessation of hostilities meant fear of being brought to trial for war crimes. 301 He had reason to worry. His was one of the names on a list considered for prosecution by the Allies. He grew a beard to disguise himself and left Germany for Switzerland. Nernst also found his name on the list of potential war criminals. 295 This infuriated Nernst, and he blamed Harbour. Nernst sold his estate to convert it to liquid assets and fled the country using a fake passport provided by the German Ministry of Foreign Affairs. But in the end only a handful of Germans were tried, and they received light sentences. 301 Both Haber and Nernst returned to Germany. Despite the waning of the war crimes threat, Haber's image was indelibly linked to the horrors of poison gases. The Haber-Bosch synthetic nitrate plant at Oppau exploded in 1921, killing more than 600 employees and injuring more than 2,000. The New York Times speculated that the explosion was the result of covert experimenting by those chemists, including Haber. The journal Nature published its opinion on Haber in 1922. It will not be forgotten that it was at the Kaiser Wilhelm Institute for the Promotion of Science that Geheimrat Haber made his experiments on poison gas, prior to the Battle of Ypres, which initiated a mode of warfare which is to the everlasting discredit of the German. 301. Both sides, of course, claimed unfair tactics used by the other. The Germans even claimed that the Allied use of colonial troops was a cruel stratagem. The chief of the U.S. Chemical Warfare Service shot down this claim, writing in a typical racist viewpoint of the time. All of us recall that early in the war the Germans spread broadcast charges that the Allies were using unfair and inhumane methods of fighting because they brought the Gurkha with his terrible knife from Asia and the Moroccan from Africa. And we all know that after a time the Germans ceased saying anything about these troops. What was the cause? They were not efficient. Just as the Negro will follow a white officer over the top in daylight and fight with as much energy and courage and many times as much efficiency as the white man, he cannot stand the terrors of the night, and the same was true of the Gurkha and the Moroccan. All the Allies soon recognized that fact as shown by their drawing those troops almost entirely away from the fighting lines. In some cases dark-skinned troops were kept only as shock troops to be replaced by the more highly developed Caucasian when the line had to be held for days under the deadly fire of the counter-attack. The German idea, and our own idea prior to the World War, was that semi-savages could stand the rigors and terrors of war better than the highly sensitive white man. War proved that to be utterly false. 297 The Allied powers demanded seemingly impossible reparations from Germany, the astronomical sum of $33 billion. 301 The amount could not be gained through Haber's nitrogen fixation process because Allied nations were producing their own ammonia through the same procedure. Similarly, the dye industry, which Germany had dominated before the war, was now controlled by emergent firms in the United States. This was in large part due to the seizure of 4,500 German dye and chemical patents by the U.S. government under terms of reparations. 317 These patents were then licensed to American chemical companies. One of these formerly German patents was for Haber's nitrogen fixation process. Furthermore, Germany had lost its colonies and whatever wealth could have been squeezed from them. Haber calculated that the amount of the reparations was the equivalent of 50,000 tons of gold. 301. The Swedish scientist Svante Arrhenius suggested a solution to Haber, that he extract gold from the oceans to pay the German reparations. 301 Arrhenius, like Haber and Nernst, possessed one of the greatest minds of his generation. He had correctly postulated in his 1884 thesis the radical idea that when salt was dissolved in water, it spontaneously dissociated into positive and negative ions, Faraday's cations and anions, and that an electric current was unnecessary to this process. 295 Therefore, the forces underlying chemical binding were electric. Arrhenius's professors did not understand the significance of his thesis and judged it, not without merit, which was a grade that should have precluded an academic career. 295 But Arrhenius continued to make important discoveries on the chemistry of ions, as well as on such disparate phenomena as the greenhouse effect, 330 the northern lights, and the relationship between toxins and antitoxins. 331, 332 For his work on ions, Arrhenius received the 1903 Nobel Prize in Chemistry. Arrhenius influenced the careers of both Haber and Nernst. Early in their careers, Arrhenius convinced Nernst to work with him under the guidance of Wilhelm Ostwald, who received the 1909 Nobel Prize in Chemistry for his discoveries on catalysts. 331 Catalysts promote chemical reactions without any change in their own nature, and Haber's brilliance at finding just the right catalyst for a particular reaction allowed him to solve the ammonia synthesis problem. Following up on Arrhenius's suggestion, Haber calculated that the oceans contain 8 billion tons of gold. 301 The problem was how to remove it from water. The proposition seemed ludicrous, but Haber had already mined wealth from the air, so why not from the oceans? Haber constructed an analytical laboratory and gold extraction apparatus on a passenger ship of the Hamburg American Line. 301 The effort was top secret, and was soon replicated, with his students in charge, on various other passenger ships. Reporters and bystanders speculated that Haber was generating electricity from the sea, or studying corrosion, or investigating the force necessary to stop a ship in motion, or determining how to color water. Haber reasoned that the oceans in different parts of the world would contain varying amounts of gold, so he had 10,000 bottles of marine water shipped to him from every corner of the earth. After working on the problem from 1920 to 1928, Haber concluded that although gold could be extracted from seawater, the process was not economically feasible. 301,305, the prospect of relieving Germany's burden of tribute payments, wrote Haber's friend Richard Willstatter, turned out to be a mirage. 305 deeply disappointed, Haber realized that he could not save Germany from its fiscal crisis, nor could he salvage his own scientific reputation, with another revolutionary innovation. He asked Willstatter if he should continue with the gold extraction research. Willstatter replied, "If it doesn't produce any gold, it will make a nice book." 305 Haber never wrote that book. He seemed to need to rely on his credentials and achievements rather than the promise of future discovery. He carried a business card that read, Professor, Dr. Phil, Dr. Ing. E.H., Dr. D. Landau, E.H. Fritz Haber, Nobel Prize winner, former director of the German Chemical Warfare Service, director of the Kaiser Wilhelm Institute for Physical Chemistry and Electrochemistry. 301 A spin-off of Haber's institute achieved economic success in the production of insecticides derived from hydrocyanic acid, which had been used as an insecticide since the late 19th century and was a major component of war gases. Hydrocyanic acid is lighter than air, which posed a problem for its unaltered deployment on the battlefield, but also led to the discovery of hydrogen gas as an effective mode of lift for Zeppelin airships. 333. When Nicole discovered in 1909 that body lice transmit typhus, the stage was set for widespread lice eradication just in time for the inevitable epidemics associated with World War I. The preferred methods of disinfestation of enclosed spaces were sulfur dioxide and steam. 333 Sulfur dioxide had the distinct disadvantage of being flammable and explosive. Steam often damaged personal property. In 1917, German chemists tested the efficacy of hydrocyanic acid against different insect pests and found it to kill lice and their eggs, nits, as well as bedbugs. 333 experiments were conducted to determine the ideal strength and application temperature. They demonstrated that hydrocyanic acid outperformed both sulfur dioxide and steam. Furthermore, it was inexpensive, did not damage personal property, penetrated even tiny folds in clothing or bedding, and did not risk fire or explosion. Hydrocyanic acid was immediately used in high-risk areas for typhus outbreaks, such as military hospitals and barracks, and thereby displaced sulfur dioxide and steam. The Germans found efficient ways to seal rooms to create gas chambers into which hydrocyanic acid could be introduced to completely eradicate lice. That same year, the German government created the Technische Ausschuss für Schadlingsbekämpfung, Technical Committee for Pest Control, called TASH, and appointed Haber as its chairman. 334 TASH's mission was to preserve through the application of highly poisonous substances for pest control, the high output that has hitherto been maintained in agriculture and forestry, in viticulture, horticulture, and fruit growing, as well as in industry by the destruction of animal pests, to promote human and animal hygiene, and thereby to ward off diseases. 334 The German military established a pest control battalion to apply the hydrocyanic acid in important food processing facilities, barracks, hospitals, and military prison camps. Between 1917 and 1920, TASH disinfected 21 million cubic meters of buildings with hydrocyanic acid. 333. Clearly, the compound held profit potential, and Haber facilitated its commercialization into a private enterprise. 334 This had been his intent since the final day of World War I, November 11, 1918, when Haber told officers at the War Ministry that his goal was to turn the means of extermination into sources of new prosperity. 312 TASH morphed into the Deutsche Gesellschaft für Schadlingsbekämpfung, German Corporation for Pest Control, called DGESCH. DGESCH's statutes specified that the object of the company's existence is the control of animal and plant pests using chemical means. The company is permitted to carry out all transactions suitable for promoting the company's purpose. 334 The intentions of DGESCH fell squarely on the side of society's needs. The operation of the company is not directed toward profit, The charter continued, rather the company is to follow exclusively a course directed toward the public good. 334 Haber maintained a leadership role in German pest control until 1920. The only significant shortcomings of hydrocyanic acid were the extensive training required to safely deploy the gas and the large number of accidental fatalities that resulted from improper use. 333 As a safety measure, researchers at Haber's Kaiser Wilhelm Institute for Physical Chemistry and Electrochemistry added a foul-smelling chemical to the gas mixture in 1920. In this way, the new chemical employed the opposite strategy of the old. While the designers of poison gas weapons sought to prevent any early warning of the presence of deadly gases, the designers of the insecticide aimed to provide such a warning. The researchers used a hydrocarbonic methyl ester as the acrid warning and named the new pesticide Cyclone. In addition to its vastly improved safety due to the warning odor, Cyclone, renamed Zyklon, meaning cyclone, performed as well at killing insects as hydrocyanic acid and did not spoil food. 333 The insecticide was easily moved and deployed. Best of all for the economically downtrodden Germany, Degesch controlled all production and jealously guarded the technical manuals for its use. This secrecy fell in nicely with the policies of the German government, which wanted to maintain high safety and training standards in the application of Zyklon. Applicators had to pass an examination, be deemed reliable, and must never have run afoul of the law. Prevention of typhus was a state matter, and so state legislation regulated Zyklon's use. The quick success of Zyklon in 1920 ran headlong into its banning by the Treaty of Versailles. 333 Article 171 stated, the use of asphyxiating, poisonous or other gases and all analogous liquids, materials or devices being prohibited, their manufacture and importation are strictly forbidden in Germany. 335 This applied to hydrocyanic acid and therefore to Zyklon. In 1923, the Degesch chemist Bruno Tesch added chlorine and bromide as new warning odors and a chemical stabilizer to thwart unwanted chemical reactions. 333 These alterations sidestepped Article 171 and thereby brought Zyklon back to the marketplace. The new Zyklon received the moniker Zyklon B, and henceforward the banned Zyklon was called Zyklon A. The chlorine and bromide also enhanced Zyklon B's insecticidal power. The new formulation was packaged more conveniently as pellets in a sealed can rather than the previous liquid-gas combination. Bruno Tesch established a company in Hamburg to distribute Zyklon B. Zyklon B became a profitable and much-needed export product for German industry. 333 Disinfestation occurred around the world in barracks, ships, trains, any enclosed space at risk for an influx of lice. Haber helped Degesch establish overseas markets, and before long the company employed agents in 39 countries. 334 In Germany, cities established gas chambers where people could delouse their clothing and furniture. 333 For the convenience of the populace, gas chambers were also driven to communities on the backs of trucks. Applicators were trained under strict governmental and industrial rules of secrecy, and tight bonds formed between the manufacturers, public health personnel, and government regulators. The meticulous care underlying the use of Zyklon B for the good of public health subsequently mutated into its monstrous employment for genocide under Nazi rule. Zyklon B, 1922–47. It is sad to think that he spent the last months of his distinguished life in exile from his native land, finding a friendly welcome in England, which 16 years ago was filled with feelings of great hostility toward Germany and Haber. We are not fully acquainted with the cause of his exile but believe it to be due to the descent of his ancestors from that Semitic race from whom we Europeans learned 3,000 years ago our alphabet and 2,000 years ago our religion. Obituary for Fritz Haber published in the British magazine Chemistry and Industry, 1,934,301. Adolf Hitler, who had been temporarily blinded near the end of World War I by a British mustard gas attack, admired the wartime delousing efficiency of German entomologists applying hydrocyanic acid. 333 When Hitler and the Nazis came to power, they found that the state and industrial controls of Zyklon B established by the Weimar government perfectly fit the Nazi Party's desire to control its use. The Nazis established a strict delousing program in both military and civilian areas based on Zyklon B. The rise of Nazism was abhorrent to Haber, who was devoutly nationalistic for the values of the Germany of his youth, the Germany that valued the highest standards of education and led the world in research productivity. 301 When Haber heard Adolf Hitler give a speech on the radio in 1932, he said, "Give me a gun so that I can shoot him." 301 It seemed incomprehensible to him that the nation that produced the world's greatest scientists also fostered Nazism. But the post-war period was one of great instability in Germany. In 1922 alone, assassins took the lives of more than 300 leading German Republicans. One of those assassinated in 1922 was Walter Rathenau, the son of the industrialist who had purchased Nernst's light bulb patent .295 during World War I. The Kaiser appointed Rathenau to coordinate German industrial activities to support the military. A close friend of Nernst's, Rathenau advanced to become Germany's foreign minister after the war and worked relentlessly for a peaceful Europe. Attackers riddled his car with bullets from a machine gun while they tossed in a hand grenade. The assassination devastated Nernst. Meanwhile, Ludendorff, who fled to Sweden at the end of the war, proclaimed that the German army had been on the verge of victory when it was stabbed in the back by the Jews. 295 Ludendorff had been raised a Christian, but he left that faith behind because its founder was a Jew. The Nazis rallied around Ludendorff's excuse for Germany's defeat. Anonymous threats ensued, calling for the assassination of the relativity Jew, Einstein. Ludendorff returned to Germany and joined the parliament as a member of a coalition party made up of members of the German Völkisch Freedom Party and the Nazi Party. He mounted an unsuccessful campaign against Hindenburg for the German presidency. Runaway inflation reached a point where a newspaper cost more than 100 billion marks. $1 traded for 4 trillion marks. One German mark in 1918 had the same value as 500 billion marks in 1923.326. The ranks of the unemployed topped 7 million.295. The strength of the Nazi Party grew along with Germany's discontent. On January 22, 1933, Hitler had a long private conversation with Hindenburg's son at a dinner party. 295. The Nazis had acquired information proving corruption on the part of the Hindenburg family, and Hitler used it for blackmail. On January 30, Hindenburg asked Hitler to become chancellor and form a government. Within 2 months the Nazi Party controlled all public meetings, suspended freedom of the press and civil rights guaranteed by the German constitution, arrested communists and liberals, appropriated complete police power, and solidified its dictatorship with the Enabling Act. 301. The 1933 Aryan Clause of the Civil Service Law of the Third Reich stripped German Jews, except war veterans, of their government employment. This early Nazi attack on Jews had a disproportionate effect on German science. 301. Although Jews composed less than 1% of Germany's population, 1/3 of Germany's Nobel Prize-winning scientists were Jewish. Nazi university students threw their weight behind the party by creating an anti-Semitic declaration that libeled Jewish professors. Albert Einstein, at the time giving lectures at Princeton University, returned to Europe to tender his resignation from the Prussian Academy of Sciences. 308. Two German Nobel Prize winners in physics, Philipp Lenard and Johannes Stark, sided with the Nazis and attacked Einstein as a traitor. 295. Jews, they argued, poisoned German physics. Both men had been passed over for the professorship in Berlin that had been given to Nernst in 1924. Now they could take advantage of the dismissal of prominent Jews in academia. Stark replaced a dismissed Jewish scientist as the president of an important physics institute. Lenard was rewarded for his loyalty to the Nazis with the post of chief of Aryan physics. 336. He wrote a 4-volume work on German physics, liberated from Jewish physics, a degenerate mirage of the basic Aryan physics. 295. Its publication was celebrated by a Nazi student group, who lauded Lenard's courage for his lecture in which he celebrated the assassination of Rathenau. An unknown German physicist, Wilhelm Müller, published a book stating that an international Jewish conspiracy sought to corrupt science and destroy humanity. 295. He was then appointed professor of theoretical physics at Munich, where he replaced the retiring professor and world-renowned physicist Arnold Sommerfeld. 337. Müller's appointment was celebrated with a lecture by Stark on Jewish and German physics. 295. The fact that the Nazis would replace Sommerfeld, who had trained more Nobel Prize winners than any other scientist, with a fraud as the head of a major physics institute reflected their disregard for scientific discovery. That disregard manifested itself in many ways, including the Nazis' subsequent failure to recognize nuclear fission even though its discovery had occurred in a German laboratory. Haber's friend, protégé, and the 1925 winner of the Nobel Prize in Physics, James Franck, also resigned his professorship and institute directorship in protest of the Nazi policies. 308. Franck explained his decision to journalists with the comment, "How can I teach students or examine them if they think about me and my forefathers like that?" 301. Franck wrote in a letter to Haber, "Don't scold me as impetuous or thoughtless. I expressed my wish to the minister today that I be released from my duties. The reason I gave was the attitude of the government toward German Jewry. I simply cannot stand before the students at the beginning of the semester, whose representatives have set up the precepts you know about, and act as if none of all this concerned me. Nor can I gnaw at the bone of clemency that the government holds out to war veterans of Jewish race. 308. Haber felt deeply disappointed that Frank would not be his successor as director of the Kaiser Wilhelm Institute for Physical Chemistry and Electrochemistry, a move that had been imminent. 308 earlier, he had also planned for Frank to succeed Nernst in his institute directorship. He wrote in a letter to Frank, "The thought that this institute should not fall into your hands is the bitterest drop in the brew of these weeks. You wish to stay in Germany and I, although not having the wish, do not see the possibility of proceeding otherwise. I would not know how to emigrate honorably and find an existence abroad in my later years." 308 Haber tried all his life to hide from his Jewish roots. 301 He had converted to Christianity and impressed upon his Jewish students that they should do the same. Although he thought a Jewish homeland in Palestine might be fitting for Eastern European Jews, he felt that it certainly was not for German Jews. Yet both of Haber's wives were Jewish, most of his friends were Jewish, and Nazi Germany considered him a Jew no matter what his self-perception. Haber was initially exempt from dismissal due to his standing, but he resigned his directorship and full professorship in protest. In his resignation letter he wrote, "According to the provisions of the Government Employees Law of April 7, 1933, which were ordered to be applied to the institutes of the Kaiser Wilhelm Society, I am entitled to remain in office although I am descended from Jewish grandparents and parents. However, I do not wish to take advantage of this permission any longer than is necessary for the orderly discharge of the scientific and administrative duties of my offices." 305 Haber continued, "I tender my resignation with the same pride with which I have served my country during my lifetime. For more than 40 years I have selected my collaborators on the basis of their intelligence and their character and not on the basis of their grandmothers, and I am not willing for the rest of my life to change this method which I have found so good." 301 At the same time, Nernst arrived at work and sought out a Jewish colleague. 295 When he learned that the colleague had been denied entry into the laboratory because he was a Jew, Nernst became enraged. Nernst proceeded straight to Haber's institute where he told Haber that conditions in his own institute were intolerable, and he asked Haber for a job. Haber was, at that moment, packing up his own office, having tendered his resignation, and he was in no position to help Nernst. Clearly, the rivalry that had preoccupied the men in their simultaneous rise to prominence seemed pedestrian compared to the harsh reality of Nazi policies. Meanwhile, the Nazis purged Jewish scientists from the leadership of the national institutes. One Nazi memo read, "The existing board of trustees of the Physikalische Technische Reichsanstalt, PTR, still has its old composition from before the rise to might of National Socialism. The traitor Einstein has been excluded but there still are Jews and notables of the old system among the remaining members. On the board today there are people like Professor James Frank, full-blooded Jew, Professor Haber, full-blooded Jew, Professor Hertz, half-Jew, and Professor Nernst, one of the strongest advocates of the liberalist and capitalist worldview." 308 Although he was not Jewish, the 1933 Nobel Prize winner Erwin Schrödinger resigned his professorship and left Germany that same year in protest of the Nazi treatment of Jewish colleagues. 338 Frank accepted an invitation from the eminent Danish physicist Niels Bohr to collaborate in his institute in Copenhagen, and subsequently took a professorship in the United States. 308 He wrote in a letter to a German colleague, "It appears that there is no room left for people of my heredity and my temperament in Germany to work with success. You know that I feel just as good a German as any other, but that won't help me. I simply have to emigrate, even though I know that my wife and I won't be able to grow roots anywhere else, but perhaps the children will succeed, or at least the grandchildren. I do not want them to have to feel like second-class citizens." 308 Frank and his fellow German physicist Max von Laue both left their Nobel medals, which were made of gold, with Bohr for safekeeping from the Nazis. 339 When the Nazis invaded Denmark, and just before they appropriated Bohr's institute, Bohr felt preoccupied with how to keep the medals out of their hands. Bohr had already donated his own Nobel medal to a Finnish relief fund, so he was not concerned about that. While Frank was by that time in the United States, von Laue remained in Germany and engaged in anti-Nazi activities, including standing quite alone in his protests against persecution of Jewish colleagues. 295 The discovery of exported gold with his name on it would have meant certain arrest. A Hungarian chemist in Bohr's institute, and future Nobel laureate, George de Hevesy, intervened. I suggested that we should bury the medal, wrote de Hevesy, but Bohr did not like this idea as the medal might be unearthed. I decided to dissolve it. While the invading forces marched in the streets of Copenhagen, I was busy dissolving Lauer's and also James Frank's medals. 340 de Hevesy dissolved the two medals together in nitrohydrochloric acid, a difficult prospect given the limited reactivity of gold. He put the solution on a laboratory shelf, where it remained untouched and unnoticed by the Nazis throughout the war. After the war, the gold was precipitated from the solution and dispatched to the Nobel Society, where the two medals were recast and given back to Frank and von Lauer. Theirs are the only amalgamated Nobel medals. Eventually the situation in Denmark became untenable for Bohr. 341 Bohr had helped many prominent Jewish and dissident scientists escape from Nazi Germany. Additionally, Bohr's own mother was Jewish. British intelligence discovered that his arrest was planned, and so they sent a message to him on microfilm hidden inside two rusted keys. The British did not want the Nazis to incarcerate a man who could accelerate a German nuclear weapons program, and they hoped to acquire Bohr's expertise for their own nuclear program. Bohr, in his turn, did not want to abandon his country or the colleagues he continued to help, and he stayed until he received a message from an anti-Nazi in the German government that his arrest was imminent. With the help of the Danish resistance, Bohr and his wife slipped away from their Gestapo followers and crossed the sea to Sweden in a fishing boat. 341 During the next few weeks, the Danish resistance shuttled almost the entire Jewish population of Denmark in small boats at night across the sea to Sweden, in the only case of a Nazi-occupied country saving its Jewish population. Included in the armada of refugee boats were Bohr's children. The wife of a Swedish embassy official carried one of Bohr's grandchildren to Sweden in a shopping basket. Meanwhile, Bohr held secret meetings with Sweden's king and politicians to facilitate the influx of refugees. With his family safely together again in Stockholm, Bohr accepted an invitation by the British government to help the British with the war effort. 341 On October 6, 1943, a British mosquito bomber, containing no bombs because of Sweden's neutrality, flew Bohr from Stockholm over Nazi-held Norway to the United Kingdom. To avoid Nazi anti-aircraft guns, the pilot flew at great altitude. Given the limited space in the plane, Bohr lay in the bomb bay in a flight suit with a parachute strapped on. Unfortunately, Bohr's head was so large that he could not pull on the provided helmet completely, and so he did not hear the pilot's instruction via the earphones to turn on his oxygen supply. Bohr passed out from lack of oxygen, only regaining consciousness when the plane descended over the sea past Norway. Operating under the utmost secrecy, Bohr then worked with Frank and others on the British and American nuclear weapons program. Shortly after the Nazis seized power, Haber joined the exodus of Jewish scientists from Germany. 301 While on a trip to Switzerland, he visited with the biochemist and Zionist leader Chaim Weizmann, who would later become the first president of Israel. Weizmann had previously offered Haber and James Frank 314 a professorship in Palestine, but Haber declined as he did not approve of Zionism. As the Nazis consolidated their power, Haber reconsidered his views. Haber said, "Dr. Weizmann, I was one of the mightiest men in Germany. I was more than a great army commander, more than a captain of industry. I was the founder of industries. My work was essential for the economic and military expansion of Germany. All doors were open for me. But the position I occupied then, glamorous as it may have seemed, is as nothing compared with yours. You are not creating out of plenty, you are creating out of nothing, in a land which lacks everything. You are trying to restore a derelict people to a sense of dignity. And you are, I think, succeeding. At the end of my life I find myself a bankrupt. When I am gone and forgotten, your work will stand, a shining monument, in the long history of our people." 334 Haber then agreed to take the position in Palestine, and to come there with his sister. But first he accepted an invitation to work in William Pope's laboratory at Cambridge University. Pope's invitation to Haber reflected forgiveness, their intellectual connection through science, and their shared hatred of the Nazis. Pope had developed mustard gas for the Allies in World War I to counter the war gases developed by Haber, and English feelings toward Haber had been extremely bitter since the end of the war. 301 After a short visit to Pope's lab, at the end of January 1934, Haber returned with his sister to Switzerland for a 3-day visit on his way to his new position in Palestine. He died in his sleep on the third day. What led to his death, according to Wohlstatter, was not overwork. Great tasks and efforts stimulated and energized Haber, as they do other strong personalities. Neither during the war nor during preceding decades, nor in the last years of Haber's life was it overwork that undermined his health and caused his premature death. It was rather his terrible disappointment at the outcome of the war and the conditions of the peace, and at being considered an outlaw by the Allies. Then as always it was the poisons of sorrow, pain, and suffering that consume a man and exhaust him. 305. Von Lauer, who had offered Haber's students places in his lab, wrote an obituary that was published in Germany, and both he and his editor were severely reprimanded for it by the Nazis. 295 For the one-year anniversary of his death, the Kaiser Wilhelm Society, the German Chemical Society, and the German Physical Society held a memorial ceremony attended by more than 500 people. The Reich Minister for Science, Education, and National Culture banned the event with a circular that read, Professor Haber was dismissed from his office on October 1, 1933 in accordance with a request from him which expressed unequivocally his inner opposition to the present government and which the public could not fail to regard as criticism of the measures instituted by the National Socialist State. The intention of the above-mentioned societies to hold a memorial service on the occasion of the first anniversary of his death must, therefore, in the face of these facts be construed as a challenge to the National Socialist State, since such an anniversary is accorded special recognition only in very exceptional cases, with the greatest Germans. 305 This small nod to Haber's legacy constituted the only organized academic resistance to Nazism from within Germany. 295 It was a large, select assemblage that filled the auditorium, wrote Willstatter, but the non-participants were more noticeable than the participants. Every participant was required to identify himself and enter his name on a list. 305 The parallels between Haber and Nernst ran throughout their lives, all the way to the bitter end under Nazi rule. Like Einstein, Frank, and Haber, Nernst resigned his professorship in 1933. 295 Nernst had already paid dearly for the belligerence of Germany. Both of his sons had died in combat in World War I by the time the Nazis rose to power. Two of Nernst's 3 daughters were married to Jewish men, and they fled abroad with their children. The last of Nernst's grandchildren escaped from Germany in 1939. That year Nernst suffered a heart attack. He died 2 years later. His ashes were subsequently moved to rest next to those of the eminent physicist Max Planck and von Lauer in Göttingen. Nernst had hoped to be able to support his grandchildren long after he was gone, so his last major financial decision was to convert his considerable assets and cash into woodlands that would yield timber for generations. When Nazi Germany fell, the woodlands became part of Poland. When Germany invaded Poland in 1939, German authorities grew concerned about a potential typhus outbreak. 333 They quickly employed Zyklon B gas chambers, replicating the successful German World War I program with hydrocyanic acid. Meanwhile, the Nazis struggled to find a way to efficiently kill the millions of Jews they were rounding up into concentration camps. The first experimental gas chamber for exterminating people became operational in 1939. 342 The gas of choice at that time was carbon monoxide. In the first experiment, Hitler's personal physician Karl Brandt, the head of the Nazi euthanasia program Philipp Bühler, and the liaison with the health department Victor Brack were among the officials who observed the gassing of 4 mental patients. Gas chambers, disguised as shower rooms, were then constructed for multiple hospitals to eliminate the insane. Among those killed by the Nazis were German veterans of gas warfare from World War I, whose mental health had never recovered following exposure to chemical weapons. 306 Thousands of Jews and other concentration camp victims were also brought to these hospital gas chambers to be killed, but these gas chambers did not have the capacity that the Nazis desired. 342 In the summer of 1941, the annihilation camps were constructed. Heinrich Himmler, who had headed the SS, Schutzstaffel, Nazi paramilitary organization, since 1929 and held the title of Commissioner for the Improvement of German Folkdom and the Trustee of Race Purity, instructed Rudolf Höss, the commander of Auschwitz, to implement efficient methods for the final solution of the Jewish question. 333, 342, 343 Himmler said to Höss, "The Jews are the eternal enemies of the German people and must be exterminated." 343. Höss found the gas chamber at Treblinka, which used carbon monoxide, to be wanting in speed and lethality. 333 Adolf Eichmann, in charge of the final solution, agreed. Eichmann discussed his concerns about the various methods of killing Jews with Höss on a visit to Auschwitz. 343 Part of the problem was the effect that gunning down women and children had on some of the SS men. But the bigger issue was the practicality of killing millions of Jews by the existing methods of carbon monoxide and shooting, which were both too cumbersome and too slow. The administrative chief of Auschwitz, Karl Fritsch, believed that Zyklon B could solve their problem. 343 Fritsch tested its killing power on prisoners and proved its effectiveness. Then, as a proof of concept for mass executions, in September 1941, Höss's team used a Zyklon B disinfestation gas chamber to kill 600 Russian prisoners of war, including many Jews, and 250 mental patients. 342 Höss, after further experimentation on concentration camp prisoners, concluded that Zyklon B killed far more efficiently than carbon monoxide. 333 The warning odor of Zyklon B was removed in the SS's modification for human extermination. 344 Officials at Dagesh initially opposed this order to remove the warning odor from Zyklon B because their patent on Zyklon B had expired, but the patent on the warning odor was still in effect. 326 Dagesh's monopoly on the production of Zyklon B depended entirely on the inclusion of this chemical indicator. But Dagesh complied with the SS demands and removed the indicator in the new version of Zyklon B destined for the extermination camps. Gas chambers were constructed on farmland selected by Höss and Eichmann, and inscribed with the words Zur Desinfektion, 333,343. The new gas chambers constructed in Auschwitz's killing center at Birkenau allowed 10,000 people to be killed each day. Jews and other victims, told they would be deloused, were forced to undress and then marched between lines of police wielding whips, sticks, and guns into the gas chambers, where they died after 3 to 20 minutes of exposure. 333,342,343 Höss admired this efficiency. At Treblinka, 10 times as many gas chambers were needed to kill Jews at that pace with carbon monoxide. Carbon monoxide cost more than Zyklon B, took longer to kill, and was more difficult to handle. 333 Its use had started with killing mental patients, then it was adapted for movable gas chambers, and then it was implemented on a large scale in death camps. But the employment of Zyklon B made carbon monoxide obsolete. The only difficult requirement for Zyklon B was the maintenance of a temperature of 25.7 degrees Celsius, to exceed its boiling point of 25.6 degrees Celsius and hence volatilize the gas. 333 To accommodate this, the SS allowed the body heat of the victims to warm the gas chamber to the correct temperature before dropping the tins of Zyklon B through holes in the roof. The SS men were trained in the safe handling of Zyklon B and wore gas masks throughout the operation. Afterward, ventilators removed the gas, and then Jewish prisoners, the Sonderkommando, were forced to strip the corpses of everything of value, such as hair and teeth with gold fillings, before they incinerated the bodies. 343 Between 1942 and 1945, the Nazis killed more than 5 million people in Auschwitz, Belzec, Chelmno, Majdanek, Sobibor and Treblinka, mostly with Zyklon B. 342 After the war, Höss stated to the War Crimes Investigation Unit of the British Army of the Rhine, I personally arranged on orders received from Himmler in May 1941 the gassing of 2 million persons between June to July 1941 and the end of 1943, during which time I was commandant of Auschwitz. 342. World War II far surpassed World War I in destruction and resulted in more than half of the war fatalities that had occurred over the past 2,000 years. 303 A large fraction of these fatalities were civilians in cities that were hit with firebombs, that is, chemical incendiary weapons. Another large fraction were the 6 million Jews killed in the concentration camps, death marches and ghettos. When Eichmann reported to Himmler that they had succeeded in killing 6 million Jews, Himmler expressed his disappointment with such a low figure. 343. Bruno Tesch owned the company Tesch and Stabenau, which supplied Zyklon B to Auschwitz, Birkenau. 345 Tesch and his deputy Karl Weinbacher were tried by the British military court in Hamburg in March 1946 for war crimes under Article 46 of the Hague Regulations of 1907. Article 46 stated, family honor and rights, the lives of persons, and private property, as well as religious convictions and practice, must be respected. Private property cannot be confiscated. 346 Germany and Great Britain were both parties to the Hague Regulations, and Great Britain was the ruling authority of that sector of Germany at the conclusion of the war. According to the charge, Tesch and Weinbacher, at Hamburg, Germany, between the 1st of January 1941 and the 31st of March 1945, in violation of the laws and usages of war, did supply poison gas used for the extermination of Allied nationals interned in concentration camps, well knowing that the said gas was to be so used. 345 Wehrmacht leaders had told Tesch early in the Holocaust that shooting and burying Jews in large numbers was unhygienic, and had asked him what he thought about using Zyklon B-345. Tesh agreed that this would be a better method, and could be done in a gas chamber in the same way that vermin were exterminated. Tesh and his firm then supplied the Zyklon B and provided expert technicians and training for the Wehrmacht and the SS. For a conviction, the court had to be sure of three facts. First, that Allied nationals had been gassed by means of Zyklon B. Secondly, that this gas had been supplied by Tesh and Stabenow. And thirdly, that the accused knew that the gas was to be used for the purpose of killing human beings. 345 among many pieces of evidence considered by the court was an invoice from Tesh and Stabenow that read, "We have sent to Auschwitz as freight goods the following shipment of Zyklon B cyanide, without an irritant." 343 This, of course, was the modification of Zyklon B for human extermination, since German law stipulated that Zyklon B for insecticidal use must contain the warning odor for the safety of personnel. Tesh and Weinbacher were found guilty by the court and hanged. 345 As Germany crumbled at the end of the war, and after Hitler took his own life, Höss reported to Himmler in Flensburg. 343 Himmler's order was, plunge out of sight into the ranks of the army. 343 Höss donned a naval uniform and morphed into boatswain Franz Lang, in whose identity he passed through British inspections. Devoted to his wife and children, whom he lavished with attention during their residency at Auschwitz, Höss worked on a farm near to them for 8 months. Meanwhile, the British military police hunted for him in vain. The British Field Security Police finally caught Höss on March 11, 1946. With him, packed alongside his clothing and other personal effects, was his Auschwitz horsewhip. The man who ordered and witnessed the daily massacre of 10,000 Jews could not part with his whip, a symbol of his power over others, even though its presence might give him away. At Nuremberg, unlike most of the other defendants, such as Tesh and Weinbacher, who proclaimed their innocence, Höss elaborated upon his crimes. 343 Höss's only expression of remorse came on April 12, 1947, 4 days before the court hanged him on the gallows in Auschwitz, when he wrote, "In the isolation of my imprisonment, I came to the bitter recognition of how deeply I transgressed against humanity." 343 Yet, in Höss's mind, his transgression was against the Polish people, of whom he begged forgiveness. He showed no remorse for his destruction of Europe's Jews. The development of Zyklon had started under Haber's watch for the purpose of improving public health in the battle against typhus. That its use morphed into the primary tool of Nazi genocide is a cruel twist of fate in the history of the creative genius who moved so readily between the research lab, commercial enterprises, and the halls of government. Haber's niece Hild, her husband, and their 2 children were among the countless Jews killed at Auschwitz, probably by Zyklon B-334. Haber's son Hermann, who had discovered his mother Clara dying in the garden after she shot herself during World War I, escaped to the Caribbean from Nazi-occupied France with his wife and 3 daughters in 1942, and from there gained entry to the United States. 334 When Hermann's wife died at the end of the war, he committed suicide. Haber's second wife, divorced from Haber, moved with their son Ludwig and daughter Eva to England. The British government interned Ludwig as an enemy alien on the Isle of Man and then in Canada. 347 After the war, Ludwig became a historian of the poison gas warfare of World War I, and had himself gassed to experience the effects before writing his book on the subject. 348. Haber's scientific redemption followed his death and the collapse of the Nazi regime when the Kaiser Wilhelm Institute for Physical Chemistry and Electrochemistry was renamed the Fritz Haber Institute. 1939–1950. Armed with DDT, the army has conquered the fear of typhus. For the first time in history, this ruthless companion of disaster, famine and poverty has lost all right to its murderous title of champion of the ancient plagues of war. Brigadier General James Stevens Simmons, Chief of the Preventive Medicine Service, U.S. Army, 1,945,349. The first attack of 183 combat aircraft launched from Japan's Carrier Fleet barraged Hawaii's Pearl Harbor just before 8 a.m. on December 7, 1941.35. Though the second wave of 54 high-level bombers, 78 dive bombers, and 36 fighter planes attacked an hour later. The surprise attack crippled or destroyed 18 American warships and several hundred planes. American casualties included 2,400 dead and 1,178 wounded. The U.S. Navy lost 3 times as many men in the space of 2 hours as it had during all the battles of the Spanish-American War and World War I combined. 351. 9 hours later, Japanese bombers flying over Manila destroyed half of General Douglas MacArthur's parked fleet of B-17 Flying Fortress bombers and many P-40 fighters. 351 Japanese victories quickly mounted, with the fall of Guam, December 11, Wake Island, December 23, Hong Kong, December 25, the Dutch East Indies, January 1942, and Singapore, February 15. After 5 months of conquest, Japan controlled vast territories extending to the borders of Australia and British India, and Allied forces had lost the Philippines. The Pacific War raged for 4 years after Pearl Harbor, with the forces of both sides stretched from the Aleutian Archipelago in Alaska south to the islands of New Guinea. Although insects posed a mere nuisance in the North Pacific theater, they were deadly vectors of disease in the South Pacific. General MacArthur wrote, "Millions of insects abounded everywhere. Clouds of mosquitoes, flies, leeches, chiggers, ants, fleas, and other parasites pestered man night and day. Disease was an unrelenting foe." 352. In 1944, as Marines of the 4th Division prepared to invade the tropical island of Saipan, their battalion surgeon briefed them, 353, "In the surf, beware of sharks, barracuda, sea snakes, anemones, razor-sharp coral, polluted waters, poison fish and giant clams that shut on a man like a bear trap. Ashore, there is leprosy, typhus, filariasis, yaws, typhoid, dengue fever, dysentery, sabergrass, hordes of flies, snakes and giant lizards. Eat nothing growing on the island, don't drink its waters, and don't approach its inhabitants. Any questions?" An astonished private asked. "Sir, why in hell don't we let the Japs keep the island?" Malaria was the deadliest tropical disease. 500,000 American soldiers contracted malaria in the South Pacific, where the case rate for Allied troops, including recurrences, in some areas reached 4,000 per 1,000 troops per year, 63,354–356 between October 1942 and April 1943. The ratio of Allied soldiers hospitalized with malaria to casualties on the battlefronts of the Southwest Pacific Theater was 10 to 1.56. One American infantry unit fighting in New Guinea reported 2 soldiers killed in action, 13 wounded, and 925 sick. 356 Malaria among American and Filipino troops contributed to the dramatic loss at Bataan in April 1942, which constituted the greatest surrender of U.S. forces since the American Civil War and preceded the infamous Bataan Death March. 63,357 at Guadalcanal. The division commander ordered that Marines could only relinquish their patrol duty when their body temperature exceeded 103 F.357 in 1943. General MacArthur complained to an Army expert on malaria, "Doctor, this will be a long war if for every Division 1 have facing the enemy I must count on a 2nd Division in hospital with malaria and a 3rd Division convalescing from this debilitating disease." 63 The problem stemmed largely from military commanders and soldiers who did not take the threat seriously, and the lack of command authority vested in medical officers who did. 303,356,357 This lackadaisical attitude was exemplified by an officer who said, "We are here to kill Japs and to hell with mosquitoes." 357 A critic of these problems noted, "Tough troops, accustomed to facing death from bombs, bullets, shells, and bayonets daily, they thought it sissy to make so much fuss about a tiny mosquito whose bite could hardly be felt." 358 Military activities also contributed to the outbreaks. An American military doctor pointed out that trenches, foxholes, tank traps, gun emplacements, vehicle ruts, shell, bomb and mine craters, sabotaged irrigation projects, streams pondered by bridge rubble and improvised causeways, drainage blocked by hastily built airfields and highways, all may provide additional breeding places for malaria mosquitoes. 63 Improving malaria control on the battlefield became a top priority, and the military employed a propaganda blitz to educate soldiers about the threat. One training pamphlet stated, "You can be made as chronic and invalid from malaria as from poison gas. Malaria can make you weak and puny, and good for nothing." 303 A clever Australian sergeant in New Guinea overcame the machismo of his troops, who refused to abide by malaria control measures, by posting signs that stated, "Preserve your manhood. Malaria can cause impotence." 358 American commanders quickly copied this tactic with great success. For centuries, only quinine, extracted from the bark of the cinchona tree, prevented and treated malaria, and more than 90% of the world's cinchona supply was grown on Dutch plantations in Java. 56 Hence, in January 1942, When Japanese forces seized control of Java, they also gained control of global cinchona production. Similarly, German forces seized stockpiles of quinine in Amsterdam. Allied forces had access to a small grove of cinchona trees on the island of Mindanao that had been established with seeds smuggled out of Java in a malted milk bottle. 358. The Mindanao plantation had supplied quinine beginning in 1927, but this supply could barely make a dent in the demand. The fall of Mindanao in May 1942 ended any hope of accessing even that modest source of quinine. Fig. 8.1. Theodore S. Geisel, Dr. Seuss, drew a series of cartoons for the U.S. military malaria propaganda campaign depicting the mosquito as a femme fatale. These setbacks spurred the U.S. government to organize an intensive research effort to discover a substitute for natural quinine. 56. This effort was not the first of its kind. A 17-year-old chemist named William Perkin attempted to synthesize quinine in 1856 from aniline, which is a byproduct of coal tar. 358. The result was a black residue that he considered worthless, so he tried to wash the residue out of his experimental beaker with alcohol. The alcohol reacted with the residue to produce a mauve dye, and Sir Perkin turned his accidental discovery into a fortune and wrecked the Indian plantation business that until that time had held a monopoly on mauve dye. Pasteur also tried but failed to produce quinine synthetically. But during World War II, American chemists successfully synthesized quinine from coal tar and tested more than 15,000 compounds for anti-malarial effects, including numerous dyes that had been discovered by German scientists. 63. The United States tested the efficacy of anti-malarial drugs on approximately 800 prisoners at the U.S. Penitentiary in Atlanta, the Illinois State Penitentiary, and the New Jersey Reformatory. These prisoners volunteered to be bitten by mosquitoes carrying relapsing vivax malaria. 359. A journalist described the patriotism of the volunteers. They expose themselves to further and even greater danger by taking varying doses of the new drugs to determine whether the chemicals can safely be given to our fighting men exposed to malaria and how large a dose can be tolerated by the human system. These one-time enemies of society appreciate to the fullest extent just how completely this is everybody's war. Upon learning that, through their cooperation, thousands of GIs might be spared the ravages of the tropical malady, the prisoners respond immediately and enthusiastically. They joke about the huge needles used for taking blood specimens, calling them harpoons, but not one has refused to stay for the full course of punctures and tedious, frequent examinations. The nature of the drug or drugs, as well as the results, is still a closely guarded secret, but the stage of large-scale human testing is regarded in itself as indicating that the long-sought goal is close to realization. 359. Apparently, this patriotic service of the prisoners had great reformative value, as indicated by the low recidivism under subsequent parole. 287. Impelled by quinine shortages during and after World War I, the Germans had synthesized several substitutes between the world wars. The most efficacious of these was a compound called atabrine, synthesized in 1930.63. In 1943, the United States selected atabrine as its new quinine substitute. Also that year, Allied chemists managed to work out the secrets of atabrine synthesis and then produced it on a large scale to keep soldiers on the battlefield. But atabrine tasted bad, caused nausea, vomiting, and diarrhea, yellowed the skin, the atabrine tan, and led some of those who took it into psychosis. 356,357. It was also rumored to cause impotence. Many soldiers preferred to risk malaria. Fig. 8.2. Effective campaigns were launched on the battlefield to educate soldiers about malaria prevention. Sign posted at the 363rd Station Hospital. OHA 220.1. Museum and Medical Arts Service, Mamas D44 to 145-1. From Otis Historical Archives, National Museum of Health and Medicine. Japanese soldiers used quinine prophylactics, repellents, and mosquito netting that covered an entire squad of troops at once. Yet one Japanese regiment fighting in Burma reported that all of its soldiers were infected. 355. German army units also suffered malaria during their invasions of Greece, Ukraine, and Russia in 1941, and they, too, turned to atabrine. 355. But German actions also caused a malaria outbreak. As American and British forces pushed against the Italian front in late 1943, the German army flooded the Pontine marshes by sabotaging seawalls and pumping stations while also damming river and canal outlets. 360. In a matter of weeks, German forces managed to flood 100,000 acres of reclaimed farmland with a combination of salt water and fresh water. Their intention was to impede the advance of Allied troops. Ironically, the farmland had been reclaimed from wetlands in the early 1930s under an ambitious program of Hitler's ally Mussolini. A journalist reported that the Italian campaign has been fought against three enemies: the Germans, the terrain and the mosquito. 361 She visited a farm previously occupied by Nazi soldiers and found on the pigsty walls illustrations of the plague of mosquitoes that would follow the German operation. Due to their use of atabrine, Allied forces were spared, but local civilians suffered. The Nazis' connection to malaria also extended to their medical experiments in concentration camps. The American military tribunal at Dachau hanged Dr. Klaus Schilling in 1946 for war crimes. Schilling was a famous malaria research scientist and a member of the Malaria Commission of the League of Nations before the war, as well as the head of the Department for Tropical Diseases of the Robert Koch Institute, but he turned his skills against inmates of the Dachau concentration camp during the Holocaust. 287 Between February 1942 and April 1945, Schilling and other prominent Nazi doctors under his supervision infected more than 1,200 inmates with malaria, either directly by mosquitoes or via injections of mosquito mucus gland extracts. The victims, including children, contracted malaria and were then subjected to experimental trials of various drugs, including quinine and atabrine. Many were given experimental immunizations and then repeatedly infected. It was through such experiments that the Germans developed their dosing guidelines for atabrine. During the War Crimes Tribunal, accused doctors repeatedly invoked the American experiments on prisoners to demonstrate that such work was routine, even though the American prisoners had volunteered for the experiments. One defense counsel argued that based on the prisoner experiment in the United States, one must come to the conclusion that medical experiments on human beings are not only admissible on principle, but in addition, that it also does not violate the basic principles of criminal law of civilized nations to carry out experiments on convicts. 287 Schilling believed it was his duty to humanity to conduct these experiments in order to cure malaria. He told the War Crimes Tribunal that his work was unfinished and that the court should do what it could to help him finish his experiments for the benefit of science and to rehabilitate himself. 287 A footnote to the War Crimes Tribunal and prosecution of Nazi doctors is that at least 6 of the doctors who conducted research on inmates at Dachau were secretly recruited by the US Army after the war in Operation Paperclip, in which Nazi doctors, scientists, and engineers were secretly brought to the United States to lend their expertise to the development of American science and technology. 362 Although prophylactic chemicals prevented some strains of malaria, most tropical diseases carried by insects had no impediments. Even long-standing insecticides were unavailable. The war severed the supply line of rotenone from the Dutch East Indies, and pyrethrum stocks were depleted due to a failure of the chrysanthemum crop and labor unrest in the British colony of Kenya. 349 Furthermore, Japan had been the primary supplier of pyrethrum to the United States before the war. 363 Pyrethrum was the active ingredient of the Army's louse powder and the Freon pyrethrum mosquito bomb. None of these insecticides, even if they had been readily available, was sufficiently effective. Therefore, Allied troops were nearly defenseless against the parade of insect-transmitted diseases until 1943, when the military introduced a new weapon to the South Pacific, European, and North African theaters, DDT, or dichlorodiphenyltrichloroethane. The Austrian scientist Othmar Zeidler synthesized DDT in 1873–74, though he did not realize its importance and devoted to it only 6 lines of an article in the Proceedings of the German Chemical Society. 364,365 The Swiss chemist Paul Müller discovered DDT's insecticidal properties in 1939, and 9 years later won the Nobel Prize in Medicine or Physiology for his finding. 366 That merely 9 years passed between Müller's discovery and his Nobel Prize is a striking sign of DDT's immediate impact and recognition. DDT symbolized the ability of mankind to conquer any problem, even those that had plagued humanity for all time. In 1935, Müller launched his investigation of insecticides for his employer, J.R. Geigy, in Basel. Through his review of the literature and patents, Müller found that none of the synthetic insecticides compared in effectiveness with natural insecticides used long before, including the arsenates, pyrethrum, and rotenone. This gave me the courage to press on, he wrote. In other respects too, the chances were worse than poor. Only a particularly cheap or remarkably effective insecticide had any prospects of being used in agriculture, since the demands put upon an agricultural insecticide must necessarily be strict. I relied upon my determination and powers of observation. I considered what my ideal insecticide should look like, and the properties it should possess. 367. Muller established 7 requirements for an ideal insecticide. 1. Great insect toxicity. 2. Rapid onset of toxic action. 3. Little or no mammalian or plant toxicity. 4. No irritant effect and no unpleasant odor. 5. Wide range of action affecting as many arthropods as possible. 6. Long, persistent action, which translates as good chemical stability. 7. Inexpensiveness. Muller then applied these criteria to previously known insecticides, such as nicotine, rotenone, and pyrethrum, and found their effectiveness to be unsatisfactory. Muller conducted experimental trials on the bluebottle fly, Calliphora vomitoria, inside a glass chamber. He tested hundreds of compounds with no success. In the field of natural science, only persistence and sustained hard work will produce results, he wrote, and so I said to myself, now, more than ever, must I continue with the search. 367. Fig. 8.3. Paul Muller with his test apparatus, 1952. Copyright Novartis AG. When he synthesized and tested the DDT molecule, he observed, astonished, that the compound showed a strong insecticidal contact action, to a degree he had never seen from any other substance. My fly cage was so toxic after a short period that even after very thorough cleaning of the cage, untreated flies, on touching the walls, fell to the floor. 367. Muller determined that DDT satisfied all but one of his stringent criteria for the ideal insecticide. It fell short only on the criterion of rapid onset of toxic action. The first application of DDT was against the Colorado potato beetle in Switzerland in 1939. A patent on the compound followed in 1940.366. Switzerland's neutrality during the war isolated the country, which boosted the importance of domestic food production and made especially welcome the increased potato yields due to DDT application. 363. In 1940, J.R. Gagey, Muller's employer, initiated sales of 2 products, a 5% DDT dust marketed as Gesserol spray insecticide for applications against potato beetles, and a 3% or 5% DDT dust marketed as Neocid dust insecticide for applications against lice. 63,368. The Swiss military was the first to use DDT for lice control on war refugees in order to prevent an outbreak of typhus. 363. In the fall of 1942, J.R. Gagey relayed the discovery of DDT to both sides in the war. The Germans largely ignored DDT, though IG Farben, the company that produced Zyklon B for the termination camps, which was distributed by its subsidiary De Gesch, manufactured DDT for use in louse powders. 303. The Nazis were more comfortable with their gas chamber technology and fixated on the industrial importance of Zyklon B. 333. But the U.S. Army was interested, and it passed the samples of both compounds, Gesserol and Neocid, to scientists at the Department of Agriculture, who analyzed the chemical makeup, determined it was DDT, and resynthesized it. 349,358,364. The British Ministry of Supply named the compound DDT in 1943, and the term stuck. 63. It then fell upon the U.S. Bureau of Entomology and Plant Quarantine in Orlando, Florida, to study the efficacy of DDT and to confirm its toxic effect on flies. 349,369. The Bureau had already tested 7,500 chemicals for their ability to kill mosquitoes and lice. 370. But it took only a few days for the Bureau to grasp the promise of this new chemical for disease control. 371. The Bureau found that DDT killed flies, mosquitoes, lice, fleas, bedbugs, and many other insect pests by poisoning their nervous system, leading to the Gesserol jitters, or the DDTs. On contact, wrote one enthusiastic journalist, it causes paralysis of the limbs, spasmodic twitchings, complete paralysis and then death. 372. In May 1943, DDT found its way onto the U.S. Army supply lists. 373. Critical experiments were then conducted to determine a safe mixture of DDT for application on human skin to kill body lice. It had already been determined via animal studies that high concentrations of DDT consumed with food caused serious health problems and even death, but it was not known if DDT could safely be applied to the skin. 358. Human tests proved highly successful. Brigadier General James Stephen Simmons wrote, during field tests made with this powder among louse-infested natives in various parts of the world, it has been so popular that the investigators were frequently embarrassed by the large numbers of volunteers who demanded attention. 349 ideal doses were determined via a controlled study of 35 conscientious objectors to the war, carried out in New Hampshire's White Mountain Forest in the summer of 1943. 358 body lice were placed in the underpants of each individual and allowed to reproduce. Soon, each participant hosted thousands of cooties, which were carefully counted daily. The participants, that quiet group of college professors, farmers, clerks, salesmen, artists and professional men, conscientious objectors all, who had voluntarily journeyed to that camp in the remote section of the White Mountains for that express experience, were not permitted to scratch themselves. 358. Every 2 weeks, each volunteer received a dose of DDT in a variety of carefully controlled mixtures of bases. Researchers then monitored the results. The lice descended first into a sort of nervous agitation, then into a positive, drunk, then into a state of paralysis and finally into a coma which ended in death. 358 In customary government practice, the volunteers were never told the results of the experiment. However, the DDT dosing guidelines for skin application developed that summer in New Hampshire proved critically important just a few months later in the battle against typhus. Such experiments on conscientious objectors were also invoked by defense counsels in the Nuremberg war crimes tribunals. 287 Once it was determined that DDT was safe for humans when used properly, the Headquarters Army Service Forces, the Surgeon General, the Quartermaster General, and the War Production Board put into effect a large-scale production effort. 349 DDT experiments fell under a blanket of military secrecy. As long as the enemy did not have knowledge of DDT's effectiveness, enemy troops would continue to suffer casualties from malaria, yellow fever, typhus, and other insect-borne diseases. But the widespread use of DDT in the field inevitably leaked to the media. In a 1944 year-end review of Science entitled, "The Year Saw Many Discoveries and Advances Hastened by the Demands of the War," a journalist wrote, "What goes on in government and industrial laboratories and on the front these days is a military secret. Sometimes news trickles out that cannot be suppressed. It was thus that we learned of the advances made in jet propulsion, winged rocket bombs, airplanes and DDT." 374. The news about DDT appeared first in a trade journal in July 1943 with the publication of the structure of the molecule and the procedures for its synthesis, but this did not attract public attention. 303 That attention came on February 22, 1944, when the New York Times reported that the War Department had halted a typhus outbreak in Naples using a new delousing powder known as DDT, which was recognized as the greatest single weapon in the war against the disease. 375 The outbreak began in the overcrowded bomb shelters, where rats and vermin swarmed, conditions were filthy, and lice ubiquitous. 364 Typhus, wrote Brigadier General Simmons, prefers cold and temperate climates, and it burrows about in its filthy endemic lairs until disaster affords a chance to attack. Then, through its loathsome intermediary, the louse, it preys on the miserable and the weak. 349 The chief of the U.S. Army Section of Preventive Medicine for the North African Theater of Operations, Colonel William S. Stone, mobilized his resources, and with the help of the Rockefeller Foundation health team and other medical offices, he achieved what had never been done before, halting a typhus epidemic. 349 The goal was not simply to avert a humanitarian crisis, it was also to protect the American Fifth Army and allied British, French, Canadian, and Polish soldiers. 358 In 2 months following December 26, 1943, the team blew DDT powder on nearly 2 million people in Naples at 40 delousing stations at a rate of 50,000 people per day. 364,376,377 They also created isolation hospitals, vaccinated people exposed to the sick, and sprayed DDT throughout the extensive network of 600 caverns in which 20,000 Neapolitans had hid from the bombing of their city for 9 months. 358 Neapolitans are now throwing DDT at brides instead of rice, reported the New York Times. 376 Maybe it is because nobody in Italy is wasting food these days, maybe it is because of gratitude. In all, only 1,377 cases of typhus occurred in Naples between December 1943 and February 1944, and no American soldiers died of the disease, largely because of the DDT control program coming on the heels of application of older insecticides that were available first. 320,358 observers found these results breathtaking, compared with the typhus outbreak that had occurred during World War I, less than 3 decades earlier, in which 9 million people died in Ukraine and the Balkans. Delousing stations then cropped up throughout the expanding territories under Allied control. By April 1945, the Allies had created a sanitary blockade along the Rhine to halt the spread of typhus from Germany. German civilians, displaced persons and released prisoners, reported the New York Times, are not allowed to cross the rivers without first being examined and dusted with DDT powder. 378 A single application of DDT to undergarments of lice-infested people kept them free of lice for a month. 377 This monumental effort protected civilians and soldiers. Typhus, wrote one journalist, more dreaded than bullets in any army, is now simply unknown among our soldiers and sailors. 376. In October 1945, the British evacuated 50,000 German children from Berlin, the overcrowded, desolated city, which lives from hand to mouth day to day. 379 Under Operation Stork, the British evacuated 2,000 children per day to the countryside to minimize the death rate during the approaching winter. Each child was dusted with DDT powder to prevent typhus. The wartime use of DDT was not limited to the battle against typhus. The efficacy of DDT as a residual pesticide against adult mosquitoes was also demonstrated in August 1943. 380 Researchers sprayed the inside surfaces of buildings and found that DDT killed Anopheles. The first field test against malaria occurred in May 1944 in Castel Volturno, a town north of Naples in Italy. 63 The Malaria Control Demonstration Unit of the Malaria Control Branch of the Public Health Subcommission of the Allied Control Commission sprayed the interior surfaces of all houses and structures in the town to test the effects on Anopheles and the incidence of malaria. 381 The next experiment was initiated in the Tiber Delta, and both studies continued for 2 years. These studies were conducted by personnel of the same Rockefeller Foundation Health Commission that had successfully eradicated typhus in Naples a few months earlier. Many other experiments quickly followed. By the end of July 1944, the U.S. Army Surgeon General, Major General Norman T. Kirk, announced that DDT, one of the greatest discoveries of modern times, would be used to eradicate malaria-carrying mosquitoes. 361,382 After observing the aerial application of DDT onto the German-created malaria swamps in Italy, a reporter wrote, "It was an exciting experience to stand on the coast of the ancient Latium, chief base of Roman sea power in the Punic Wars, and observe the results of the experiment with this wonder-working chemical." 361 These first large-scale experiments accomplished, the Army deployed DDT on an enormous scale in all war theaters. Army preventive medicine, wrote Brigadier General Simmons, is also smashing ahead on all fronts in the stubbornly resisted fight against malaria. 349 It was thus that in 1944, through a combination of prevention and control measures, the infection rate of malaria in American troops fell to between 1/4 and 1/3 what it had been at the outset of the war. 383 In New Guinea, the malaria infection rate for Allied soldiers fell from 3,300 cases per 1,000 troops per year in January 1943, to 31 cases per 1,000 troops per year in January 1944. 357 By the end of the war, the annual death rate of American soldiers for all diseases was 0.6%, far better than the 15.6% in World War I, and lower than that ever attained by any armed force in the history of warfare. 384 This remarkable achievement was due to penicillin, atabrine, new anesthetics like metacaine, fibrin foam, concentrated plasma, new surgical techniques, and DDT. Prime Minister Winston Churchill, in a speech to the House of Commons on September 28, 1944, bemoaned the 237,000 sick soldiers of the British Imperial Army fighting the Japanese in Burma. 385 But he found solace in the excellent DDT powder, which has been fully experimented with and has been found to yield astonishing results. It will, he said, henceforth be used on a great scale by the British forces in Burma and by the American and Australian forces, in India and in all theaters. Churchill pointed out that the Japanese also suffered jungle diseases and malaria, which is an offset against the very heavy losses entailed upon our Indian, white and African troops. Churchill assured the House of Commons that the war against the Japanese, and other diseases of the jungle, will be pressed forward with the utmost energy. Just a few months after the successful malaria eradication in Italy, in December 1944, the Army employed torpedo bombers, flying at 125 miles per hour at an altitude of 150 feet, to spray a 6,400-acre Pacific island with DDT at 2 quarts of DDT solution per acre. The goal was to prevent malaria among Allied troops, who had just conquered the island. DDT also has been used in great quantities on the island's more than 7,000 Japanese corpses counted and buried thus far, wrote a correspondent. 386. Such operations were possible not only because of the advent of DDT, but also because equipment developed by the U.S. Chemical Warfare Service for poison gas dispersal, and already deployed in the war theaters, was readily adapted for DDT and other insecticide applications. 303 For example, the M10 smoke tank only required a new nozzle to spray DDT, and decontamination sprayers used to neutralize poison gas residues also successfully sprayed DDT. One complication was that, from a medical point of view, spraying DDT onto beachheads before landing troops for combat would have been prudent, but the enemy might misinterpret the pesticide application as chemical or biological warfare. 303 This might have led to first use of chemical or biological weapons by the enemy, though, in their minds, such use would have been a retaliatory strike. A spiraling tit-for-tat conflict would have followed, as it had during World War I. Hence, DDT applications by Allied forces typically occurred following troop invasions. Brigadier General Raymond W. Bliss, the Assistant Surgeon General, said upon his visit to Saipan Island, where American soldiers had suffered an epidemic of dengue fever, that he was not surprised that about 8,000 Japs had been killed, but he was astonished by the complete absence of mosquitoes and flies. 387 When American forces first conquered Pacific Islands, he said, clouds of insects made it difficult to see. Now if one mosquito is located, we consider it comparable to finding a four-leaf clover. The ghosts of the first Marines, wrote a journalist, if they linger at Guadalcanal today, must smile with tolerant amusement at the changes 2 years have wrought. 388 The assistant commanding officer of the naval base told the journalist, hell, we don't even take Atabrine anymore. Americans greeted this parade of astonishing news, coming on the heels of heavy losses to tropical diseases early in the war, like soldiers coming home. The reports of progress which reach the Surgeon General's office almost daily, wrote Brigadier General Simmons, compete in interest with the war bulletins from the fighting fronts. Such reports have fired the popular imagination, and the symbol DDT is acquiring a mysterious, romantic aura. It is coming so rapidly into common use that it bids fair to join the ranks of such well-known war-borne army terms as Jeep, radar, and bazooka. 349 In January 1944, U.S. production of DDT amounted to less than £60,000 per month. By the end of the year, it had skyrocketed to £2 million per month, still almost exclusively for military use, and still considered to be in critically short supply. 389, 390 At the end of the war, U.S. production reached £3 million per month. 373 To provide the typhus control program in Naples in January 1944, DuPont charged $1.60 per pound. 391 By January 1945, due to the big production increase, the cost fell to 60 cents per pound. That month, Brigadier General Simmons wrote, the possibilities of DDT are sufficient to stir the most sluggish imagination, but even if all investigations should cease today, we already have a proud record of achievement. In my opinion, it is the war's greatest contribution to the future health of the world. 349. Wartime advances against insect vectors of disease led to improvements beyond the development and widespread use of DDT and Atabrine. Insect repellents were improved with the inclusion of dimethyl pH phthalate, DEET. 0.63 The airplane application of Paris green for larvicidal use was increased from a maximum payload of 700 pounds to one of 3,000 pounds, which greatly improved malaria control. 0.39 One particularly productive pilot dispersed more than £500,000 of Paris green onto the island of Corsica in 1944. Pressure cylinders were created that used liquid Freon 12 as a propellant to disperse pyrethrum in a fine mist in order to kill mosquitoes in enclosed spaces, and 35 million of these bug bombs were deployed to the battlefield. 357 Perhaps most remarkable, organizations with a history of on-again, off-again cooperation coordinated their efforts to eradicate vector-borne diseases, especially malaria. The U.S. Army, U.S. Navy, Public Health Service, National Research Council, Bureau of Entomology and Plant Quarantine, War Production Board, and Institute of Inter-American Affairs worked with each other and with chemical manufacturers, universities, and foundations to eradicate malaria on the battlefields. Cooperation also extended internationally among the United States, United Kingdom, and Australia. These cooperative efforts and battlefield demands facilitated the scaling up of DDT production to astronomical levels. By August 1945, Westinghouse alone produced 1.3 million DDT bug bombs per month for use in the Pacific Theater. 393 The bomb's lightweight steel encasement contained 2% pyrethrum, 3% DDT, 5% cyclohexanone, 5% lubricating oil, and 85% Freon-12, which acted as the dispensing agent. 373 The bomb was innovative not just for the use of DDT, but also for this use of Freon to distribute the insecticide. One of the most prominent physicians in the United States wrote in 1945 that the Freon bomb alone may, in the years to come, more than repay the costs of World War II. 394 Freon was later banned by the Montreal Protocol because it destroyed ozone in the Earth's stratosphere. Meanwhile, the need for DDT to eradicate malaria in Europe was still urgent. Greece experienced a malaria epidemic immediately after the war ended there, with reports that in some areas all residents were infected. 395 In response, in August 1945, the UN Relief and Rehabilitation Administration initiated the largest ever airborne combat against malaria. Paul Muller and his colleague Paul Lauger, the director of research at J.R. Geigy, announced that same month, in their first public statement to the press, that DDT could prevent between 1 million and 3 million deaths from malaria per year, that it might even rid the Earth eventually of all insect-transmitted diseases, and that it could ultimately eliminate all flies and mosquitoes from the United States. 396 The Anopheles mosquito and the typhus-carrying louse would join the dodo and the dinosaur in the limbo of extinct species. 303 The Miracle of DDT, 1945-50 If the tales of DDT miracles are borne out, there ought to be no excuse for any insect-borne disease. A housefly ought to become a curiosity. Dogs ought to lead flealess lives of bliss. New York Times report on the conquest of typhus in Naples, 1,944,376. During the war, small experimental trials of DDT were allowed for civilian use. For example, on July 8, 1945, the Long Island State Park Commission and the Nassau County Mosquito Extermination Commission tested the Todd insecticidal fog applicator, an adaptation of the fog generator used on the warfronts, at Jones Beach, New York. 397 Early arrivals among the 60,000 visitors at Jones Beach State Park here today found themselves suddenly enveloped in billowing clouds of sweetish-smelling fumes, wrote a correspondent for the New York Times. Mounted on an open truck, the device blanketed the beach at the rate of an acre a minute with a fog mixture of light oil, atomized into infinitesimal particles by the generator, and a 5% solution of DDT. The fumes, noted the correspondent, do not cause harm or discomfort to human beings. In fact, the Model K Heffernan was employed to eat a hot dog and drink a Coke while in the midst of the DDT fog. The New York Times reported that, after the cloud had dissipated, it lasted only 15 minutes, not a fly or mosquito remained. 372 The experiment demonstrated that at a cost of only 17 cents per acre, mosquitoes and biting flies could be eradicated from beaches. 398 Near the end of the war, a close observer of DDT's series of successes on the battlefield wrote that the post-war potentialities of DDT are almost infinite. 358 At the beginning of August 1945, the War Production Board allowed small quantities of DDT to be used for civilian and agricultural applications. 399 A few days later, the United States dropped a nuclear bomb on Hiroshima, and then another on Nagasaki. Time magazine coupled photos of the first atomic explosion on the same page with the news that DDT was available for civilians. 400 Soon thereafter, with the war over and production no longer restricted for military use, American chemical companies expanded their output of DDT and directed it towards civilian life. In 1945, U.S. production reached £36 million. 102 That year, an advertisement for the insecticidal flit gun, which had begun to incorporate DDT into its formulation, paired an image of a soldier shooting the Japanese enemy in the back with an image of a person spraying a fly with a flit gun. The ad read, "Whether Japs or flies, it's fast action that counts." 303 By the late 1950s, annual U.S. production equaled £1 per person, or £180 million per year. 102 Figs. 8.40 and 8.4b. Jones Beach DDT experiment and demonstration with Model K Heffernan, July 8, 1945. Photo of beach spraying from the Bettman collection. Photo of K Heffernan by George Silk, from the Live Picture collection, both via Getty Images. Production on such a scale was possible in part because of the use of chemical warfare production facilities by insecticide manufacturers. 303 These facilities were purchased or leased from the Chemical Warfare Service, which Congress elevated into the Chemical Corps in 1946. A spectacular example of conversion of a war gas production facility to a private sector pesticide plant is the Rocky Mountain Arsenal. The plant for producing mustard gas was used by a new insecticide company to develop two new pesticides similar in structure to DDT, Aldrin and Dildren. Leadership of the new company was provided by the former commander. In the United States, DDT and other new pesticides facilitated the rapid expansion of the chemical industry. In 1939, 83 U.S. companies focused their manufacturing on insecticides and fungicides. 363 By 1954, the number had risen to 275. The post-war flurry of excitement over DDT drew it into every corner of American life. DDT was even impregnated into wallpaper and paint, where it would chase flies, mosquitoes and other insects from a room. 401 DDT paint itself had many uses, from covering doorways, screens, garbage cans, and drains in houses to protecting the hulls of ships from barnacles. 402 Sherwin-Williams demonstrated the efficacy of DDT paint to 150,000 people in a Cleveland exposition by releasing 10,000 flies and letting them alight on screens that had been painted weeks earlier. One by one the flies got the DDTs and died. 303. In July 1945, the Connecticut Agricultural Experimental Station and the USDA Bureau of Entomology and Plant Quarantine sprayed the Yale Bowl via helicopter before a pop concert, so that music lovers could enjoy the program without mosquito slapping. 403 The New Jersey Mosquito Extermination Association advocated, on March 30, 1945, the firing of mortars loaded with DDT over the swamps and meadows of the state. 404 An Army plane sprayed the Jersey salt marshes on August 4, 1945. On August 9, 1945, the Michigan State Health Department sprayed DDT over Mackinac Island. 405 A journalist noted that extinction of the fly was celebrated here today. In a public bonfire hundreds of old fly traps were burned. Coachmen who drive the island's famous surreys stowed away their horse nets. DDT's effect on flies was like the atomic bomb. Fig. 8.5. Companies incorporated DDT into a wide variety of consumer products, including wallpaper for nurseries. In mid-August 1945, a Mitchell bomber flying at 200 miles per hour at 150 feet sprayed 1,100 gallons of DDT over half of Rockford, Illinois, to halt the spread of infantile paralysis due to polio. 406,407 The purpose was to eradicate flies that might transfer the polio virus from human feces to food. The other half of the city was left untouched to allow the effectiveness of DDT to be evaluated, but only the authorities and observant residents knew which half of the city was the test area and which half the control. To make public this information, said a polio expert from Yale University in charge of the campaign, might cause a stampede into the protected area. This and the hysteria that could attend such a movement are the things we want to prevent. This experiment inspired many others on the east coast of the United States, led by the Fly Abatement Unit of the Army Neurotropic Virus Commission. 408. Fig. 8.6. The new and wonderful way of using DDT presented by the retailer Gimbals. Upscale department stores added DDT products to their lines of luxury goods. Macy's began selling Mighty Kill insecticide in August 1945 for 49 cents a quart. 409 Bloomingdale's advertised a half pint for $1.25. 410 By September, supply restrictions had eased sufficiently for the comforts afforded by DDT to be shared with zoo animals. The same insecticidal fog applicator used at Jones Beach sprayed a mixture of 3.5 pounds of DDT in 11 gallons of grade 2 fuel oil, with pine oil for scent, onto Chang the elephant, as well as the giraffes, bison, elk, and red deer at the Central Park Zoo. 411 The Department of Parks also pumped the fog into birdhouses through the zoo's network of steam and water pipes. In this way, the flies and other bothersome insects were exterminated from the zoo. Also in September, Westinghouse Electric Appliance Division announced that its DDT bug bomb used during the war would become increasingly available in the near future for housewives who want to kill flies, mosquitoes and other insects around the house. 412 Each bug bomb contained 1 pound of aerosol, enough to debug 150,000 cubic feet of space, the equivalent of 10 to 15 homes. Once the valve was opened, the insecticide is propelled into the air in particles so fine that there may be 100 million of them in a single drop of liquid. Conveniently, housewives using the bomb do not have to wear any special protective clothing or mask. With the explosion of DDT into the civilian marketplace, all manner of fraudulent claims were made. Barely a month after DDT products hit the shelves, in September 1945, the U.S. Department of Agriculture launched a countrywide campaign against firms and individuals who violated the labeling provision of the Insecticide Act of 1910 by selling so-called DDT products, which really contained as little as 0.01% DDT, rather than the recommended 5%. The Better Business Bureau of New York City, responding to complaints about false advertisements, found two areas of concern: the overemphasis of DDT in labels and copy, suggesting that it is the principal ingredient in an insecticide, and the claim, expressed or implied, that DDT will kill all insect pests. 414 The availability of DDT constituted part of the overall easing of wartime restrictions. The Depression and the war bottled up American consumerism in a decades-long funk, and this pent-up enthusiasm to spend could not be held back any longer. A New York Times article recommended the hand grenade-shaped DDT aerosol bomb for a Christmas gift. 415 Macy's ran an advertisement on October 1, 1945, under the banner, "When will Macy *S have it?" 416 included in that list. When are you going to have really good American watches? We had Elgins and Hamiltons last week. More in a month or so. How about lawnmowers? We were the first with them weeks ago, and we have them now. Men's white shirts with French cuffs. Where were you last Thursday? Keep watching for more. Airplanes. Within a matter of days. Vacuum cleaners. Samples in a few weeks. Good stocks probably by November. DDT aerosol bombs. New low price at Macy's. Phonographs. On August 6 we got in more than we'd had in 4 years. Still a wide choice today. Sheets. We have M. We just don't talk about M. In 3 or 4 weeks, we'll talk. Washing machines. If not October, then certainly November. And not a preview. You'll be able to buy. Harmonicas. They're back. We were first to have metal harmonicas on September 14. DDT's power bestowed upon it metaphorical status. New York Mayor Fiorello H. LaGuardia complimented the 1945 No Deal Party candidate for mayor, Newbold Morris, upon his oratory skills by describing his radio talk as a most impressive, telling statement, fortified by sincerity. It was indeed a skillful use of heavy artillery and a beneficial sprinkling of DDT at one and the same time. 417 DDT even crept into news stories about the prosecution of war criminals. Omori prison camp, that Nippon pest hole, wrote a correspondent, has been cleaned up with DDT powder, and General Tojo and other high-toned Jap war criminals have moved in. To deverminate it now will call for a stronger kind of powder. 418 production increases led to further price decreases. In 1946, just 1 year after the war, the U.S. federal government sprayed DDT over vast tracts of land to eradicate the gypsy moth at a cost of only $1.45 per acre, whereas the cost of dispensing the much less effective arsenate of lead from high-powered ground sprayers reached up to $25 per acre. 419 The amateur entomologist Leopold Trouvelot had brought gypsy moths from France to Massachusetts in the late 1860s for use in his hobby of crossbreeding silk-making caterpillars. 320 larvae escaped from Trouvelot's backyard and spread first down his street, coinciding with his move back to France, and then throughout much of the eastern United States, destroying valuable trees in their path. Fig. 8.7. Theodore S. Geisel, Dr. Seuss, illustrated advertisements for the insecticidal flit gun both before the war and afterward, when DDT was incorporated into the product. By 1946, 25 American companies were already in the business of making DDT aerosol bombs. 303 DDT composed part of the wave of the post-war, post-depression economic boom. It stimulated a flurry of jobs in production, distribution, marketing, sales, application, and healthcare. The list of arthropod pests against which DDT was effective looked like an entomologist's record of lifetime collections. The prominent entomologist Clay Lyle, writing to professionals in the field in 1947, described the status of DDT this way: Suffice it to say that at no previous time in history have the achievements of entomologists, working in collaboration with chemists and engineers, been of such universal value as to make in so short a time the name of an insecticide a common word in every household, however humble or remote. The entomologist has become a wizard in the eyes of the uninitiated, and indeed some of the achievements seem little short of magic. Is not this an auspicious time for entomologists to launch determined campaigns for the complete extermination of some of the pests which have plagued man through the ages? Let us not be satisfied with anything less than a post-war program which will challenge the imagination of the world. 419 DDT became an essential agricultural commodity immediately after the war. In Washington, apple growers swapped their use of lead arsenate and sodium aluminofluoride, cryolite, for DDT and were rewarded with a huge decline in losses from codling moths. 363 in Kansas, ranchers calculated that each pound of DDT used for fly control resulted in an extra 2,000 pounds of meat production. Such reports of amazing agricultural yields due to DDT seem to come from all manner of food production. In 1920, each American farm worker grew enough food for 8 people. But by 1957 that number reached 23.420. Consumers also benefited from DDT as a replacement pesticide because the residues of lead arsenate and other metal-based pesticides on unwashed produce had caused numerous poisonings year after year. 421. Idaho initiated a fly eradication program using DDT whose slogan, "No Flies in Idaho," headlined posters in 10,000 public places. 419. If the campaigns are pushed vigorously early next spring, predicted Lyle, there should be many situations before the end of 1947 where a city or county health officer will be asking anybody who has seen a fly to report it, after which a spraying crew will visit the property to locate and destroy breeding sources. This is not a fantastic dream but is something that is almost certain to happen. 419 similar programs sprang up around the United States, such that by 1950 600 cities in 45 states employed fog generators developed by the Chemical Warfare Service to disperse DDT. 303 A glut of military aircraft and veteran pilots combined with cheap DDT to revitalize the crop dusting business. DDT had penetrated municipal, state, and federal insect control programs, agriculture, and the home. Shortly after the war, other synthetic insecticides also entered the marketplace, such as the chlorinated compounds chlordane, toxaphene, lindane, BHC, and methoxychlor, and the organophosphate compound parathion, a total of 25 new pesticides by 1953. 363 chlordane was hailed as the greatest discovery since DDT. 303 sales were robust, and pesticide plants operated around the clock to meet demand. In the beginning all these insecticides were greeted with great optimism, wrote Muller, and people prophesied only a short life for dichloro-diphenyl trichloroethane, DDT. On the whole there is now less talk of these new insecticides, and DDT has, particularly in the field of hygiene, maintained and even improved its dominating position. 367 Indeed, DDT continued its march against malaria throughout the world. In the United States in July 1944, Brigadier General Simmons successfully advocated for an aggressive domestic campaign against malaria through an expansion of the Malaria Control in War Areas Program. 303 The program morphed in 1946 into the Communicable Disease Center, later to become the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention in Atlanta. The British employed DDT in anti-malaria campaigns in Britain's African colonies, where they had to overcome resistance by suspicious elders who questioned its safety. In the 1946 anti-malaria campaign in the Kipsigis Tribal Reserve in Kenya, Kipsigis leaders greeted with skepticism assurances by the British entomologist in charge of demonstrating efficacy and safety. The Africans at first are not very impressed, stated the narrator of the documentary about this effort. 422, some are afraid that the DDT will poison them, while others suspect some form of witchcraft. In response, the entomologist ate a bowl of porridge sprayed with DDT, but even this fails to convince the audience. One elder stated that it was a bad poison that might exterminate the whole tribe. Yet DDT gained acceptance in Kenya as it did elsewhere. The lethal effects of this new insecticide on insect pests were undeniable, and the door was thrown open to simultaneously conquering disease and alleviating hunger. Fig. 8.8. DDT is a benefactor of all humanity. This Pennsylvania salt manufacturing company advertisement appeared in the June 30, 1947, issue of Time magazine. DDT stacked up remarkable public health achievements in country after country. It was employed, along with the rodenticide sodium fluoroacetate, 1080, to immediately halt a bubonic plague outbreak in Peru from December 1945 to January 1946.423. It was credited for a large measure of the 50% decline in the death rate in India in the 2 decades after its release, and in Ceylon, Sri Lanka. The program of spraying households with DDT was followed by a 34% decline in deaths in only 1 year. 424 throughout the world. People embraced the opportunities afforded by DDT in the realms of public health, food security, and pest management in the home. A panacea that addressed problems ranging from plagues to household annoyances, and at such a low cost, struck ministers of health and housewives alike as exemplifying the limitlessness of human ingenuity. Within 23 years from the end of the war, enthusiastic chemical companies and consumers had produced and sprayed 1 billion pounds of DDT. 425 Never before in human history had a new chemical been so widely broadcast. 421 The success of DDT initiated a flurry of activity in chemistry labs around the world, and scientists developed an immense diversity of synthetic pesticides in rapid succession. 370 These pesticides fueled the Green Revolution, corporate profits, and the reputations of scientists like Muller credited with preventing vector-borne diseases and famine. (16 to 1959). Behold, this is the enemy of the world, the destroyer of civilizations, the parasite among nations, the son of chaos, evil incarnate, the ferment of decay, the formative demon of humanity's destruction. Reich Minister of Propaganda Joseph Goebbels at the Nuremberg Nazi Party rally, September 9, 1,937,305. God gave us this earth to be cultivated as a garden, not to be turned into a stinking pile of rubble and refuse. Brigadier General Telford Taylor, chief prosecutor in the U.S. military tribunal at Nuremberg against IG Farben officials, August 27, 1,947,426. After World War I, many critics accused chemical companies not only of profiteering from war, but also of encouraging it. 303 In 1934, Fortune magazine published a commentary reflecting on the cost of killing each enemy combatant in the war, which it calculated at $25,427. Fortune stated that, every time a burst shell fragment finds its way into the brain, the heart, or the intestines of a man in the front line, a great part of the $25,000, much of it profit, finds its way into the pocket of the armament maker. 427 A French economist pointed out that the role of competition in the armaments industry is unique. The trade in arms is the only one in which an order obtained by a competitor increases that of his rivals. The great armament firms of hostile powers oppose one another like pillars supporting the same arch. And the opposition of their governments makes their common prosperity. 427 Senator Gerald Nye of North Dakota republished the Fortune article in the Congressional Record, and it was condensed for the subscribers of Reader's Digest. 303 The best-selling book Merchants of Death, which emphasized that World War I created 21,000 new millionaires in the United States, absorbed readers that same year, and many other, similar publications followed. 428 Senator Nye chaired a Senate committee to investigate munitions companies, prompting a member of the DuPont family to accuse communists of inciting the popular reaction against his and other chemical companies. The DuPont company had garnered profits of $228 million during World War I, and so the company took the brunt of the criticism. 303 Nye quipped, "We may expect the next war to make the world safe for DuPontcracy." 429. President Franklin D. Roosevelt expressed a similar sentiment when he stated, "The private and uncontrolled manufacture of arms and munitions and the traffic therein have become a serious source of international discord and strife. This grave menace to the peace of the world is due in no small measure to the uncontrolled activities of the manufacturers and merchants of engines of destruction, and it must be met by the concerted action of the peoples of all nations." 430 Advances in chemical weaponry and insecticides continued to feed into each other's development in the years leading up to World War II. This was especially the case in Germany. The German chemical conglomerate IG was formed in 1916 as a community of interest of the German dyestuff industry, Interessen Gemeinschaft der deutschen Tierfarbenindustrie, from the chemical giants BASF, Bayer, and Hearst, along with the smaller companies Agfa, Casella, Cal, Termeer, and Gratium. 326. In 1925 these 8 companies combined their post-war resources into a single corporation known as IG Farbenindustrie Aktiengesellschaft, or IG Farben for short. 326. It was the largest chemical company in the world, and its share value more than tripled the following year. The company expanded into munitions and so integrated its nitrate plants with the consumers of those nitrates in the explosives industry. It also pushed an aggressive production program for synthetic oil from coal, despite the high cost, because Germany's lack of domestic oil production posed a major war liability. With the assent of the Nazis, IG Farben cozied up to the party leadership, and provided critical financial support to Hitler's election campaign in early 1933. 326. IG Farben was Germany's largest corporation, and the company provided Hitler with the single largest donation in his election campaign. At first the company leadership aimed to protect its Jewish scientists. 326. Karl Bosch, the first engineer to win a Nobel Prize in chemistry for his work on chemical high-pressure methods, met with Hitler just after the March 1933 election in order to discuss the importance of IG Farben's program to synthesize oil from coal. He told Hitler that the expulsion of Jewish scientists from Germany would set back both physics and chemistry in the country by a century. Hitler immediately responded, "Then we'll work 100 years without physics and chemistry." 326. Hitler never again met with Bosch. Bosch learned in April 1933 that his former partner Haber had been forced to resign his professorship at Berlin University and his directorship of the Kaiser Wilhelm Institute for Physical Chemistry and Electrochemistry, even though he was a convert to Christianity and one of the most prominent German scientists. 326. Bosch tried to gather Germany's non-Jewish Nobel Prize winners into a group that would resist the persecution of Jewish scientists. The effort failed as even one of Haber's students said, "We cannot draw our swords for the Jews." 301. IG Farben completed its Nazification in 1937. 326. Nearly all board members who were not yet in the party joined. Jewish officials, including supervisory board members, were fired, and Bosch fell from his post as leader of the company to an honorary position. The company led corporate financial backing of the Nazi Party, and it provided the war materials that enabled Nazi expansionism: synthetic oil, synthetic rubber, Buna, lubricants, explosives, plasticizers, dyestuffs, and thousands of other chemically based essential ingredients of war, including poison gases. The fruits of that expansion for IG Farben began with the annexation of Austria on March 11, 1938. 326. Within days the company sent a memo to Nazi occupation officials in which IG Farben asked for the authority to absorb Austria's largest chemical company, Pulverfabrik Skoda Wetzlar AG, Skoda Wetzlar Works, 326,426. This takeover, IG Farben officials argued, would strike a blow to Jewish influence in Austrian industry because the Rothschild family held the majority share interest in the bank that controlled the company. By the fall of 1938, Jewish leaders of Skoda had been fired, the general manager of Skoda had been stomped to death by Nazi stormtroopers, the Jewish representative of the Rothschilds had fled Austria, and the company belonged to IG Farben. 326. Next to fall to Nazi and IG Farben expansionism was Czechoslovakia, with the September 29, 1938, signing of the Munich Pact by the British Prime Minister Neville Chamberlain and the French Prime Minister Édouard Daladier. 326. This capitulation to Nazi demands for control of Sudetenland, the German-speaking regions of Czechoslovakia, also facilitated IG Farben's scheme to absorb the largest chemical company in Czechoslovakia, the Verein für Chemische und Metallurgische Produktion of Prague, Prager Verein. 426. Because 25% of the Czech company's directors were Jewish, IG Farben had the leverage it needed for the takeover. 326. The Sudeten German Economic Board confirmed this political reality with its advisory to IG Farben that the Czech Jewish management in Prague is done for. 426. The day after the signing of the Munich Pact, the head of IG Farben, Hermann Schmitz, sent a telegram to Hitler hinting at the company's interest in the region. Schmitz was, he wrote, profoundly impressed by the return of Sudeten Germany to the Reich, which you, my Führer, have achieved. 426. Schmitz added to the telegram that IG Farben puts an amount of 500,000 Reichsmarks at your disposal for use in the Sudeten German territory. 426. German troops entered Sudetenland the following day, on October 1, 1938. 426. Negotiations for the takeover of Prager Verein stalled as company management resisted. At a meeting on December 8, an IG Farben leader, Georg von Schnitzler, told the Prager Verein leadership that he knew they were undermining the deal for IG Farben to acquire their critical chemical plants. He would, therefore, need to alert the German government that because of their attitude, social peace in the Sudeten area was being menaced and that unrest could be expected at any moment. 426. The responsibility for that unrest, he informed them, would be theirs. The following day, the Prager Verein leadership agreed to sell the critical plants. Poland was Germany's next target. As with the prior conquests, in advance of the invasion, IG Farben prepared a wish list of chemical companies it would like to acquire in Poland. 326,426. Germany invaded on September 1, 1939, and so began World War II. 3 weeks later, officials of IG Farben, at their request, were appointed trustees of the absorbed Polish chemical plants. 426. Bosch fell into depression contemplating how German aggression and the war had resulted from his chemical engineering successes of synthesizing nitrates, oil, and rubber. 326. In February 1940 he took his ant colony from the Kaiser Wilhelm Institute and moved to Sicily. His health continued to decline, and he returned to Germany in April. He predicted the fall of France and the ultimate destruction of Germany and the company he had built. On April 26, 1940, at the age of 65, Bosch died. Germany invaded France on May 9, and by late June Germany controlled nearly all of Europe. 326. IG Farben absorbed the chemical companies of France, Norway, Holland, Denmark, Luxembourg, and Belgium. It planned for the conquest of chemical companies in countries not yet conquered, whether neutral, ally, or enemy, including the Soviet Union, Switzerland, the United Kingdom, Italy, and the United States. IG was at the zenith of its power, wrote an expert on the company. From the Barents Sea to the Mediterranean, from the Channel Islands to Auschwitz, it exercised control over an industrial empire, the likes of which the world had never before seen. 326. If the leaders of chemical companies in conquered territories were unwilling to cede a controlling interest to IG Farben, they were threatened with classification as a Jewish concern, which would allow immediate and complete confiscation of assets. 326. The French chemical giant Kuhlmann, which was Europe's second largest chemical company, served as an example. Kuhlmann had been managed by a Jew prior to the German occupation. This fact alone was sufficient for classification as a Jewish concern and subsequent seizure, which compelled the Kuhlmann leadership to capitulate to IG Farben's demands. IG Farben was complicit in the Holocaust not only for the plunder of Jewish assets and for the production of Zyklon B for the termination camps, but also for the testing of chemicals on concentration camp inmates. 426. An IG Farben director later justified the human experiments on the grounds that the inmates of concentration camps would have been killed anyway by the Nazis, and the experiments had a humanitarian aspect in that the lives of countless German workers were saved thereby. 431. Perhaps the greatest crime of IG Farben was its use of slave labor. The Nazis and the corporate allies utilized slaves from concentration camps throughout their sprawling network of production facilities for war materials and weapons. Slaves were cheap, expendable, and ensured secrecy. As Heinrich Himmler explained to Hitler in their planning for the use of slave labor, a benefit of using concentration camp slaves would be that all contact with the outside world would be eliminated. Prisoners don't even receive mail. 362. The IG Farben chemist Otto Ambros selected the Auschwitz concentration camp as the location for the company's extensive manufacturing complex to produce synthetic rubber and oil, the largest such facility in the world and IG Farben's largest endeavor. 326,426. Ambros selected Auschwitz because of the availability of slave labor, a coal mine, plenty of water, the Sola, Vistula, and Shemsa rivers, and a rail and road network. Ambros negotiated with Himmler for the rent of Auschwitz slave labor in the Farben facilities, negotiations facilitated by the mutual benefit of such an arrangement to IG Farben and the SS, and the fact that the two men had known each other since attending grade school together. 362. Farben agreed to pay the SS 3 Reichsmarks per day per slave. Ambros crooned about the arrangement to his boss, writing, "On the occasion of a dinner party given for us by the management of the concentration camp, we furthermore determined all the arrangements relating to the involvement of the really excellent concentration camp operation in support of the Buna plants. Our new friendship with the SS is proving very profitable." 362. Ambros chose to participate in the Holocaust despite the fact that his PhD supervisor was Haber's friend, the Jewish Nobel laureate Richard Willstatter, with whom Ambros corresponded even after Willstatter fled to Switzerland in 1939. Willstatter died in exile in 1942. 305,326. The IG Farben complex at Auschwitz, designated as IG Auschwitz, consumed more electricity than Berlin. 326 25,000 concentration camp inmates died building the complex. Because inmates often died on their forced march from the main Auschwitz concentration camp to the construction site, and this reduced productivity, IG Farben built its own concentration camp for slave labor. This camp, called Monowitz, also bore the Auschwitz motto across its entrance, Arbeit macht frei, or work sets you free. The entire Auschwitz complex was then complete. Auschwitz I, the original concentration camp containing hundreds of thousands of prisoners, Auschwitz II, the extermination camp at Birkenau, Auschwitz III, the IG Farben facilities for the production of rubber and fuel, and Auschwitz IV, the IG Farben concentration camp at Monowitz. IG Farben officials were unhappy with the labor shortage caused by the selection process of SS physicians. Jews capable of work in the IG Farben facility were too often selected for gassing at Birkenau due to the zeal of the SS to carry out the final solution. 326 For example, in a shipment of 5,022 Jews to Auschwitz, 81% were selected for gassing, while only 19% were selected to labor for IG Farben. An SS official, seeking to increase the labor pool for IG Farben, altered the protocol such that the unloading of Jews from trains would occur near the IG facility rather than near the crematory. The next shipment of 4,087 Jews resulted in 59% selected for the gas chambers and 41% selected for IG Farben labor, thereby improving the labor statistics. Between 1941 and 1945, IG Farben enslaved 275,000 concentration camp inmates, excluding those who died or were exchanged with other slave-holding businesses. 426 IG Farben officials were continually unsatisfied with the labor pool. If the transports from Berlin continue to have so many women and children as well as old Jews, said an official, I don't promise myself much in the matter of labor allocation. 326 For the typical Auschwitz inmate selected for IG Farben work, Monowitz proved to be the location for a few months of labor before their poor condition put them on the path to Birkenau. 326 An SS officer told the prisoners of Monowitz, you are all condemned to die, but the execution of your sentence will take a little while. 326 IG Farben prisoners at Auschwitz received better food than at the extermination camps, but it was still a starvation diet that resulted in a weight loss of 3 to 4 kilograms per week. 326 IG Farben officials imposed a rule that no more than 5% of its inmates could be sick at any given time and a single individual could not be sick for more than 14 days. Officials managed any exceedance of these rules by shipping the sick to Birkenau. IG Farben foremen ensured discipline among their slave laborers by referring rule breaches to the SS. 326 Examples of transgressions that received SS discipline included lazy, shirking, refusal to obey, slow to obey, working too slowly, eating bones from a garbage pail, begging bread from prisoners of war, smoking a cigarette, leaving work for 10 minutes, sitting during working hours, stealing wood for a fire, stealing a kettle of soup, possession of money, talking to a female inmate, and warming hands. 326 The SS responded with a range of punishments, including withholding food, lashing, hanging, and selecting the offender for Birkenau. On January 17, 1945, as Russia's Red Army advanced toward Auschwitz, Ambrose busied himself with the destruction of documents related to IG Farben's wartime activities and atrocities. 362 The next day, SS guards forced the remaining Monowitz prisoners on a death march into the German interior. Within 2 days, 60% of the prisoners were dead. On January 23, Ambrose departed from Monowitz, leaving behind only those prisoners with infectious diseases who had been too weak to force on the death march. One of those was Primo Levi, the Italian chemist and writer. 4 days later, on January 27, the Red Army liberated what was left of the Auschwitz concentration camps. Meanwhile, Ambrose traveled back to Germany to destroy other IG Farben records and to modify a chemical weapons factory to appear as if its purpose was to produce detergents and soap. The U.S. military tribunal at Nuremberg indicted 24 IG Farben leaders for war crimes. 426 The most serious charge, Count 3, slavery and mass murder, stated, in the course of these activities, millions of persons were uprooted from their homes, deported, enslaved, ill-treated, terrorized, tortured, and murdered. 426 Brigadier General Telford Taylor, the chief prosecutor, opened the case on August 27, 1947, with a chilling statement to the court. The grave charges in this case have not been laid before the tribunal casually or unreflectingly. The indictment accuses these men of major responsibility for visiting upon mankind the most searing and catastrophic war in human history. It accuses them of wholesale enslavement, plunder, and murder. These are terrible charges. No man should underwrite them frivolously or vengefully, or without deep and humble awareness of the responsibility which he thereby shoulders. There is no laughter in this case, neither is there any hate. 426. General Taylor stressed the methodical nature of the actions of I.G. Farben's leaders. The crimes with which these men are charged were not committed in rage, or under the stress of sudden temptation. They were not the slips or lapses of otherwise well-ordered men. One does not build a stupendous war machine in a fit of passion, nor an Auschwitz factory during a passing spasm of brutality. What these men did was done with the utmost deliberation. In this arrogant and supremely criminal adventure, the defendants were eager and leading participants. They joined in stamping out the flame of liberty, and in subjecting the German people to the monstrous, grinding tyranny of the Third Reich, whose purpose it was to brutalize the nation and fill the people with hate. They marshaled their imperial resources and focused their formidable talents to forge the weapons and other implements of conquest which spread the German terror. They were the warp and woof of the dark mantle of death that settled over Europe. 426. General Dwight D. Eisenhower, at the close of the war, assigned an investigative team to explore I.G. Farben's role in the creation of Nazi military power, including I.G. Farben's absorption of the chemical companies of conquered nations. 326. General Taylor noted in the Nuremberg trials that Europe was dotted with mines and factories which they coveted, and for each step in the march of conquest there was a program of industrial plunder which was put into prompt and ruthless execution. 426. Eisenhower's team concluded, without I.G.'s immense productive facilities, its far-reaching research, varied technical experience and overall concentration of economic power, Germany would not have been in a position to start its aggressive war in September 1939. 326. The court sentenced Ambrose to 8 years in prison for war crimes and crimes against humanity through participation in enslavement and forced labor, as well as the mistreatment, terrorization, torture and murder of enslaved persons. 432. 11 other I.G. Farben officials were found guilty and sentenced to imprisonment for periods of 1.5 years to 8 years. 326. An outraged chief prosecutor said the punishments were light enough to please a chicken thief. 326. Taban, 1936-45. Mix together saltpeter, charcoal, and sulfur, and you will make thunder and lightning. Roger Bacon, ca. 1270s. 433. We wish, at the moment, to poison insects because they threaten the health of our troops. Coincidentally, the Chemical Warfare Service is actively at work in an attempt to improve our methods for poisoning Germans and Japanese. The fundamental biological principles of poisoning Japanese, insects, rats, bacteria, and cancer are essentially the same. Basic information developed concerning any one of these topics is certain to apply to the others. William N. Porter, Chemical Warfare Service Chief, 1,944,303. With the ascent of the Nazis to total power in Germany and before the outbreak of war, I.G. Farben officials advocated enhanced German production of chemical weapons. These, they argued, could be deployed against enemy civilians in the upcoming war to instill panic when people would find every door handle, every fence, every paving stone a weapon. 400. I.G. Farben officials pointed out that Germans would hold the advantage even if Allied forces retaliated because of the storied German discipline. The German motivation for chemical weapons production also grew out of the economic burden of importing expensive insecticides, primarily nicotine. 400,434. German law in 1937 mandated insecticide use by farmers, so German chemical companies could profit from sales to farmers if they could discover inexpensive chemicals that were toxic to insects. They could also profit from sales to the military if, in the course of their pesticide research, they discovered chemicals toxic to people. The I.G. Farben chemist Gerhard Schrader critically advanced both fronts when, in his search for new insecticides, he manipulated the structure of the toxic compound chloroethyl alcohol. 435. Schrader replaced different atoms in the molecule and tested the resulting compounds for toxicity. He arrived at a family of chemicals known as organophosphates and found many to be extremely toxic to insects. 303,370,435. On December 23, 1936, Schrader synthesized an organophosphate chemical with cyanide attached and found that it killed 100% of treated aphids even at the infinitesimal concentration of 2 parts per 100,000.435 within a few weeks. Schrader experimented with manufacturing techniques and discovered that his new chemical exercised an extremely unpleasant toxic effect on man. 435. The first symptom noticed, Schrader recollected, was an inexplicable action causing the power of sight to be much weakened in artificial light. In the darkness of early January it was hardly possible to read by electric light, or after working hours to reach my home by car. 435. Schrader noted that the smallest quantity of the substance 7 dropped by inattention on the bench caused strong irritation of the cornea and a very strong feeling of oppression in the chest. 435. Schrader recovered from this accidental exposure to the world's first organophosphate nerve gas. On February 5, 1937, Schrader sent a sample of his discovery to a professor at the Factory Hygiene Institute of Elberfeld. 434,435. In March, Schrader applied for patent protection of the chemical series to which his Substance 7 belonged, with the hope that the chemicals could be used as insecticides. 435. A 1935 Nazi decree required any patent application with military potential to be kept strictly secret. By the time German Pat. 155/39, top secret, was issued, the extreme toxicity of Substance 7 to mammals had been confirmed by Schrader's colleague via testing on mice, guinea pigs, rabbits, cats, dogs, and primates, and so died its potential commercial application as an insecticide. 435. Fig. 9.1. Gerhard Schrader in his laboratory at IG Farben. From Bayer AG Corporate History and Archives. Schrader's colleague relayed the discovery to the Army Weapons Office, which immediately asserted control over research and production under the utmost secrecy. I was a few days later requested, reported Schrader, to demonstrate the preparation of the cyanide 7 in the Army anti-gas laboratories, Spandau Citadel, Berlin. Colonel Rudiger, at that time head of the department concerned, recognized the significance of the new substance for military purposes. He arranged the remodeling of the chemical laboratories in Spandau and provided for the installing of a modern technical experimental station for the manufacture of the cyanide. 435. The Nazis immediately discovered the benefits of Schrader's new chemical. It had no color and almost no odor, and it could kill via either inhalation or skin penetration. That same year, in 1937, Schrader relocated to a new IG Farben factory where he could pursue the study of organic phosphorus compounds undisturbed. 435. He received a bonus of 50,000 Reichsmarks, 16 times the annual salary of the average German worker. 362. Schrader described the detailed order of events that followed. In the years from 1937 to 1939, the HWA, Heereswaffenamt, the German Army Weapons Agency, busied itself with the technical production of the cyanide 7. This substance had been given the preparation number 991 by me. Professor Gross called it Le 100. The HWA named it Gelen, and later, Substance 83. In the year 1939, the HWA built its own plant for the production of Substance 83 at Munster Lager, Heidkrug, Raubkammer. At the end of 1939, Herr Director Ambrose received the order from the High Command to establish a special factory for the large-scale production of Substance 83. As a site for the new establishment, a place near Dienfurth, Oder, about 40 kilometers, NW of Breslau, was chosen. The building of the new works began in autumn 1940, and in April 1942, the Inorganic concern began the production of Substance 83, which was then termed Trillion. 83 inches later, T.83 inches and, finally, Tabern. 435. Hermann Göring served as one of the first Nazi ministers, created the Nazi secret state police force, the Gestapo, served as commander-in-chief of the Luftwaffe and plenipotentiary of the Nazi four-year plan, and rose to the number 2 position in the Nazi command after Hitler. After the war, Göring was also one of the major war criminals sentenced to death by the Nuremberg judges, and he requested that his execution take place by firing squad rather than hanging. 362. The Allied Control Commission denied his request, and Göring killed himself with potassium cyanide that he had hidden for 18 months in a vial that he kept alternately in his anus and his navel. During the war, Göring had a hand in diverse aspects of Nazi warfare, including the production of Tabern. The name, Tabern, was derived from the word taboo. 362. Fig. 9.2. The IG Farben Tabern factory in Dienfurth, Lower Silesian Province, Poland, photographed in 1941 by a British spy plane, upper right portion of photo. Otto Ambros designed and managed the secret facility. 362 here, 3,000 slaves filled artillery shells and bomb casings with tabun. Here, too, the reliability of gas masks developed by SS Brigadeführer and chemist Walter Schieber were tested on concentration camp prisoners who were sprayed with nerve gases. Soviet forces captured Dienfurth on February 5, 1945. By then, the SS guards had marched the slaves to the Gross-Rosen concentration camp. One-third of them survived the march, the munitions had been secreted away, documentary evidence had been destroyed, and IG Farben employees had bolted. A Nazi platoon shelled the Soviet forces as a diversion to allow an IG Farben technical team to scrub clean the tabun facility. When the Soviets discovered the facility, it was empty of people and tabun, but they were able to disassemble the factory and ship it home for reassembly and tabun production in a new facility outside Stalingrad. Copyright HES, from National Collection of Aerial Photography, NCAP 000036543. org.uk. After Tabun's discovery, Göring commissioned a report from the head of IG Farben's board of directors, Karl Krausch. Krausch wrote that tabun was the weapon of superior intelligence and superior scientific technological thinking, which could be used against the enemy's hinterland. 362 Göring agreed with this assessment, and wrote to Krausch that nerve agents would induce psychological havoc on civilian populations, driving them crazy with fear. 362 On August 22, 1938, Göring appointed Krausch as his plenipotentiary for special questions of chemical production, with a focus on tabun. 362. Schrader's work progressed, and on December 10, 1938, he discovered a compound 10 times more toxic than tabun. 435. The action of this substance as a toxic war substance was, he reported, in comparison with hitherto known substances, astonishingly high. 435 tests revealed that the toxic value of this interesting substance against warm-blooded animals surpassed that of tabun, and that it could not be considered as an insecticide. 435. Like tabun, the new substance carried a series of labels. Schrader referred to it as Le 213 inches and reported that the HWA coded the substance as Stoff 146. Later the preparation was called Trilon 146, T.46 feet, and finally, Sarin. 435, Sarin, was an acronym for his name and those of his colleagues who assisted in its development, Schrader and Ambros from IG Farben along with Rudiger and van der Linde from the German army. 362,431 In June 1939 Schrader's formula for sarin was ready for the Wehrmacht's laboratory in Berlin, which produced its first sarin samples in September. 431,435 Simultaneously, Germany crushed Poland, and Hitler announced in a fiery speech meant for Allied consumption that he possessed new weapons against which there was no defense. Large-scale manufacture of tabun and sarin posed many challenges, both financial and technical. Germany constructed its tabun factory using Wehrmacht funds that were channeled through newly created companies with the intent to obfuscate the role of IG Farben. 431 Technical issues proved more obstinate, and problems in tabun synthesis quickly mounted. Tabun's ingredients were corrosive to steel and iron, which therefore had to be plated with silver. The toxicity of tabun posed special difficulties for the workforce and operations of the factory. Steam and ammonia were deployed to decontaminate equipment, and workers used respirators and wore rubber suits usable for only 10 work shifts. Nevertheless, before the factory churned out its first batch of tabun, more than 300 accidental exposures occurred. The worst cases caused death in 2 minutes. High body fat lowered the side effects of tabun exposure, so the factory provided workers with high-fat content foods. Casualties among both workers and slave laborers provided Nazi scientists with data on the toxic effects of tabun on people. 436 Once technical problems were solved, the factory had a production capacity of 1,000 metric tons of tabun per month. 437 First, the ingredients were produced and then synthesized into tabun, which was then transferred to an enormous basement facility for the filling of bombs and shells. 431 When ready for deployment, the tabun munitions were secreted off-site and stored in an underground arsenal in Upper Silesia. The Nazis also admired the extra lethality afforded by sarin, which they created in a secret facility called Building 144.431. The nerve agent research and development facilities employed 1,200 workers. sarin and tabun were cleverly weaponized with a variety of delivery agents, including a machine gun that could fire 2,000 rounds of sarin or tabun-filled bullets per minute. By the early 1940s, Schrader had screened between 100 and 200 chemicals for toxicity as war gases for the Nazi government. 303 The Nazis tested the toxicity of nerve gases and other chemicals produced and supplied by IG Farben on inmates of concentration camps. 311,400,426 They created a museum to display the organs of animals gassed with tabun and 4,000 photographs of people exposed accidentally or experimentally. 431 Schrader also created a plethora of organophosphate insecticides, including parathion and malathion. 303 He discovered that parathion had greater toxicity for insects than DDT. Unlike DDT, it killed every insect species against which it was applied. The discovery of these compounds and their toxicity for insects and humans occurred at the very time that the Nazi propaganda machine spewed out rhetoric equating Jews with insects and other pests that needed to be exterminated. 400 The Nazis drew inspiration from German texts from the previous century that pronounced Jews, vermin, spiders, swarms of locusts, leeches, giant parasite growths, poisonous worms. 400 The famous 19th century German biblical scholar Paul de Lagarde stated of the Jews, "One does not have dealings with pests and parasites, one does not rear them and cherish them. One destroys them as speedily as possible." 438 Hitler extended this description to call Jews a pestilence and carriers of bacilli worse than Black Death. 400 Goebbels said, "Since the flea is not a pleasant animal, we are not obliged to keep it, protect it and let it prosper so that it may prick and torture us, but our duty is rather to exterminate it." Likewise with the Jew. 400 Eventually the Nazis reached a monthly production capacity of 12,000 tons of war gases, including tabun, varieties of mustard gas for both warm and cold conditions, and an incendiary gas called N-Stoff that could even burn asphalt. 431 The Luftwaffe stockpiled nearly 500,000 gas bombs, ranging in size from 15 kilograms to 750 kilograms, containing phosgene, hydrogen cyanide, mustard gas, and tabun, as well as a variety of other gases, acids, and bases. Nazi leaders intensely felt the pressure to use this arsenal. General Hermann Ochsner, in charge of the Nazi chemical troops, stated his position at the onset of the war that these gases were a potent weapon of terror. 431 There is no doubt, he said, that a city like London would be plunged into a state of unbearable turmoil which would bring enormous pressure to bear on the enemy government. By 1944, the Nazis were launching flying bombs, V-weapons, into England in batches of up to 200 at a time. 431 2,000 of these rockets rained down on Britain in the first 2 weeks of the offensive, which the Allies code-named Crossbow. 50 tons of V-weapons exploded in London daily, and the United Kingdom devoted half of its air power in a desperate attempt to shoot down the rockets. Although they were capable of delivering tabun in these rockets and by numerous other means, the Germans did not do so. But they clearly came close. Hitler told Mussolini before D-Day in 1944 that he possessed weapons that would turn London into a garden of ruins. 431 members of Hitler's inner circle, including Martin Bormann, Hitler's private secretary, Joseph Goebbels, Reich Minister of Propaganda, and Robert Ley, head of the Nazi trade union, advocated for the unleashing of tabun. The Allies were unaware of the existence of the German nerve gases. General Bernard Montgomery even left his Antigua's equipment behind in England when he landed his troops on the coast of Normandy. 431 The reason the D-Day invasion did not encounter gas attacks likely rested with a misinterpretation of Allied capabilities on the part of the Nazis. Ambrose worked with Schrader in the development of sarin, and he served as the director of the largest tabun production company. Therefore, his knowledge of German chemical weapons capabilities was second to none. Ambrose and Albert Speer, who served as the Minister of Armaments and Hitler's architect, met with Hitler in May 1943 after the defeat at Stalingrad. 431 Nearly 2 years later, Speer plotted to assassinate Hitler by introducing tabun into the ventilation of Hitler's bunker, but he was unable to overcome technical pitfalls of employing tabun in such a manner. 326 After the war, he was one of the 22 accused major war criminals tried at Nuremberg, and he was the only one who pled guilty. The judges sentenced him to 22 years imprisonment. The agenda of the May 1943 meeting focused on the potential use of chemical weapons to reverse the Soviet advance. Ambrose pointed out that the Allies had superior capacity to produce chemical weapons. Hitler admitted that was likely the case for the previous generations of gas weapons, then added, "But Germany has a special gas, tabun. In this we have a monopoly in Germany. 426 Ambrose provided the opposite and incorrect assessment. I have justified reasons to assume, he said, that tabun, too, is known abroad. I am convinced that other countries, in case the German side might use these gases, would very shortly not only be able to imitate these special gases, but even produce them in much larger quantities. 426 This erroneous assessment, and its implication that Germany would incur more damage from retribution via gas weapons than it could induce by first use, may be the reason why the Nazis did not use their chemical arsenals on the battlefield. During the war, American scientific journals ceased publication of articles about chemicals related to nerve gases. 431 The Nazis followed American technical publications, and they rightly assumed that the sudden halt to such publications resulted from US censorship. The science blocked from publication, however, was the experimental trials of DDT. Ironically, Muller's employer, J.R. Geigy, had already relayed the discovery of DDT to the Nazis in 1942, but the DDT secrecy on the part of the United States had the unintended consequence of convincing Nazi scientists that the Allies, too, had developed organophosphate nerve gases. 303,431. The Allies also came within a breath of using the chemical arsenal. In June 1940, the chief of the Imperial General Staff, Sir John Dill, summarized his advocacy for first use of chemical weapons should German soldiers land on British soil. He wrote in a military memo, at a time when our national existence is at stake, when we are threatened by an implacable enemy who himself recognizes no rules save those of expediency, we should not hesitate to adopt whatever means appear to offer the best chance of success. 431 One of Dill's own senior staffers disagreed and wrote that should the British be the first to use chemical weapons, some of us would begin to wonder whether it really mattered which side won. Winston Churchill sided with Dill. Despite more than 2 years of intense pressure from Churchill and the War Cabinet, the British chemical weapons program was frustratingly slow to ramp up, and Churchill felt that this failure left Britain dangerously vulnerable to a German invasion. 431 What is the explanation of the neglect to fulfill these orders, he wrote, and who is responsible for it? Those concerned should be beaten up. 431. By July 1944, British stockpiles of chemical weapons were sufficient not only for home defense, but also for offense. Churchill wrote in a memo to his chiefs of staff that public opinions on which weapons and uses were considered moral versus immoral shifted on a short time scale. It is simply a question of fashion changing as she does between long and short skirts for women. I do not see why we should always have all the disadvantages of being the gentleman while they have all the advantages of being the cad. I quite agree that it may be several weeks or even months before I shall ask you to drench Germany with poison gas, and if we do it, let us do it 100%. In the meanwhile, I want the matter studied in cold blood by sensible people and not by that particular set of psalm-singing uniformed defeatists which one runs across now here now there. 431 The British prepared for chemical war not only through production of massive stockpiles of gas weapons, but also by manufacturing 70 million gas masks, 40 million containers of anti-gas ointment, and 40,000 tons of bleach to be used for decontamination. 431 By the end of the war, Allied and Axis nations had amassed about 500,000 tons of chemical weaponry, none of which was employed on the battlefield. The total mass of poison gas used in World War I amounted to only 20% of this World War II stockpile. The only mass casualties caused by chemical weapons in the European theater, excluding the use on concentration camp prisoners, were the result of a December 2, 1943, raid by the Luftwaffe on an Allied armada in the Italian port of Bari. 431 Among the destroyed ships was the American Liberty ship SS John Harvey, which had secretly carried a load of 2,000 mustard gas bombs into port. It was the worst Allied loss at sea since Pearl Harbor, and Churchill was appalled that the United States ordered the ship into the vulnerable Italian waters. General Eisenhower tried to keep the cause of the disaster a secret with strict censorship orders that were approved by President Roosevelt and the British War Cabinet, but the reason for the mass casualties among civilians and soldiers was impossible to contain. So the combined chiefs of staff announced, Allied policy is not, repeat not, to use gas unless or until the enemy does so first, but that we are fully prepared to retaliate and do not deny the accident, which was a calculated risk. 431 Nazi secrecy over tabun and sarin remained intact throughout the war. Scientists knew only the steps for their particular stage of the chemical synthesis, rather than the complete recipe. 431 Even Schrader did not have full access to the research he unleashed. The chemicals were discussed using their many pseudonyms, and even the ingredients for tabun and sarin were called by false names that repeatedly changed. The Nazis buried the ledger bearing this information at the end of the war. A single leak nearly breached this wall of secrecy. In May 1943, the British military captured a German chemist in Tunisia. 431 The chemist spilled what he knew of Trilon 83, tabun, a clear colorless liquid with little smell, that cannot be classed with any of the other war gases as it is a nerve poison, causing the pupils of the eyes to shrink, to a pinhead and asthma-like difficulties in breathing. In any heavier concentrations, death occurs in about a quarter of an hour. The German chemist provided detailed information on ingredients, effects, and means of delivery and defense. British interrogators documented this information in a top-secret memo, which intelligence officials ignored even though the British had already tested chemicals with effects similar to those of tabun. Organophosphates, 1944-59. The answer to a farmer's most fantastic dream, plants that kill their own insect pests, now appears within the realm of possibility. This dream lies in new systemic insecticides, phosphorus compounds developed in Germany, which are used not on the outside of the plant but inside it. Science Newsletter, in an editorial about Schrader's systemic insecticides, 1,951,439. The shock of tabun's existence was only realized in April 1945, when British troops from Montgomery's 21st Army Group captured an abandoned German army proving ground called Raubkammer, the Robbers' Lair, as well as a nearby cluster of bunkers. 362 The Robbers' Lair contained a zoo for testing chemical weapons on animals, and the bunkers contained shells with an unknown substance. Chemical weapons specialists from the United States and United Kingdom descended upon the site. They field-tested the unknown substance on rabbits in a mobile lab and discovered its unparalleled toxicity. They carefully shipped the substance to the United Kingdom, where scientists at the Chemical Defense Establishment analyzed the contents. In a single weekend, and despite the constriction of their pupils caused by accidental exposure, the scientists discovered the composition and toxicity of tabun and the benefits of its antidote, atropine. 440 With the war winding down in Europe, the U.S. Chemical Warfare Service prioritized the importation of Hitler's chemists and their organophosphate nerve agents in order to advance U.S. chemical weaponry. 362 The priority had shifted from conquering Germany to containing the Soviet Union and conquering Japan, and thus captured German chemists and laboratories were prized assets. 431 General William Porter, who led the Chemical Warfare Service, ordered the shipment from the Robbers' Lair to the United States of 5 of the 260 kilograms tabun bombs for field testing. 362 Within a few months, U.S. forces had shuttled 530 tons of tabun to the United States for testing. The Chemical Warfare Service also began the process of bringing German chemists to the United States to assist with chemical weapons development, despite objections from the State Department. Allied troops arrested Schrader in March 1945. Following the occupation of Leverkusen. 434 He was held with other prominent German scientists at Kransberg Castle, a medieval castle situated in the Taunus Mountains that had served as the headquarters of the Luftwaffe. 362 The Allies code-named the castle Dustbin, and there they held more than 20 IG Farben chemists and 6 board members, in addition to other Nazi scientists, physicians, and industrialists. At Dustbin, a team from the British Intelligence Objectives Subcommittee, BIOS, interviewed Schrader in August-September 1945. Schrader cooperated with Allied investigators and produced both a classified report on organophosphate nerve gases 435 and an unclassified report on organophosphate insecticides. 441 Schrader prepared the unclassified report at the request of the BIOS investigators to facilitate commercialization of his discoveries. The introduction to the unclassified report stated, "The information now reported has already been recorded in BIOS reports, which, however, owing to their content of other data, have necessarily been graded secret." The following account, which deals solely with the insecticidal aspects of Schrader's work, has therefore been prepared, in order to give greater availability to the information. A word of warning to investigators in the field covered by this report appears to be necessary. Some of the compounds described, although primarily insecticidal, are also toxic to warm-blooded animals. It is known that other substances of similar general type are still more toxic to higher animals, and it is quite possible that workers undertaking synthetic studies in this series may prepare a substance sufficiently toxic as to constitute a real danger to themselves and others in the vicinity. 441 BIOS investigators released Schrader from custody, and he returned to work, rebuilding his destroyed laboratory and improving upon his organophosphate insecticides. Meanwhile, as Germany collapsed in the spring of 1945, Tabun and Saran factories in the east fell under Soviet control. 431 The Soviets also found in their conquered territory an even more potent Nazi nerve agent called soman, discovered by the organic chemist Richard Kuhn and his collaborator Konrad Henkel. 436 Kuhn, like Ambrose, completed his PhD under the supervision of the Jewish Nobel laureate Richard Willstatter. 304 Despite his close connection to his Jewish mentor, when Kuhn won the 1938 Nobel Prize in Chemistry, he did not initially accept it because Hitler called it a Jewish prize. 362 Kuhn synthesized soman in the summer of 1944 while studying the toxicology of tabun and sarin for the German army. 442 Kuhn and his researchers found that tabun and sarin were toxic because they inhibited an essential neurotransmitter, leading to rapid death. 436 They also discovered that atropine could be used as an antidote. Schrader described the discovery of soman to his British interrogators. In 1944 my work was made known by the HWA to Professor R. Kuhn without my knowledge. Kuhn introduced into the sarin molecule pinacolyl alcohol in place of the isopropyl alcohol. The product obtained was codified by the War Office as SOMAN. I produced this product in August 44 and investigated it. Against warm-blooded animals the action of soman is perhaps twice as strong as with sarin. For the protection of plants the sarin-soman series are of little importance on account of their very strong physiological action. 435 The Allies later called tabun, Gar, for German agent A, sarin, GB, for German agent B, and soman, Grand, for German agent D. 315 Kuhn discovered soman too late in the war for the Nazis to weaponize it. After the war, Allied investigators interrogated Kuhn. 362 Kuhn denied his participation in the Nazi chemical weapons program. One of his interrogators summed up the disbelief in Kuhn's claim. Richard Kuhn's record did not seem too clean to me. As president of the German Chemical Society he had followed the Nazi cult and rites quite faithfully. He never failed to give the Hitler salute when starting his classes and to shout, Siegel, like a true Nazi leader. 362. Indeed, Kuhn approved the funding for Otto Bickenbach's grant application entitled, Biological and Physical Chemical Experiments on Protein Plasma Substances Regarding the Effects of Chemical Warfare Agents and Bacterial Poisons. 436 Bickenbach used the funding for human experiments with the chemical weapon phosgene at the Natzweiler concentration camp. The Nazis also tested chemical weapons on concentration camp inmates at Sachsenhausen and Neuengamme. 443 Bickenbach's attorney at his war crimes trial after the war requested of Kuhn a statement for the defense, to which Kuhn provided, I know Mr. Otto Bickenbach, who practiced in Heidelberg for many years, personally and scientifically. I do not doubt for a moment that his experiments with hexamethylene tetramine were scientifically outstanding, precise and that he pursued a high goal for the whole of mankind. The heroic self-experiment, of which I have now learned, confirms me in my conviction. It is my opinion that the results achieved by him, and those one can expect from him, will contribute to the blessings of many. 436 While the Soviets focused their research on developing soman, the British concentrated their experiments on sarin. British researchers conducted exposure trials on volunteer servicemen, as well as on chimpanzees, goats, dogs, and other mammals. 431 Despite casualties among their volunteers, the British soon produced 6 kilograms of sarin per hour. The Americans had a similar sarin production program, though at a much larger scale and at a cost of only $3 per kilogram. At the conclusion of the war in Europe, various U.S. government agencies formalized their recruitment of Nazi scientists, doctors, and engineers for classified research and development of American technologies and weaponry in Operation Overcast. 303 The Joint Chiefs of Staff approved the operation on July 6, 1945, in a classified memo whose subject read, Exploitation of German Specialists in Science and Technology in the United States. 362 The Joint Chiefs did not initially notify President Harry S. Truman of the enterprise, though his approval was sought and obtained at the end of the summer of 1946. The secret effort morphed into Operation Paperclip after German families compromised the original name by calling their military housing Camp Overcast. 362 The new name derived from the practice of Army intelligence officers, who would attach paperclips to the files of Nazis as a marker that the file should not be reviewed by the State Department because officials there would inevitably object to recruitment of Nazis. The qualifying language for recruiting German scientists, doctors, and engineers changed from allowing no known or alleged war criminals and no active Nazis to avoiding the recruitment of those who would plan for the resurgence of German military potential. 362 The program grew from modest to ambitious and from temporary visas to permanent residencies due to the emerging threat of the Soviet Union and the resulting competition for the talents of German specialists. 362 Operation Paperclip recruited more than 1,600 Nazi scientists, doctors, and engineers into U.S. agencies, one of which was the Chemical Corps, formerly the Chemical Warfare Service. One of the scientists recruited was Ambrose, a recruitment undertaken by Lieutenant Colonel Philip R. Tarr, who served during the war as the chief officer in the U.S. Army Intelligence Division of the Chemical Warfare Service, Europe. Tarr also led the American contingent to the joint US-UK Combined Intelligence Objectives Subcommittee, CIOS, a group comprising more than 3,000 technical experts tasked with translating and interpreting Nazi scientific documents as they were discovered, including those related to chemical weapons. 362 Tarr's British counterpart was Major Edmund Tilley, and Tarr kept Tilley in the dark regarding his efforts to recruit Ambrose. The Chemical Corps sought Ambrose's detailed knowledge of production requirements of tabun and sarin, which they valued above justice for his crimes. 362 Immediately after the war, Tarr even dispatched Ambrose without escort on a secret mission to obtain blueprints for the silver-lined machinery used to produce tabun. At Ambrose's request, and in order to secure his cooperation, Tarr also tried to secure the release from dustbin of all the Nazi chemical warfare scientists. Tarr went so far as to forge a command to that effect from the colonel in charge of the British Ministry of Supply. Ambrose eventually slipped into the French zone, where he negotiated to exchange what he knew for a managerial job at an IG Farben factory. A British officer reported that Tarr had taken steps to assist Ambrose to evade arrest. 362 Tarr arranged for a chemical warfare service inspector, on loan from Dow Chemical Company, to meet with Ambrose in the French zone on July 28, 1945. Their meeting was productive, and the U.S. chemist said to Ambrose, "I would look forward after the conclusion of the peace treaty to continuing our relations, in my position, as a representative for Dow." 362. Other officials in the U.S. Army repeatedly tried to lure Ambrose out of the French zone in order to execute an arrest. 362 Undercover agents of the Counterintelligence Corps tracked Ambrose's movements, but their ruse to trick Ambrose into an ambush in the American zone failed because Ambrose had his own agents tracking the American agents who tracked him, and he sent a double into the trap in his stead. The next day Ambrose dispatched a note on IG Farben stationery to the American official who had set the trap. He wrote, "Sorry that I could not make the appointment." 362 As Germany's losses mounted at the end of 1944, Ambrose ordered his deputy, Jürgen von Klenk, to destroy all documents on war gases and contracts between IG Farben and the Wehrmacht. 362 Unbeknownst to Ambrose, von Klenk placed some of the key documents in a steel drum and had the drum buried on a farm. This document cache would prove to be Ambrose's undoing. Major Tilley discovered that Tarr had his own agenda that ran counter to their joint leadership of CIOS. 362 Tilley felt infuriated over Tarr's actions to protect Ambrose and to use him for American chemical weapons development. Tilley finally caught a break when he discovered the hidden drum of IG Farben documents on October 27, 1945. The documents included proof of Ambrose's guilt. 2 days later, BIOS issued its own arrest warrant for Ambrose. Ambrose remained safe in the French zone for another 3 months before he was captured on January 17, 1946, as he attempted to leave the zone. Major Tilley then interrogated Ambrose at Dustbin before his transfer to the Nuremberg jail. Although convicted of crimes against humanity in case V of the Nuremberg trials, the case against IG Farben, Ambrose received an early release from prison in 1951, which enabled him to work for the U.S. Chemical Corps. Like many other ardent Nazis and war criminals, Ambrose thrived in the newly competitive order of the Cold War. Within a year of the war's end, the Chemical Corps had produced 5 organophosphates and improved the equipment for the efficient synthesis of sarin. 303 It tested these gases on insects, both to determine their efficacy as insecticides and to study the potential use of insects as biological indicators of nerve gases on the battlefield. Through a subcontract with the Johns Hopkins School of Medicine, the Chemical Corps also tested organophosphate insecticides on human volunteers in order to refine protocols for identifying and treating nerve gas poisoning. The Chemical Corps thus used its wartime experience and expertise to expand its appeal to society by conducting experiments and field trials that ushered new pesticides into the marketplace. 303 It promoted its decontamination devices, mortars, and smoke generators as delivery tools for insecticides. Its flamethrowers and incendiary chemicals could be used to destroy weeds or melt ice and snow. Smoke generators could shield orchards from frost, and war gases could be employed for riot control. The potential applications of war gas technologies seemed endless, and these efforts created a constituency that ensured continued government funding for the Chemical Corps. At the same time, the U.S. government subsidized chemical manufacturers via tax incentives, and the Department of Defense provided major contracts. Research continued on the organophosphate family of insecticides. One, called Amiton, developed in 1952 by the British company Imperial Chemical Industries, ICI, in its search for a new pesticide, proved highly toxic to spider mites, and so had great commercial potential. 434 However, farmers who used Amiton in field trials experienced nerve impulse poisoning. The insecticide was so toxic that a few milligrams were sufficient to kill a person. 303,431 ICI realized that it could not safely market the chemical, so it provided a sample to British authorities, who relayed the discovery to the U.S. Chemical Corps. The Chemical Defense Experimental Establishment at Porton Down in the United Kingdom tested the potential of Amiton as a chemical weapon. It found that Amiton, more so than the G agents developed by Schrader and Kuhn, readily induced its toxic effects through the skin. 434 A chemist at Porton Down modified the structure of Amiton and created the venomous agents, or V agents. V agents applied to the skin had a toxicity 1,000 times greater than sarin, and exposure of the skin to a drop the size of a pinhead was sufficient to kill in 15 minutes. 315 The most important chemical weapon to arise from the V agents was VX. Unlike the German nerve agents, which tended to evaporate, this new chemical was heavy and viscous, and could therefore render a battlefield uninhabitable for a considerable period of time. 431 In 1956, the United States and Britain collaborated to develop an efficient manufacturing process for VX, and the U.S. production facility became operational in 1959. 303, 431 Therefore, over the course of the 1950s, a commercial enterprise to develop a new pesticide evolved into the most toxic chemical weapon ever created, up to that point. Delivery systems enabled with VX included landmines, artillery, spray tanks, and missiles. 431 The next innovative development was the binary weapon, in which the ingredients of nerve agents were stored separately within a rocket or shell. When the weapon was fired, a separation wall between the ingredients burst open, and the chemical reaction to create the nerve agent occurred in flight. 431 This technology averted the risks of working with the nerve agent directly. Instead, the relatively innocuous ingredients were handled by people, while the delivery vehicle handled the reaction leading to the chemical weapon. During the same post-war period when scientists and engineers improved upon organophosphate chemical weapons, other scientists working for pesticide manufacturers improved upon organophosphate pesticides. Schrader's unclassified report on insecticides contained gaps because IG Farben officials destroyed many of Schrader's records, and others were lost. 441 But the details were sufficient for English chemical companies to begin marketing parathion in February 1947. 434 Even before this, American chemical companies used Schrader's unclassified report to manufacture organophosphate pesticides without patent or license constraints. Monsanto manufactured the first of these, known as HETP, also called TEPP, beginning in 1946 for sale as a rodenticide. 303 The Chemical Corps reported that 1 pound of the compound was sufficient to kill 2 million rats. Other organophosphate pesticides, produced by the chemical companies Hercules, American Cyanamid, Shell, Niagara, Stauffer, Chemigro, Victor, and Velzacol, quickly followed. One of Schrader's most important discoveries, which he made during the war, was that some of his organophosphate pesticides passed into a plant's roots and then throughout the stem and leaves, making them systemic pesticides. 303,435,444 When insect pests ate crops treated with them, they ingested the poison and died. Schrader initially discovered this startling, chemotherapeutic agent for living plants, while investigating insecticides based upon fluoroethyl alcohol. 435 He conducted trials in which he watered maize plants with a 0.1% solution of the insecticide. 8 days later he fed the stem and leaves to rabbits, which died within 24 hours. Similarly, Caterpillars, devouring insects, and aphids, sucking insects, died after feeding upon the leaves. This trial proved beyond a doubt, wrote Schrader, that the substance XLVIA is taken up by the leaves, as well as the roots. It is clearly present in the sap stream since it reaches every part of the plant, making it for a time toxic to insects, and in certain cases also to warm-blooded animals. With this discovery, a problem which has been worked on for decades nears its solution. 435. A singular advantage of this approach was the destruction of insects on parts of the plant inaccessible to an insecticidal spray solution, as the plant's circulatory system was the delivery agent of the poison. Many of Schrader's systemic insecticides protected plants from insect pests for considerable periods of time. Schrader immediately employed this new technique to battle a Phylloxera infestation of German vineyards. 435 Up until Schrader's discovery, Phylloxera eradication had entailed barring entry to a large area surrounding the infestation, where pesticide applicators coated the plants with carbon disulfide. This resulted in the destruction of the vineyard and rendered the soil barren for 4 years, a disastrous result for the vineyard owner. With Schrader's technique, the vines remained standing and produced grapes, though sometimes the grapes also imbibed the poison. Even in that worst-case scenario, the vines produced healthy grapes on the next harvest. Similarly, Schrader's discovery of systemic pesticides opened new avenues for the destruction of insect pests of a wide variety of crops, and the technique met with great enthusiasm throughout the world. Schrader also employed his skills to battle the Colorado potato beetle. Food was scarce in Germany during and after the war, and the potato beetle menaced the all-important potato crop in the summer of 1944 and immediately after the war in 1945. Schrader devoted himself to its destruction, and in 1945 he discovered new organophosphate insecticides that killed the potato beetle at a lower concentration and much more effectively than the insecticide they replaced, arsenate of lime. Whereas arsenate lime action only kills off the potato beetle and its larvae, wrote Schrader, the new substance also kills with certainty the eggs laid on the underside of the plants. By this means a really efficient method of destruction of the potato beetle plague is a possibility. 435 Schrader displayed no interest in chemical weapons after the war. But he worked passionately to develop better insecticides. Bayer AG, Schrader's employer and one of the chemical giants that arose from the ashes of IG Farben after the war, brought these chemicals to market, including Cystox in 1952, Metacystics in 1954, and then Dipterex, Glutathione, and Folidal. 434 Many other chemists synthesized organophosphate chemicals to discover new insecticides. By 1959, about 50,000 such chemicals had been synthesized and tested for their ability to kill insects, and 40 had been commercialized. 445. During the war, Schrader's acclaim came only from the Nazi leadership. He was, otherwise, an unknown man since his many chemical discoveries remained secret. After the war, however, Schrader received widespread approbation for bringing potent insecticides to bear against man's insect enemies. He received awards from the German government and the Society of German Chemists, as well as from his employer. 434 He retired from managing the Bayer Plant Protection Laboratory in 1967, and died in 1990 at the age of 87. The organophosphate family of insecticides initiated by Schrader just before World War II competed in peacetime against the organochlorine family of insecticides initiated by Paul Muller at the outset of the war. Schrader's family of chemicals would eventually win this competition, though no one predicted the stimulus for the victory, a small book written by a gentlewoman who felt stunned by the environmental damage induced by pesticides, especially DDT. Part 4. Ecology. (10) Resistance, 1945–1962. Have you walked up and down upon the earth lately? I have, and I have examined man's wonderful inventions. And I tell you that in the arts of life man invents nothing, but in the arts of death he outdoes nature herself, and produces by chemistry and machinery all the slaughter of plague, pestilence, and famine. The Devil speaking to Don Juan in Hell in the play Man and Superman by George Bernard Shaw, 1,903,446. The eggs lie cold, the fires of life that flickered for a few days now extinguished. Rachel Carson, 1,962,447. After World War I, the conquest of nature seemed prudent to many experts concerned about food security and the risk of vector-borne diseases. The chief entomologist for the U.S. Department of Agriculture, Leland Ossian Howard, wrote succinctly of this challenge in 1922, "Few people realize the critical situation which exists at the present time. Men and nations have always struggled among themselves. War has seemed to be a necessity growing out of the ambition of the human race. It is too much, perhaps, to hope that the lesson which the world has recently learned in the years 1914 to 1918 will be strong enough to prevent the recurrence of international war. But, at all events, there is a war, not among human beings, but between all humanity and certain forces that are arrayed against it. 448 chief among these forces was the insect. With most organisms, Howard wrote, we feel a certain sense of terrestrial fraternity. 448 not so with the insect, which brings with him something that does not seem to belong to the customs, the morale, the psychology of our globe. One would say that it comes from another planet, more monstrous, more energetic, more insensate, more atrocious, more infernal than ours. 448 The odds in this war seemed stacked against humanity, given that the insect was so incomparably better armed, better equipped than ourselves. These compressions of energy and activity which are our most mysterious enemies, our rivals in these latter hours, and perhaps our successors. 448. Howard arrived at these views through his long career battling insects. 449 Walter Reed consulted Howard before engaging in his investigation of mosquitoes as the possible vector of yellow fever in Cuba. Additionally, Howard published a book in 1901 that served as Major William Gorgas's instruction manual for the eradication of mosquitoes in Havana and the Panama Canal Zone. Mosquitoes, how they live, how they carry disease, how they are classified, how they may be destroyed. 450 But the problem in the interwar years and earlier was the lack of effective chemicals with which to battle man's insect enemies. World War II changed all that. No longer did humanity face down its insect foes armed only with arsenates, lime and sulfur sprays, plant extracts, and petroleum emulsions. Organic chemistry had burst onto the scene, and the list of new and effective chemical insecticides tipped the scale in humanity's favor. Entomologists wielded these tools with enthusiasm and used the language of war in their calls to action against insects. 303. But not everyone felt sanguine about the wholesale use of chemicals against insects. Even when DDT was first used during the war, some proponents preached caution. Brigadier General James Stephen Simmons, a staunch advocate of DDT, wrote, "It is fully realized that such a powerful insecticide may be a double-edged sword, and that its unintelligent use might eliminate certain valuable insects essential to agriculture and horticulture. Even more important, it might conceivably disturb vital balances in the animal and plant kingdoms and thus upset various fundamental biological cycles." 349 The problems that Simmons warned about, related to the indiscriminate and pedestrian uses of DDT and other new pesticides, arose immediately after World War II, and a handful of scientists and professional public health personnel wrote of their concerns. The scientists in charge of the U.S. Communicable Disease Center later changed to the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, or CDC, wrote in 1948, during 1946, and especially in 1947, there were widespread complaints that DDT was less effective than it had been during the first year of general use, 1945. It is believed that many of the complaints were largely psychological, deriving from a decreased tolerance to even small numbers of flies caused by a year or more of relative freedom from large numbers of flies as a result of the early applications of DDT. 451 Despite attributing public misgivings to shifting expectations, even these scientific leaders expressed concerns about the effects of pesticides on wildlife. As long as insecticides are used only in domestic surroundings, they wrote, there is no danger of creating undesirable biologic imbalances. However, when these chemicals are applied over extensive, unoccupied areas, serious consideration must be given to the hazard they may present to wildlife species related to the economy and happiness of man. The peril to these forms may be obvious, direct, and immediate, or it may be insidious, indirect, and delayed. 451 Similarly, a British malariologist advocated for DDT use against mosquitoes, but said, DDT is such a crude and powerful weapon that I cannot help regarding the routine use of this material from the air with anything but horror and aversion. 303 The CDC scientists also noted that the chronic toxicity of these new pesticides to people is entirely unexplored. 451 only acute cases of DDT poisoning of humans have been reported, with similar symptoms to those experienced by insects and birds: vomiting, numbness, and partial paralysis of the extremities, mild convulsions, loss of proprioception and vibratory sensation in the extremities, and hyperactive knee-jerk reflexes were the immediate toxic effects. 451 just 2 years into civilian use of DDT, deaths from misuse mounted. Perhaps the most complete account of a fatal poisoning involving a DDT formulation, wrote the CDC scientists, is that of a 58-year-old man who drank 120 milliliters of a commercial preparation containing DDT, 5%, lethane, 384 special, 2%, xylene, 7%, and deodorized kerosene, 86%, following it with a quart of milk and several glasses of beer. The symptoms consisted of the rapid onset of epigastric pain and the vomiting of bloody material. These continued with varying intensity until death in coma on the 7th day. 451 One of the arguments raised to counter concerns for human and animal health was pesticide specificity. Those who have been concerned with the development of this type of weapon for combating our horde of insect foes, wrote a prominent expert in 1946, have long since learned that insecticides are decidedly specific. What will bring the agony of death to one insect in a few minutes is laughed off by another. 373 Yet this author admitted in the same article, just how DDT kills insects has not been determined. DDT and other organochlorine insecticides were strikingly effective over long periods of time. One of the outstanding characteristics of DDT is its persistence, wrote an expert. 373 But that persistence led to its own set of problems. The chief entomologist of a DDT manufacturer noted, "I also have talked with servicemen who witnessed a pre-invasion spraying of one mosquito-ridden island of the South Pacific by low-flying bombers, and was told that even after that single spraying the only insect left alive was one lone butterfly. However, on the basis of that very testimony it is my belief that DDT should be and will be put in the hands of trained users after the war." DDT kills a greater variety of insects than any other insecticide because of the long-lasting toxicity of its residual deposits to succeeding generations of insects. And therein lies its greatest danger. Mankind has many friends in the insect world, and DDT is equally destructive to friend and foe. Should nature's balance in the insect world be upset, the effect on man would be deplorable indeed. 358 Disruption of that ecological balance was noted in 1951, when researchers reported that DDT use caused an increase in citrus-damaging insects because of the loss of their insect predators. 452 The evolution of resistance to DDT was noted even earlier. In fact, the idea of insects evolving resistance to insecticides was first proposed in 1,914,453 and demonstrated in 1916 for hydrocyanic acid, 454,455 long before the advent of DDT, though this hypothesis received little attention. 303. In Greece, DDT-resistant houseflies appeared in 1947, only 1 year after countrywide spraying began, and DDT-resistant mosquitoes, fleas, bedbugs, and cockroaches replaced their vulnerable compatriots over the next few years. 456 Lice, flies, and mosquitoes, the carriers of so many deadly diseases, were found to have evolved resistance to DDT and other new insecticides in many parts of the world, including the United States, by 1952, 303,457 for example. Following the introduction of DDT to Southern California in 1946, it took only 2 years for houseflies to evolve resistance, and then only 2 more years for houseflies to also evolve resistance to the replacement insecticides methoxychlor, lindane, chlordane, toxaphene, aldrin, and dildron. 457 The U.S. Army found lice to be resistant to DDT in the Korean War theater, and had to revert to the old solution of pyrethrum. With resistance to insecticides now a serious military concern, significant resources were directed to research. The first prominent result was a National Research Council conference in 1951 in which the eminent evolutionary biologist Theodosius Dobzhansky explained that resistance was an inevitable outcome of evolution by natural selection, which had been thoroughly explained a century earlier by Charles Darwin. Biologists should abandon the habit of thought, he stated, inherited from the pre-evolutionary era, which regards each species, race, or population as an embodiment of a certain type or norm. 457. To counter the evolution of resistance, chemical companies concluded that society must depend on an endless development of new insecticides of greater variety and specification. 303 Therefore, the evolution of resistance created a market for a steady stream of new insecticides. A series of organophosphates were introduced to the marketplace. American Cyanamid advertised that malathion even kills flies resistant to DDT and other chlorinated hydrocarbon insecticides. 303 When insects then evolved resistance to organophosphates, chemical companies introduced a new family of insecticides, the carbamates. Union Carbide announced in 1957 that its new carbamate insecticide, 7 or Carbaryl, was safe, inexpensive, stable, and of relatively broad-spectrum effectiveness. 303 By 1962, scientists had found that approximately 140 species of insect pests had evolved resistance to DDT. 425. The more you use it, said one expert, the more you need to use it. We have created a more serious pest problem than we ever had before. 320. Tragically, wrote a wildlife expert, the obdurate insistence on using it to the bitter end of its effectiveness, mostly for private pecuniary advantage and in disregard of the social costs it imposes, has poisoned the world and impoverished the world's fauna. 458. Damage to wildlife was originally discovered in South Pacific Islands following aerial spraying of DDT during the war. 3031 Entomologist wrote, Saipan Island is approaching a condition of devastation. No birds, no mammals, no insects, except a few flies. 459 The nature writer Edwin Way Teal warned toward the end of the war against the wholesale use of DDT to wipe out insects once the war was over. He wrote, given sufficient insecticide, airplanes and LACWIT officials after the war, and we will be off with yelps of joy on a crusade against all the insects. Dusting a field or wood from the air will have all the judicious foresight of machine gunning a throng of friends in order to kill a fleeing bandit. The result, he wrote, would be a drab and dreary monument to man's unteachable folly. 460 Just a year after the war, the National Audubon Society warned Americans of the environmental hazards associated with the mass spraying of DDT. 458 And the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service published a study on wildlife mortality due to DDT exposure. 461 In addition to the obvious cases of acute poisoning of wildlife, especially birds and fish, delayed effects due to environmental persistence and the chronic toxicity of DDT were discovered in the 1950s. 320,420 For example, DDT sprayed on elms killed robins that visited the trees the following year. 462. DDT and other organochlorine pesticides, because of their high solubility in fat and persistence in the environment, magnified in concentration as they moved from prey to predator. For example, in 1948, in an effort to kill gnats, the Lake County Mosquito Abatement District applied DDD, an insecticide that is a metabolite of DDT, to the water of Clear Lake, California, at a concentration of 14 parts per billion. 320 It repeated the application using 20 parts per billion DDD in 1954 and 1957. This resulted in a concentration of DDD in plankton that was 265 times greater than the water concentration. Plankton-eating fish accumulated twice the DDD concentration of the plankton, and fish and birds that ate the herbivorous fish accumulated DDD to a concentration 85,000 times greater than the water concentration. Breeding failure and mass mortality of western grebes ensued. Similar breeding failures and population declines of birds, especially high trophic level birds, occurred throughout the world in areas with intensive use of organochlorine pesticides. 463 Included in the list of species in serious decline was the national emblem of the United States, the bald eagle, and the fastest animal on Earth, the peregrine falcon. Birds were particularly vulnerable to DDT and its metabolites due to consequent eggshell thinning and reproductive failure. Incredible damage to wildlife occurred in the monumental federal spraying programs, such as the one to control the fire ant across 27 million acres in 9 southern states. 464 The U.S. Department of Agriculture mounted a public relations campaign to convince Americans of the menace of fire ants and the untold damage they do to crops and livestock. The department then initiated the fire ant extermination campaign in 1957. 320,420 In reality, the fire ant was merely a nuisance, leading a wildlife biologist to state, it's like scalping yourself to cure dandruff. 464 The Saturday Evening Post wrote, the fire ant is undoubtedly a miserable pest to have around, but it is doubtful that the program justifies the slaughter of millions of birds, fish and small game. 465 Indeed, fire ants lived in nests, which made them vulnerable to spot spraying, and yet the Department of Agriculture broadcast dildren pellets over a vast landscape of southern states. 320 in 1959, Reader's Digest, which had the largest circulation of any magazine in the United States, warned its readers of the dangers of broad-scale pesticide applications. The United States is engaged in an intensive war against destructive insects. The weapons employed are powerful and widespread, and so is the controversy they have engendered. Billions of pounds of poisons were broadcast over 100 million acres of cropland and forest. More billions of pounds are being spread across the nation this year, against spruce budworm in northern forests, grasshoppers in 9 million acres of wheatland in the Midwest, white-fringed beetle in the southeast, against sandflies, gnats, Japanese beetles, corn borers and gypsy moths. 464 The same article quoted a prominent zoologist. The current widespread program poses the greatest threat that animal life in North America has ever faced. Worse than deforestation, worse than illegal shooting, worse than drainage, drought, oil pollution. Possibly worse than all these decimating factors combined. 464 And the article also noted the possibility of growing dependency on chemical pesticides. Since pesticides kill mice-eating hawks, owls and foxes as well as rodents, and beneficial as well as harmful insects, may we not find ourselves without natural allies in the war on pests, and become wholly dependent on ever stronger chemicals. 464 Given the rapid evolution of resistance to pesticides, the article asked, are we trading a costly temporary victory over other pests for disaster in the form of super insects later on? 464 2 years later, in 1961, Reader's Digest took the opposite approach in an article, Goodbye to Garden Pests. The piece celebrated DDT, lindane, chlordane, malathion, and other prominent new pesticides, along with the contributions made by DuPont, American Cyanamid, Velzacol, Esso, Shell, Dow, and Union Carbide to fulfill the lazy homeowner's ultimate dream of a garden as a bit of paradise that will take care of itself. 466. Citizen outcry over the negative effects of pesticides occurred sporadically throughout the United States, and was typically treated with indignation by government officials. The first major coalescing of public furor occurred in 1957 in reaction to the U.S. Department of Agriculture aerial spraying of DDT to kill gypsy moths in southern New York. 420,464 In addition to spraying rural areas across 3 million acres, the agency sprayed urban communities in Westchester County and Long Island. A fog of DDT dissolved in kerosene fell upon commuters at train stations, children in playgrounds, housewives tending organic gardens, and often they were sprayed multiple times. 447 This led to an unsuccessful court case to halt the federal aerial spray program. The judge ruled that mass spraying has a reasonable relation to the public objective of combating the evil of the gypsy moth and thus is within the proper exercise of the police power by the designated officials. 303 These problems associated with the indiscriminate use of pesticides did not penetrate a broad audience. That required a cultural shift and the appearance of a voice that could synthesize a difficult topic into an engaging message. The voice that galvanized public concern about the environment and sparked a fierce industrial backlash was that of the gentle subversive, Rachel Carson. 467 Carson published her first story at the age of 11, in 1918. Writing was forever her passion. That passion coupled itself to a fascination with the sea, which she had never seen, when, while a student at the Pennsylvania College for Women and during a thunderstorm, she read the last lines of Tennyson's poem, Locksley Hall. 468. Cramming all the blast before it, in its breast a thunderbolt. Let it fall on Locksley Hall, with rain or hail, or fire or snow. For the mighty wind arises, roaring seaward, and I go. Coincidentally, at about the same time that Carson read Locksley Hall, Winston Churchill declared it the most prescient writing ever penned. 327 It certainly proved so for Carson. After graduating from college in 1929, Carson realized her dream to study for a summer at the Marine Biology Laboratory at Woods Hole in Massachusetts, and then to enroll in the master's program in biology at Johns Hopkins. 467 But Carson's momentum faltered during her first semester, when the stock market crashed. 467 Her graduate student stipend totaled $200 per year. Her modest income suddenly became the mainstay of her financially stressed family, and her parents, her brother, her sister, a single mother, and her sister's 2 daughters all moved in with her in a house in Baltimore. Her father died, and then her sister also passed away, leaving behind the 2 girls. Carson, then 29 years old, and her elderly mother assumed full responsibility for the children. To support her small extended family in the midst of the Depression, Carson wrote reports and brochures on the sea for the U.S. Bureau of Fisheries. 4671 of the brochures, her boss told her, was too good for that purpose, and he advised that she submit it to the Atlantic Monthly. How fortunate she was to have such a boss, because she found immediate success and received a $100 payment for this short piece entitled, Undersea, published in the Atlantic in 1937. 469. The writing was so good that an editor from Simon & Schuster and an important non-fiction writer encouraged her to expand the 4 pages into a book. 467. Between family obligations and work for the federal government, the writing proceeded slowly, but Simon & Schuster published Under the Sea Wind, a naturalist's picture of ocean life in November 1941. 470. The beautiful writing received instant praise from reviewers, but the timing of the book could not have been worse. 467. A month after its release, her book about sea creatures competed for attention with news of the Japanese attack on Pearl Harbor. The book was not a commercial success. Even the material necessities of war conspired against the book's sales, as the planned British edition fell to the reality of a paper shortage. By the end of the book's 5 years of active shelf life in stores, Carson had earned less than $700 in royalties. Carson continued her writing duties for the federal government, and rose in the ranks of what was now the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. 467. Her position as a writer for the government agency most concerned with animal conservation gave her a front-row seat to the budding concerns about DDT that emerged with its public release in 1945. The service tasked Carson with editing reports on the dangers of DDT, and thus she was one of the first people made aware of these risks. We have all heard a lot about what DDT will soon do for us by wiping out insect pests, she wrote to the editors of Reader's Digest in her proposal to write about DDT for the magazine. But she also noted that researchers were examining what it will do to insects that are beneficial or even essential, how it may affect waterfowl or birds that depend on insect food, whether it may upset the whole delicate balance of nature if unwisely used. 471. She was, perhaps, influenced by Edwin Way Teale, who also wrote in 1945, those who, today, would remeld the world nearer to their heart's desire with DDT, visualize their paradise as a realm devoid of this insect or that insect. They cherish an old illusion. They still imagine, in spite of 1,000 bitter lessons to the contrary, that they can pull out threads here and there from the fabric of nature without otherwise changing the web. 460. Carson's proposal to write a popular account of DDT for Reader's Digest met the same fate as so many other writing proposals about science for the general public. As a result, Carson moved on to other topics. In 1951, 10 years after publishing her first book on the sea, Carson published her second, The Sea Around Us. 472. This time the stars aligned, and the book experienced startling success. 467. Great poets from Homer down to Masefield, wrote the New York Times in a review, have tried to evoke the deep mystery and endless fascination of the ocean. But the slender, gentle Miss Carson seems to have the best of it. Once or twice in a generation does the world get a physical scientist with literary genius. Miss Carson has written a classic in The Sea Around Us. 463. Another New York Times review closed with this lament: it's a pity that the book's publishers did not print on its jacket a photograph of Miss Carson. It would be pleasant to know what a woman looks like who can write about an exacting science with such beauty and precision. 473. The Boston Globe wrote, would you imagine a woman who has written about the 7 seas and their wonders to be a hearty physical type? Not Miss Carson. She is small and slender, with chestnut hair and eyes whose color has something of both the green and blue of sea water. She is trim and feminine, wears a soft pink nail polish and uses lipstick and powder expertly, but sparingly. 474. The New Yorker condensed the book into a series entitled Profile of the Sea, for which it paid Carson $7,200.467. The Yale Review paid her $75 to publish a chapter, and this led to a $1,000 prize from the American Association for the Advancement of Science. Book of the Month Club selected The Sea Around Us as an alternate, and Reader's Digest published an abridged version. 471. Carson received a Guggenheim Fellowship, and the Saturday Review of Literature profiled Carson. Accolades poured in, including the National Book Award for Nonfiction. The book sat atop the New York Times bestseller list for a record 86 weeks, was published in 32 languages, and sold over 1.3 million copies in the first edition. Carson was 44 years old, and success had found her at last. She could now devote her professional life entirely to writing. At her acceptance speech for the National Book Award, Carson gave a hint of her writing to come. She wondered if we have not too long been looking through the wrong end of the telescope. We have looked first at man with his vanities and greed, and at his problems of a day or a year, and then only, and from this biased point of view, we have looked outward at the earth and at the universe of which our earth is so minute a part. Yet these are the great realities, and against them we see our human problems in a new perspective. Perhaps if we reversed the telescope and looked at man down these long vistas, we should find less time and inclination to plan for our own destruction. 471 The success of The Sea Around Us also led to the reissue in 1952 of Under the Sea Wind, which quickly joined The Sea Around Us on the bestseller lists. 471 The New York Times stated that these events were a publishing phenomenon rare as a total solar eclipse. 463 The Edge of the Sea followed in 1955. 475 You have done it again, wrote Edwin Wayteal when the New Yorker published the first serial installment. 471 The new book also received widespread praise and awards, and found its place on the New York Times bestseller list. That paper's book reviewer commented that her understanding is so contagious that you find yourself taking an enormously friendly interest in all sorts of spiny and slime-wreathed creatures that you've hitherto regarded with hearty loathing. 476 Carson's ability to engage the reader on such loathsome subjects was key to her most important, and final, effort of all, the engagement of the reader on the subject of pesticides. The subject was one in which she first tried to interest the children's author E.B. White, who wrote on many topics, including the environment, for the New Yorker. 463 White turned the suggestion back on her, proposing that she be the one to write about pesticides. I think the whole vast subject of pollution, he wrote to her in a letter, of which this gypsy moth business is just a small part, is of the utmost interest and concern to everybody. It starts in the kitchen and extends to Jupiter and Mars. Always some special group or interest is represented, never the Earth itself. 463 In 1957, domestic stresses once again plagued Carson and intruded upon her ability to write. 471 Her niece died, leaving behind a 5-year-old boy born out of wedlock. Carson, at 49 years old, now cared for both her elderly mother and her young and often sick grandnephew. Nevertheless, the following year Carson's writing project on pesticides began to take shape. She gathered information amid feelings of horror at the indiscriminate use of pesticides by the U.S. government against the fire ant and gypsy moth, and the disregard for unintentional effects these chemicals could have on people and wildlife. Carson was fully cognizant of the stifling political climate of 1950s America, the paranoia about the communist menace, the commanding respect afforded to government authority, and the displays of religious and patriotic fervor. 467 As she started to piece together her argument on pesticides, an author she esteemed, John Kenneth Galbraith, published his Critique of Consumerism, in which he summarized the cultural challenge that lay before Carson. These are the days when men of all social disciplines and political faiths seek the comfortable and the accepted, when the man of controversy is looked upon as a disturbing influence, when originality is taken to be a mark of instability, and when, in minor modification of the scriptural parable, the bland lead the bland. 477 So much more so, Carson must have thought, for the woman of controversy and originality. But in the years leading up to the publication of Silent Spring, which had a working title of Man Against the Earth, events paved the way for her message. 466,467, 471 In 1954, a Japanese fishing boat called the Lucky Dragon passed through radioactive fallout from the testing of an American hydrogen bomb on Bikini Atoll. 478 The sick and dead crew members, struck down through their innocent wanderings in search of tuna, alarmed the world about the deadly dangers of radiation. In 1957, the Soviet Union mastered the technology of the intercontinental ballistic missile capable of carrying nuclear warheads. 425 Americans were also horrified to learn that strontium-90 from fallout, which has a half-life of nearly 29 years, could appear in cow's milk and then incorporate into the bones and teeth of their children, potentially causing cancer. 479 Indeed, strontium-90 was documented in babies' teeth in 1961. 480 The National Committee for a Sane Nuclear Policy rallied people against nuclear testing and extermination without representation. 467,481 housewives organized the Women's Strike for Peace with the goal to end to the arms race, not the human race. 482 And the Soviet Union stationed nuclear missiles in Cuba. 483 It was not only enlightenment about radioactive fallout that challenged the public complacency of 1950s America. It was also chemical scares. The dangers of pesticides polluting the food supply gained traction in the media and in the public conscience during the Thanksgiving holiday of 1959, when the U.S. Food and Drug Administration banned cranberries, which were already on store shelves, that had been treated with the herbicide iminotriazole .484 the previous year. American cyanamide had applied for a determination of allowable residue on food, but because iminotriazole caused thyroid cancer in rats, the Food and Drug Administration rejected the request. Cranberry growers, faced with heavy financial losses in a year with a bumper crop, demanded the resignation of Arthur Fleming, the Secretary of the Department of Health, Education and Welfare, for his statement on the contamination of the crop. Growers wrote, "In justice to thousands of cranberry growers and distributors and millions of consumers, we demand that you take immediate steps to rectify the incalculable damages caused by your ill-informed and ill-advised press statement yesterday. You are killing a thoroughbred in order to destroy a single flea." 484 This incident awakened Americans to the idea that the government did not prevent contaminated food products from entering the marketplace. It also led to perhaps the earliest example of politicians using food as a political tool, as both Richard Nixon and John F. Kennedy eagerly ate cranberries during the presidential campaign in order to win the support of rural voters in New England, where the cranberry crop had not been tainted. 425 In 1961, U.S. President Dwight D. Eisenhower also influenced the political climate when he said in his farewell speech, "A vital element in keeping the peace is our military establishment. Our arms must be mighty, ready for instant action, so that no potential aggressor may be tempted to risk his own destruction. We have been compelled to create a permanent armaments industry of vast proportions. Our toil, resources and livelihood are all involved. So is the very structure of our society. In the councils of government, we must guard against the acquisition of unwarranted influence, whether sought or unsought, by the military-industrial complex. The potential for the disastrous rise of misplaced power exists and will persist. We must never let the weight of this combination endanger our liberties or democratic processes. We should take nothing for granted. Only an alert and knowledgeable citizenry can compel the proper meshing of the huge industrial and military machinery of defense with our peaceful methods and goals, so that security and liberty may prosper together. 485 Chemical companies formed a core part of that military-industrial complex. A serious drug scare also set the stage for Silent Spring. In September 1960, Francis Kelsey, newly employed by the Food and Drug Administration, received an application from the American pharmaceutical company Richardson Merrill to market the sedative thalidomide in the United States. 486 The drug, originally synthesized in West Germany by Chemie Grunenthal, and licensed for production by drug companies around the world, was used in 46 countries to treat nausea in pregnant women, as well as more generally for sleep, respiratory ailments, and neuralgia. 467,486 doctors also prescribed it as a calming agent for children prior to the use of electroencephalograms. 486 Chemie Grunenthal advertised it as the best drug for pregnant women and nursing mothers. 421. Studies on animals revealed it to be safe, and Richardson Merrill requested an expedited review. But Kelsey was disturbed that the drug manifested differently in animals than in people, with every 60-day deadline for action by the Food and Drug Administration. Kelsey issued a decision of insufficient proof of safety, to the tremendous frustration of Richardson Merrill, which continually provided further evidence of safety. "She saw her duty in sternly simple terms," wrote a reporter, "and she carried it out, living the while with insinuations that she was a bureaucratic nitpicker, unreasonable, even, she said, stupid." 486 In the spring of 1961, German researchers were stumped by an inexplicable outbreak of phosmelia, a previously almost unheard of birth defect that is typically expressed by the lack of an arm and the presence of rudimentary fingers that appear, like the flippers of a seal, below the shoulder. 486 In this outbreak, thousands of babies in Germany and around the world were born without both arms, or without both legs, or without any limbs at all, along with many other defects, and thousands more died. A German pediatrician made the connection to thalidomide on November 3, 1961. It turned out there were even cases in babies born to doctors' wives who had taken thalidomide samples donated by drug companies to their husbands. Richardson Merrill had distributed 2.5 million pills to 1,200 physicians in the United States after it submitted its application to the Food and Drug Administration, which led to birth defects in the United States. On November 29, the company received the evidence that thalidomide caused birth defects, and it reported this to Kelsey the following day. Richardson Merrill subsequently withdrew the drug's application, though the company stated that conclusive proof is lacking for such assumptions. 486 investigators found that both Richardson Merrill and Kemi Grunenthal deceived regulators. 421 The United States largely escaped the fate of thalidomide-induced birth defects, due to the annoying diligence of Kelsey. The larger lesson was that drug companies and medical professionals had aggressively pushed a new chemical onto the marketplace without adequate testing and then criticized a woman who took a more cautious approach. Carson herself saw the parallels. She related in an interview, "It is all of a piece, thalidomide and pesticides. They represent our willingness to rush ahead and use something new without knowing what the results are going to be." 487. Although disasters primed the public to receive Carson's message, private events conspired to slow her progress. 471 Her mother fell seriously ill, and then died at the end of 1958. At the beginning of 1960, Carson's own health also rapidly declined, but she felt the urgency of finishing the book, and by March the whole text began to take shape. A series of illnesses mounted, and by December she became aware that although her doctor had performed a radical mastectomy the previous spring, the cancer had metastasized. If one was superstitious, she wrote, it would be easy to believe in some malevolent influence at work, determined by some means to keep the book from being finished. 471 She continued to write when she was able, noting, perhaps more than ever, "I am eager to get the book done." 463 Carson described the 2 million-volt monster that supplied her radiation as her only ally. But what an awesome and terrible ally, for even while it is killing the cancer I know what it is doing to me. 467 Spring, 1962-1964. Pests are simply living organisms distinguished from many other forms of life only by the fact that they have acquired the great displeasure of one of their chief competitors, man. Man has annihilated whole armies of his own species, Homo sapiens. Civilizations have come and gone. But it is doubtful if man has ever exterminated, except in local areas, a single one of those competing species he calls pests. George C. Decker, prominent scientist and critic of Rachel Carson's Silent Spring, 1,962,488. The chemical war is never won, and all life is caught in its violent crossfire. Rachel Carson, 1,962,447. Titles are the doorway that either obstruct entry or invite readers in. Many potential titles in addition to Man Against the Earth competed in Carson's mind for the book cover. These included Man Against Nature, How to Balance Nature, The Control of Nature, and Dissent in Favor of Man, the last of which referred to Justice William O. Douglas's dissent of the Supreme Court ruling against Long Island residents who fought aerial spraying of DDT. 425,466. All these would have limited the book's audience, so Carson searched for a better title. Houghton Mifflin's editor-in-chief, Paul Brooks, had recommended Silent Spring as the name for the chapter on birds, and later expanded that suggestion to the book title. 471. Her literary agent, Marie Rodel, recommended to Carson the two lines from the poet John Keats for the front of the book: "The sedge is withered from the lake, and no birds sing." 489. Carson's previous books were beautiful, celebratory, and lyrical works that took the reader along the seacoast and under the waves, but they were not controversial. Controversy, however, lit up Silent Spring well before it was published in the fall of 1962. Brooks anticipated its impact, telling Carson when she began writing the book, "One thing you can be sure of, the world is waiting for it." 466. This was due in part to the scale of the problem. By 1962, chemical companies had already registered for the U.S. marketplace about 500 chemical compounds used in 54,000 pesticide formulations, and U.S. insecticide use alone that year amounted to an astonishing £350 million distributed over 90 million acres. 490. Knowing that the book would face a fierce industrial backlash, Carson vetted all facts with noted experts, and lawyers for Houghton Mifflin assured her that nothing was libelous. 466,471. Carson's team sent pre-publication copies to congressional leaders, U.S. government administrators, political organizations, and garden and conservation societies. 467. Battle lines were already drawn by the time the New Yorker published a condensed version of the book in June, and New Yorker readers submitted a greater volume of letters than any previous piece in the magazine's history had generated. 474. The New Yorker boasted a circulation of 430,000 readers, giving Silent Spring a strong opening salvo. 466. The New Yorker's editor, William Shawn, who had played a key role in editing the book, noted, "We don't usually think of the New Yorker as changing the world, but this is one time it might." 466. The New York Times declared, "Silent Spring is now noisy summer." 491. The New Yorker series was one that few will read without a chill, no matter how hot the weather. 492. The New York Times accurately predicted the effect the book would have, though it was still only in serialized form. Miss Carson will be accused of alarmism, or lack of objectivity, of showing only the bad side of pesticides while ignoring their benefits. But this, we suspect, is her purpose as well as her method. We do not combat highway carelessness by reciting statistics only of the millions of motorists who return safely to their garages. 492. On Carson's side stood many prominent figures, including Agnes E. Mayer, who owned The Washington Post, and the heads of such women's groups as the League of Women Voters, the National Council of Jewish Women, and the American Association of University Women. 467. She also enjoyed the support of prominent conservation leaders, scientists, and public figures, including Justice William O. Douglas and Secretary of the Interior Stuart Udall. Douglas declared that Silent Spring was the most revolutionary book since Uncle Tom's Cabin. 493. He was quoted on the book's back cover as stating the book to be the most important chronicle of this century for the human race. The New York Times wrote, "If her series helps arouse enough public concern to immunize government agencies against the blandishments of the hucksters and enforces adequate controls, the author will be as deserving of the Nobel Prize as was the inventor of DDT." 492. Commercial success of the book seemed guaranteed. It was selected by Book of the Month Club as the October Read. Excerpts were due to be published in magazines, Consumers Union contracted for a special edition for its membership, and CBS Reports planned a TV episode on the book. 320, 471. Balancing out these positive signs, attacks on Carson and her book reigned in well before it was published in September. 467 Velsicol Chemical Company, which produced the insecticides heptachlor and chlordane, threatened to sue the New Yorker if it continued to print the condensed book. 466,471. The New Yorker did not retreat. Velsicol then threatened to sue Houghton Mifflin if it proceeded with publication. Velsidal's letter to Houghton Mifflin stated, "Unfortunately, in addition to the sincere opinions by natural food faddists, Audubon groups and others, members of the chemical industry in this country and in Western Europe must deal with sinister influences, whose attacks on the chemical industry have a dual purpose. 1. To create the false impression that all business is grasping and immoral, and 2. To reduce the use of agricultural chemicals in this country and in the countries of Western Europe, so that our supply of food will be reduced to East Curtain parity." Many innocent groups are financed and led into attacks on the chemical industry by these sinister parties. 463 Silent Spring opens with A Fable for Tomorrow. There was once a town in the heart of America where all life seemed to live in harmony with its surroundings. The town lay in the midst of a checkerboard of prosperous farms, with fields of grain and hillsides or orchards where, in spring, white clouds of bloom drifted above the green fields. In autumn, oak and maple and birch set up a blaze of color that flamed and flickered across a backdrop of pines. Then foxes barked in the hills and deer silently crossed the fields, half hidden in the mists of the fall mornings. Then a strange blight crept over the area and everything began to change. Some evil spell had settled on the community. Mysterious maladies swept the flocks of chickens, the cattle and sheep sickened and died. Everywhere was a shadow of death. The few birds seen anywhere were moribund. They trembled violently and could not fly. It was a spring without voices. Only silence lay over the fields and woods and marsh. The roadsides, once so attractive, were now lined with browned and withered vegetation as though swept by fire. No witchcraft, no enemy action had silenced the rebirth of new life in this stricken world. The people had done it themselves. 447 This destruction wrought by the white clouds drifting over green fields echoed the stark observation of the priest who, in crossing Ireland during the potato famine, beheld with sorrow one wide waste of putrefying vegetation. In many places the wretched people were seated on the fences of the decaying gardens, wringing their hands and wailing bitterly the destruction that had left them foodless. 21 Carson's fable was also reminiscent of the clouds of chlorine gas blighting the battlefields of Europe during World War I, and could easily invoke everyone's Cold War fears of nuclear fallout. Indeed, she mentioned strontium-90 in the book before referring to pesticides, and used radiation as a metaphor throughout the book. 494 Carson wrote that, "The parallel between chemicals and radiation is exact and inescapable." 447 She quoted the 1952 Nobel Peace Prize winner Albert Schweitzer, who said, "Man can hardly even recognize the devils of his own creation." 447 The question is, posed Carson, whether any civilization can wage relentless war on life without destroying itself, and without losing the right to be called civilized. 447 Monsanto Corporation responded with a widely distributed parody entitled The Desolate Year, which described a pesticide-free world riddled with disease and hunger. 495 The bugs were everywhere. Unseen, unheard, unbelievably universal. Beneath the ground, beneath the waters, on and in limbs and twigs and stalks, under rocks, inside trees and animals and other insects, and, yes, inside man. Due to the lack of pesticides, the garrote of nature rampant began to tighten. The result was that, genus by genus, species by species, subspecies by innumerable subspecies, the insects emerged. Creeping and flying and crawling into the open, beginning in the southern tier of states and progressing northward. People, infected by the first onslaught of the host mosquitoes, suffered the fiendish torture of chills and fever and the hellish pain of the world's greatest scourge. Malaria was by no means the only agent of man's suffering. Then the really notorious villain, Ireland's awful late blight, took over, and the firm brown spuds were gone, turned into black slime. A repeat of the Irish potato famine due to a lack of pesticides led to starving people once again reduced to eating insects. Termites felled buildings and devoured libraries. Yellow fever hung like a specter over the southern United States. Rats and mice multiplied prodigiously, a disaster that would lead to outbreaks of typhus and bubonic plague. Similarly, The American Agriculturist featured a boy and his grandfather eating acorns in the forest. The grandfather explained that a book had come out against the use of chemicals in farming. So now we live naturally. Your mother died naturally from malaria that mosquitoes gave her. Your dad passed away naturally in that terrible famine when the grasshoppers ate up everything. Now we are starving naturally, because the blight killed those potatoes we planted last spring. 471. A host of chemical companies, including Monsanto, DuPont, Dow, Shell Chemical, Goodrich Gulf, Allied Chemical, and W.R. Grace, collaborated through trade organizations in their criticisms of the book and its author, and some, such as Velzacol and American Cyanamide, had their own representatives mount attacks. 466 Silent Spring threatened to undermine the prestige of these companies, carefully cultivated through advertising campaigns such as DuPont's Better Living Through Chemistry. Industry also worried that the book would lead to unwanted regulations. Chemical and Engineering News quoted the director of the New Jersey Department of Agriculture. In any large-scale pest control program in this area, we are immediately confronted with the objection of a vociferous, misinformed group of nature-balancing, organic gardening, bird-loving, unreasonable citizenry. 471 Another magazine concluded, her book is more poisonous than the pesticides she condemns. 471 The irony of the industry campaign was revealed by one critic of Carson, who wrote, they scold emotion emotionally. 496 Carson wrote, DDT is now so universally used that in most minds the product takes on the harmless aspect of the familiar. 447 Such indiscriminate use of pesticides by government agencies and private parties posed serious ethical issues beyond the effects on nature, and this theme was central to Silent Spring. Ordinary people were exposed to pesticides without their knowledge or consent. By 1950, Americans already averaged over 5 parts per million DDT in their body fat, and women's breast milk was also contaminated. 320 The concentration of DDT and its metabolites in the body fat of the average American adult rose to 12 parts per million by the early 1960s. 490 Carson argued that people had a right to know and a role to decide about pesticide use, both of which were denied them. She wrote that we live in an era dominated by industry, in which the right to make a dollar at whatever cost is seldom challenged. When the public protests, confronted with some obvious evidence of damaging results of pesticide applications, it is fed little tranquilizing pills of half-truth. It is the public that is being asked to assume the risks that the insect controllers calculate. 447. This risk was extended even into their own homes by their own hands, given the universal availability of pesticides for domestic use, placing the typical household in little better position than the guests of the Borgias. 447 One industry executive essentially agreed, stating, the industry deserves a black eye for not educating pesticide users on the proper use of powerful chemicals. One of the big problems we've always faced is overestimating the intelligence of users. 466 Carson wrote, if the Bill of Rights contains no guarantee that a citizen shall be secure against lethal poisons distributed either by private individuals or by public officials, it is surely only because our forefathers, despite their considerable wisdom and foresight, could conceive of no such problem. 447 She also extended such ethical concerns to animals and wrote, by acquiescing in an act that can cause such suffering to a living creature, who among us is not diminished as a human being. 447 Silent Spring ends with the paragraph. The control of nature is a phrase conceived in arrogance, born of the Neanderthal age of biology and philosophy, when it was supposed that nature exists for the convenience of man. The concepts and practices of applied entomology for the most part date from that stone age of science. It is our alarming misfortune that so primitive a science has armed itself with the most modern and terrible weapons, and that in turning him against the insects it has also turned him against the earth. 447 Applied entomologists were thus directly attacked as ignorant and immoral. They and their allies responded in kind. One prominent entomologist wrote that Silent Spring poses leading questions, on which neither the author nor the average reader is qualified to make decisions. I regard it as science fiction, to be read in the same way that the TV show Twilight Zone is to be watched. 467 An industrial trade journal commented, for the insecticide industry, this book could turn out to be a serious and costly body blow, even though it did land below the belt. 467. A prominent scientist, who led the Food Protection Committee of the National Academy of Sciences National Research Council, predicted that Silent Spring would appeal to the organic gardeners, the anti-fluoride leaguers, the worshippers of natural foods, those who cling to the philosophy of a vital principle, and pseudo-scientists and faddists, 497 He advised that, in view of her scientific qualifications in contrast to those of our distinguished scientific leaders and statesmen, this book should be ignored. It is doubtful that many readers can bear to wade through its high-pitched sequences of anxieties. 497 He warned that the attitude expressed in the book means the end of all human progress, reversion to a passive social state devoid of technology, scientific medicine, agriculture, sanitation, or education. It means disease, epidemics, starvation, misery, and suffering incomparable and intolerable to modern man. 497 The head of the nutrition program at the Harvard School of Public Health stated, Miss Carson writes with passion and with beauty, but with very little scientific detachment. Dispassionate scientific evidence and passionate propaganda are two buckets of water that simply can't be carried on one person's shoulders. The bucket that springs a leak in Miss Carson's case is the scientific evidence. Unfortunately, Miss Carson implicitly accuses the scientific community of disparaging human values. In doing so, she abandons scientific proof and truth and combats them with exaggeration and unscientific deductive reasoning based on axioms of her own making. Miss Carson is a literary luminary and one of splendid accomplishment. That is no mean feat. Miss Carson could have written a book which would have helped bridge the gap between science and the public, instead of one which widens the gulf. 498. The president of Montrose Chemical Corporation, which was the largest DDT producer in the United States, accused Carson of being a fanatic defender of the cult of the balance of nature. 491 Many others jumped on this theme, such as a government official who said, at one time this country was supporting about 1 million Indians and some wildlife, and things were in balance. 499 A trade organization called the National Agricultural Chemicals Association funded a $250,000 public relations campaign attacking Carson. 474 A former Secretary of Agriculture asked why a spinster with no children was so concerned about genetics. His answer was that Carson was probably a communist. 467 The most visible critic was Robert White Stevens of American Cyanamid. He wrote, we often find that a false statement takes off like an ICBM, intercontinental ballistic missile, and explodes in TV, radio, newspapers, magazines, and even in books, before a measured estimate of the facts in the matter can be assessed and presented objectively. 500 White Stevens admired Carson's writing, but not her intent. Miss Rachel Carson is a writer on biological subjects with an extraordinary, vivid touch and elegance of expression. She paints a nostalgic picture of Elysian life in an imaginary American village of former years, where all was in harmonious balance with nature and happiness and contentment reigned interminably, until sickness, death, and corruption was spread over the face of the landscape in the form of insecticides and other agricultural chemicals. But the picture she paints is illusory, and she as a biologist must know that the rural utopia she describes was rudely punctuated by a longevity among its residents of perhaps 35 years, by an infant mortality of upwards of 20 children dead by the age of 5 of every 100 born, by mothers dead in their 20s from childbed fever and tuberculosis, by frequent famines crushing the isolated peoples through long dark, frozen winters following the failure of a basic crop the previous summer, by vermin and filth infesting their homes, their stored foods and their bodies, both inside and out. 50 Criticism did not limit itself to the pen of entomologists and industrialists. Many media outlets joined the fray. The Economist reduced Carson's angry, shrill tract to propaganda written in white-hot anger with words tumbling and stumbling all over the page. 474 Time magazine science journalist charged that in her emotional and inaccurate outburst, Miss Carson has taken up her pen in alarm and anger, putting literary skills second to the task of frightening and arousing her readers, leading to a position that was unfair, one-sided, and hysterically over-emphatic. 501 Carson wrote, these insecticides are not selective poisons. They do not single out the one species of which we desire to be rid. Each of them is used for the simple reason that it is a deadly poison. It therefore poisons all life with which it comes in contact. 447 The Time journalist responded, any housewife who has sprayed flies with a bug bomb and managed to survive without poisoning should spot at least part of the error in that statement. 501 This journalist and others drew upon the experience of convicts who were fed DDT by the U.S. Public Health Service and were found to be as healthy as a control group of convicts fed the same diet minus DDT. 502 Natural History magazine provided a mixed review, though the author defended Carson's advocacy. She has been accused of being one-sided, as though this were a fault. I have never heard St. Paul criticized for not giving Satan his due, though he is obviously a devilishly engaging fellow. 503 The Secretary of the Interior, Stuart Udall, defended Carson along these same lines. Silent Spring was called a one-sided book. And so it was. She did not pause to state the case for the use of poisons on pests, for her antagonists were riding roughshod over the landscape. They had not bothered to state the case for nature. The engines of industry were in action. The benefits of pest control were known, and the case for caution needed dramatic statement if alternatives to misuse were to be pursued. 504. Edwin Diamond, the science editor of Newsweek, initially was contracted by Houghton Mifflin to co-write the book with Carson, but Carson decided the collaboration would only hurt the book and so removed him from the project early on. 466 Diamond ended up writing one of the most scathing reviews. 487. Thanks to a woman named Rachel Carson, he wrote, a big fuss has been stirred up to scare the American public out of its wits. Noting that Carson was not married, Diamond asked, what, finally, is Silent Spring's game? This is an era of stereotyped thinking, scattershot charges, shrill voices and double standards of behavior. Carson's tactics, Diamond wrote, were reminiscent of those employed by Senator Joseph McCarthy in his great communist hunt. The record shows that the nation, once down from its McCarthyite orbit, was able to deal with subversion without dismantling its noble mansion of constitutional law and civil rights. Similarly, I think the pesticide problem can be handled without going back to a dark age of plague and epidemic. The controversy fell in part along gender lines, with men doing the criticizing and employing sexist stereotypes, and women, and men, providing critical support, although also often in a gender-biased manner. Carson was compared to Carrie Nation, the hatchet-wielding activist against alcohol. 505 The Journal Archives of Internal Medicine published an editorial stating, Silent Spring, which I read word for word with some trauma, kept reminding me of trying to win an argument with a woman. It cannot be done. 496 Although this author found the book, as science, to be so much hogwash, he also expressed a view that some positive changes were likely to result from it. I found in it much cantankerous enthusiasm and much concern for the state of man. I got through it, realizing that it will not advance the cause of science, of learning, or of Rachel Carson. On the other hand, if enough people read it and begin to think about the implications of some of the things of which it gives only a biased view, not only the country, but even scientists working on the problems the book assails, must surely gain. 496 Gender stereotypes also colored public perceptions. The New York Times wrote, gentle, soft-voiced Rachel Louise Carson appears an unlikely candidate for the role of avenging angel. She is shy and very feminine, and refuses to be drawn into retaliatory comments against those who have attacked her book. Miss Carson is a small-boned woman with gradually graying, dark brown hair. Her eyes are grayish-brown and her complexion is pale. 506 Another friendly reviewer wrote, Miss Carson is a quiet-spoken spinster, now 55 years old, who lives in suburban Silver Springs, MD, near Washington. She is renowned for her prize-winning 1951 work on marine biology, The Sea Around Us, dealing with the flora and fauna of the sea. In her latest books she comes ashore, with a vengeance. 499 But Carson dismissed any role for gender in the point of her book. Her interest was not in things done by women or men, but in things done by people. 467. In perhaps the only serious criticism by a woman, Virginia Kraft wrote in Sports Illustrated, wildlife populations all over the nation are bigger and healthier than ever, not in spite of pesticides, but in many cases because of them. The prosperity in the wildlife of today is a direct result of man's, particularly American man's, increased ability to control his own environment. The single most effective tool in bringing about these improvements has been chemical pesticides. 507 Kraft wrote that Silent Spring made Neville Shute's nuclear apocalypse novel On the Beach seem almost euphoric by comparison. 507 She continued, the wise and discreet use of chemical pesticides is assuring us not of a silent spring, but of seasons filled with all the rich, new sounds of animal and human prosperity. 507 In summing up the criticism originating from so many quarters, Paul Brooks compared the reaction to that faced by Charles Darwin a century earlier with the publication of On the Origin of Species. Not since then had a single book been more bitterly attacked by those who felt their interests threatened. 471 Even some of the language used to criticize Darwin rang familiar in 1962. Louis Agassiz wrote that Darwin's transmutation theory is a scientific mistake, untrue in its facts, unscientific in its method, and mischievous in its tendency. 508 Comparing Silent Spring to Thomas Paine's Rights of Man. 509 A critic for the New York Times noted, from the panic of the chemical industries and the soothing officialese of government bulletins, you would think that Rachel Carson had advocated a return to the wooden plow. 510 All this controversy stimulated sales of the book and thereby worked against the critics. Within 2 months of publication, the book had sold 100,000 copies, topped the bestseller list, and featured in headline news. Indeed, the book caught the attention of President Kennedy even before it was published. 467 It was translated into 22 languages, and 500,000 hardcover books were sold before Houghton Mifflin released the paperback edition. 467,474 sales occurred in pulses with each new event, whether it was the airing of CBS reports or press coverage of government hearings. A Houghton Mifflin executive noted this unprecedented situation for one of its titles, and stated, "The only parallel I can think of is a book as evil as Rachel's is benign." Mein Kampf used to have a new wave of sales whenever Hitler invaded a new country. People were trying to see who would suffer next. 466 Sensitive to the charges of a communist conspiracy, Carson and her agent decided not to sell literary rights to communist countries, because the book is too easily twisted to anti-US propaganda. 466. Too ill to do much, Carson agreed to only a handful of events and interviews. 467 She wrote to her doctor, "I still believe in the old Churchillian determination to fight each battle as it comes, and I think a determination to win may well postpone the final battle." 463 One opportunity for battle that she found irresistible was an interview with CBS Reports, which, due to its popularity and primetime slot, would gain a wide audience for her views. Since Carson was limited in mobility because of her cancer, the show's host and his crew conducted the interview in her home. CBS constructed the show through 8 months of filming. 425 Opposing Carson, CBS Reports featured White Stevens as the representative of the chemical companies. Several government leaders were also featured, the Surgeon General, the Commissioner of the Food and Drug Administration, and the Secretary of Agriculture. The controversial nature of the content led 3 major corporations to withdraw their advertisements. The show aired on April 3, 1963, and vindicated Carson as the calm adult in the room, not as the hysterical communist spinster. Carson's voice opened the program. "Can anyone believe it is possible to lay down such a barrage of poisons on the surface of the earth without making it unfit for all life? They should not be called insecticides, but biocides." 511 White Stevens responded, "The major claims in Miss Rachel Carson's book Silent Spring are gross distortions of the actual facts, completely unsupported by scientific experimental evidence and general practical experience in the field. If man were to faithfully follow the teachings of Miss Carson, we would return to the Dark Ages, and the insects and diseases and vermin would once again inherit the earth." White Stevens continued, "Miss Carson maintains that the balance of nature is a major force in the survival of man, whereas the modern chemist, the modern biologist, the modern scientist believes that man is steadily controlling nature." Carson retorted, "Now to these people apparently the balance of nature was something that was repealed as soon as man came on the scene. Well, you might just as well assume that you could repeal the law of gravity. Man is part of nature and his war against nature is inevitably a war against himself." Carson ended the show by saying, "I think we're challenged as mankind has never been challenged before, to prove our maturity and our mastery, not of nature, but of ourselves." The show drew an audience of 10 million viewers. 474 The day after the show aired, Senator Abraham Ribicoff of Connecticut declared that his government operations subcommittee would hold hearings on the dangers of pesticides. 467 The hearings began on May 15, and Carson, the most anticipated witness called to testify, appeared on June 4. Ribicoff said, "Miss Carson, you are the lady who started all this." 474 His comment was reminiscent of Abraham Lincoln's question to Harriet Beecher Stowe, the author of Uncle Tom's Cabin. According to the family law of Stowe's descendants, Lincoln said when he met her, "Is this the little woman who made this great war?" 512 In her testimony, Carson stated, "Since our problems of pest control are numerous and varied, we must search, not for one superweapon that will solve all our problems, but for a great diversity of armaments, each precisely adjusted to its task." 463 Carson advocated restrictions on aerial spraying and persistent pesticides, the creation of a government body responsible for testing and control, and the incorporation of public input so that people would be secure from poisoning in their homes. Carson added that scientists had just discovered pesticides in remote regions of the globe far from their point of application. The problem of pesticide applicators indiscriminately spraying without the knowledge or consent of the public therefore extended to communities that might not even have heard of the countries where the pesticides originated. A consultant for the Shell Chemical Company countered her testimony and stated, "These peddlers of fear are going to feast on the famine of the world." 463 The same day that the Ribicoff hearings began, the President's Science Advisory Committee reported about the benefits and risks of pesticides. The report noted, efficient agricultural production, protection of health, and elimination of nuisances are now required and expected by modern man. 490 An example of many positive developments was that sweet corn, potatoes, cabbage, apples, and tomatoes are all available unmarred, and the American housewife is accustomed to blemish-free products. 490 But the report also noted the problem of resistance, and stated, until the publication of Silent Spring, by Rachel Carson, people were generally unaware of the toxicity of pesticides. 490 Carson felt relieved by the content of the report, which concluded, elimination of the use of persistent toxic pesticides should be the goal. 492 days later, she testified before the Senate Committee on Commerce, which was debating pesticide regulations. 471 Carson's recommendation was the creation of a cabinet-level agency for environmental regulations that would be independent of chemical industry influence. The Science Advisory Report turned the tide on public discourse in her favor, with headlines reading, "Rachel Carson stands vindicated," and some critics in the media admitting that perhaps she was right. 463 CBS Reports broadcast a follow-up program entitled, "The Verdict on the Silent Spring of Rachel Carson." 466 Lord Shackleton, the son of the Antarctic explorer, wrote the introduction to the British edition of Silent Spring. He stated in the House of Lords that Polynesian cannibals would no longer eat Americans, because their fat is contaminated with chlorinated hydrocarbons. 471 Data on DDT concentrations showed, said Lord Shackleton, that we, British, are rather more edible than Americans. Britain's response to the book was to expand pesticide regulations. Newsworthy events also vindicated Carson. At the end of 1963, 5 million fish in the Mississippi River died in the midst of convulsions and hemorrhaging. 463 Scientists traced the mortality to releases of the pesticide Endron by a pesticide plant operated by Velzacol, the chemical company that had first developed Endron and that had threatened to sue over the release of Silent Spring. Carson wrote that wildlife mortality due to pesticide exposure did not end with the publication of her book. The problem of pesticides is not merely the dream of an avaricious author, out to pile up royalties by frightening the public, she wrote, it is very much with us, here and now. 513 That DDT progressed from mankind's savior in World War II to one of humanity's greatest toxic burdens 30 years later demonstrates the wild swings in public perception and the chaotic regulatory environment surrounding pesticides. A series of awards in 1963 marked the end of Carson's career. 471 At the beginning of the year, the Animal Welfare Institute gave her the Albert Schweitzer Medal. Many other awards followed, along with her election to the American Academy of Arts and Letters. Academy membership was restricted to 50 artists, musicians, and writers. As a new member, Carson joined the company of just 3 other women, and no other writers of nonfiction. The Academy citation summarized Carson's contribution. A scientist in the grand literary style of Galileo and Buffon, she has used her scientific knowledge and moral feeling to deepen our consciousness of living nature and to alert us to the calamitous possibility that our short-sighted technological conquests might destroy the very sources of our being. 471 In a speech to the Women's National Book Association, Carson explained why she felt compelled to write the book. If I had not written the book, she said, I am sure the ideas would have found another outlet. But knowing the facts as I did, I could not rest until I had brought him to public attention. 463 Carson dedicated Silent Spring to Albert Schweitzer. Schweitzer wrote to a beekeeper, I am aware of some of the tragic repercussions of the chemical fight against insects taking place in France and elsewhere, and I deplore them. Modern man no longer knows how to foresee and forestall. He will end by destroying the earth from which he and other living creatures draw their food. Poor bees, poor birds, poor men. 514 From this statement sprang Carson's dedication to Schweitzer. Man has lost the capacity to foresee and to forestall. He will end by destroying the earth. 447 Following the publication of Silent Spring, Schweitzer wrote a letter of thanks to Carson, and included his photograph, which became Carson's most cherished possession. 493 Knowing that she would soon die, Carson requested that a passage from the Edge of the Sea be read at her funeral. 471 What is the meaning of so tiny a being as the transparent wisp of protoplasm that is a sea lace, existing for some reason inscrutable to us, a reason that demands its presence by the trillion amid the rocks and weeds of the shore? The meaning haunts and ever eludes us, and in its very pursuit we approach the ultimate mystery of life itself. 475. Carson died on April 14, 1964, at the age of 56.471. Her pallbearers included Secretary of the Interior Udall and Senator Ribicoff. Ribicoff paid tribute on the floor of the Senate to this gentle lady who aroused people everywhere to be concerned with one of the most significant problems of mid-20th century life, man's contamination of his environment. 463. Paul Brooks and his wife raised her orphan grandnephew, and Brooks published a book devoted to her writing. 466,471. In it, he wrote of Carson's strength in completing Silent Spring as her health failed. Brooks wrote, "She managed to make this book about death a celebration of life." 471. Rachel Carson is dead, wrote E.B. White, but the sea is still around us. The edge of the sea still supports life in almost unbelievable variety, and the manufacturers of pesticides are enjoying their usual spring upsurge in sales. 515. A year after her death, the chemical company Velzacol stated, "In case you haven't noticed, trees leafed, birds sang, squirrels reconnoitered, fish leaped." 1965 was a normal spring, not the silent type of the late Miss Carson's nightmares. 463. With the publication of Silent Spring, Rachel Carson joined a long list of accomplished American authors published by Houghton Mifflin. 466. These included Henry Wadsworth Longfellow, Oliver Wendell Holmes, Ralph Waldo Emerson, Harriet Beecher Stowe, Nathaniel Hawthorne, Henry David Thoreau, and Mark Twain. The publishing house was also the American publisher for such English greats as Alfred, Lord Tennyson, Charles Dickens, and Winston Churchill. Like the works of these great authors, Silent Spring became a classic, a book that marked a shift in public awareness throughout the world about the environment, about governmental accountability, about democracy, and about animal and human rights. Who has decided, Carson asked, who has the right to decide, for the countless legions of people who were not consulted, that the supreme value is a world without insects, even though it be also a sterile world ungraced by the curving wing of a bird in flight? The decision is that of the authoritarian temporarily entrusted with power. He has made it during a moment of inattention by millions to whom beauty and the ordered world of nature still have a meaning that is deep and imperative. 447. Perhaps Carson's message was best foreshadowed by President Eisenhower, who said in his farewell speech to the nation, "As we peer into society's future, we, you and I, and our government, must avoid the impulse to live only for today, plundering, for our own ease and convenience, the precious resources of tomorrow. We cannot mortgage the material assets of our grandchildren without risking the loss also of their political and spiritual heritage. We want democracy to survive for all generations to come, not to become the insolvent phantom of tomorrow." 485. Humility, 1962. The future. Within the past 100 years, man has emerged from a feeble creature, virtually at the mercy of nature and his environment, to become the only being which can penetrate every corner of the planet, communicate instantly to anywhere on Earth, produce all the food, fiber, and shelter he needs, wherever he may need it, change the topography of his lands, the sea and the universe, and prepare his voyage through the very arch of heaven into space itself. This is the stuff that science is made of, and man has learned to use it. Robert H. White Stevens, representative of the chemical industry, 1,962,500. Following World War II, chemists continued to develop products that would make the world a better place by preventing famine and disease. They also continued to design potent chemical weapons for the next war. War had become so frequent and horrific that it seemed foolish to expect it to retreat for long or to again be caught unprepared for a dictator's onslaught. Together, these chemicals designed for both the best and worst purposes of humanity proved to be an environmental disaster and compelled the writing of Rachel Carson. But the storm surrounding the accelerated development and deployment of pesticides did not end with Carson's death in 1964. Rachel Carson wrote to a friend, as she began writing Silent Spring, "There would be no peace for me if I kept silent." 516. As she completed the book, she wrote in a letter, "I could never again listen happily to a thrush song if I had not done all I could." 471. The same compulsive drive likely plagued, motivated, and enabled the greatness of all of the scientists in this book. Ronald Ross strained his vision peering through a microscope for years before he made his monumental discovery of pigmented cells in the stomach wall of an Anopheles mosquito, literally as his microscope rusted from the drips of his sweat. Fritz Haber and Walter Nernst risked fiery death in their high-pressure and high-heat competition to fix nitrogen from the atmosphere. Gerhard Schrader exposed himself to the most toxic compounds ever synthesized while he manipulated nature to make organophosphate insecticides. Many traumatic events involving chemical exposures occurred following the publication of Silent Spring. Scientists discovered DDT in women's breast milk at concentrations 5 times greater than the maximum allowable level in cow's milk. 463. The Environmental Defense Fund, created by an informal group of Long Island environmentalists, scientists, and a lawyer in the wake of Carson's death, placed an advertisement in the New York Times that asked, "Is mother's milk fit for human consumption?" 320. Similarly, the Ecology Center in Berkeley produced a poster of a nude pregnant woman with a label on her breast that read, "Caution, keep out of the reach of children." 463. Elsewhere in the world, in the summer of 1967, 700 people were hospitalized and 24 died in Qatar after eating bread made from American flour that had been shipped in cloth sacks on a deck below leaking pails of Endron. 463. That same year, 17 children died and 600 others sickened in Mexico after eating pastries prepared using sugar that had been stored adjacent to paraffin, and a similar accident with paraffin-contaminated bread killed 80 and sickened 600 in Colombia. Similar tragedies with a variety of pesticides occurred throughout the world, and became more common and caused more fatalities as the variety of new pesticides in the marketplace proliferated and the volumes employed jumped. Indeed, in 1966, 4 years after the publication of Silent Spring, the mass of synthetic pesticides sold by U.S. companies surpassed £840 million, while inorganic pesticides contributed another £450 million to the U.S. market. 463. Market pressures for new chemicals used in larger quantities resulted from pests evolving resistance. The evolution of resistance to DDT on the part of Anopheles mosquitoes led the World Health Organization to suspend the Global Malaria Eradication Program in 1969. 517. The chemical industry benefited from the inherent obsolescence of pesticides, in the same way that the armaments industry benefited from the arms race inducing obsolescence of weapons. Pesticides also killed people through disruptions of the balance of nature, but in rather unpredictable ways. One striking example occurred in Bolivia in 1963, where more than 300 people perished from an outbreak of Bolivian hemorrhagic fever. 463. The deadly virus was transmitted by a local rodent species. The rodent population had been held in check by cats, until the cat population crashed due to DDT exposure from an anti-malaria campaign. Operation Ranch Hand proved to be the largest and most enduring pesticide disaster, coming on the heels of Silent Spring. It began the same year that Silent Spring went to press and continued until 1971. 518. In the operation, the United States sprayed 73 million liters of herbicides and defoliants, such as Agent Orange, over the rainforest and mangrove forest canopies of Vietnam, Laos, and Cambodia. 519,520 croplands made up 10% of the 26,000 square kilometers sprayed. The objective was to deprive Viet Cong forces of food while also removing the forest canopy that obscured their movements. Smokey the bear became the unofficial mascot of the operation, with a modified slogan that read, "Only you can prevent a forest." 521 aircraft that dropped smoke grenades or flares to mark forest to be defoliated or enemy positions were nicknamed Smokey Bears. In the related Sherwood Forest, 1965, and Pink Rose, 1966, operations, U.S. forces defoliated the rainforest to dry out trees and then dropped diesel fuel and incendiary devices to initiate fire as a weapon against the Viet Cong. Because the spray aircraft flew slowly, their missions were typically preceded by aerial bombardments with bombs, ordnance, and napalm. 520. The operation reflected an attitude discussed by Carson in Silent Spring, and one noticed by many critics of the military's uses and abuses of new technologies. Carson wrote, "The chemical weed killers are a bright new toy. They work in a spectacular way. They give a giddy sense of power over nature to those who wield them, and as for the long-range and less obvious effects, these are easily brushed aside as the baseless imaginings of pessimists." 447. The use of chemical defoliants in war was a possibility that emerged from the discovery of plant hormones that regulate growth. 520. In 1941, Ezra Krauss, a botanist on the faculty of the University of Chicago, proposed that synthetic versions of these plant hormones could be used in high doses as herbicides. Krauss and the U.S. Agricultural Research Center screened chemicals for this purpose, including the compound 2,4-D, which had recently been shown to stimulate plant growth. Just days after the U.S. entry into World War II, Krauss proposed that the United States should synthesize herbicides that would enable a simple means of destruction of rice crops, the staple food supply of the Japanese. 520. These chemicals could also be sprayed over forests to kill trees and thereby reveal concealed military depots. Krauss's work at Chicago occurred a stone's throw away from the field where Enrico Fermi built the first nuclear reactor. The Chemical Warfare Service expanded the screening program for herbicides useful in combat as crop destroyers or defoliants. By the end of the war, the Chemical Warfare Service had tested about 1,000 chemicals and found 2,4-D and 2,4,5-T to be the most effective. The war ended, and rather than being used for combat, these herbicides were commercialized as weed killers. The chemical 2,4,5-T did see use in combat in the early 1950s in Malaya, where British forces employed the herbicide to destroy crops and defoliate trees. Thus, the stage was set for the U.S. use of Agent Orange in the Vietnam War. Following the publication of Silent Spring, the President's Science Advisory Committee recommended that pesticides be tested for their potential to cause cancer, birth defects, or genetic defects. 522. Therefore, in 1963 the National Cancer Institute funded the bionetics research laboratories to test the toxicity of selected pesticides. One of the tested pesticides was 2,4,5-T, by then a popular weed killer and, along with 2,4-D, the active ingredient in Agent Orange. In 1966, Bionetics alerted the National Cancer Institute that 2,4,5-T induced birth defects in mice. Despite widespread use of the herbicide in the United States and in Vietnam, the government did not release this information to the public. Another report from Bionetics to the National Cancer Institute followed in 1968. Still, the information remained confined to a small number of scientists, government regulators, and members of the pesticide industry. Nevertheless, some scientists expressed alarm at the use of defoliants in the war, and in 1967 the American Association for the Advancement of Science petitioned the U.S. Secretary of Defense Robert McNamara to authorize a study of effects of defoliant use in Vietnam. 522. The government response stated, "Qualified scientists, both inside and outside our government, and in the governments of other nations, have judged that seriously adverse consequences will not occur. Unless we had confidence in these judgments, we would not continue to employ these materials." 522. Finally, in the fall of 1969, an employee with a group funded by the consumer advocate Ralph Nader chanced upon a copy of the Bionetics report and relayed it to the Harvard biologist Matthew Meselson. Meselson had previously challenged the position of the United States on chemical and biological weapons. 522. He had also read newspaper accounts of sharp increases in birth defects in areas of Vietnam sprayed with Agent Orange. Meselson visited the physicist Lee Dubridge, President Nixon's science advisor, on October 29, 1969, to relay his concerns. With Messelson still in his office, Dubridge called the Deputy Secretary of Defense and co-founder of the Hewlett-Packard Company, David Packard, and they decided to restrict the use of 2.4.5T.520. Dubridge issued a press release that very day stating that the Department of Defense will restrict the use of 2.4.5T to areas remote from population, while the Department of Agriculture will cancel registrations of 2.4.5T for food crops effective January 1, and the Departments of Agriculture and Interior will stop using 2.4.5T in their own programs. 520. Dubridge called Messelson a few days later to relate that Dow Chemical Company concluded that dioxin was to blame, not the herbicide 2.4.5T.520. Dioxin was present in 2.4.5T due to faults in the production process, so the Departments of Agriculture and Defense stated that with improved production techniques they could continue to use the herbicide. Dow Chemical then, in early 1970, conducted research that demonstrated that the improved 2.4.5T did not cause birth defects. 522. The U.S. Food and Drug Administration and the National Institutes of Health tried to replicate the Dow results, but they found that 2.4.5T, like thalidomide, strongly induced birth defects, though the effects were even stronger when dioxin was present. The confirmation of the original 1966 Bionetics report took only 6 weeks to achieve after years of inaction and obfuscation of the findings. Hearings in the Senate followed. However, a President's Science Advisory Committee report stated, the lack of accurate epidemiological data on the incidence and kinds of birth defects in the Vietnamese population before or since the military use of defoliants precludes any estimate as to whether an increase in birth defects has occurred. 522. Meanwhile, Dow Chemical and Hercules Corporation appealed the modest restrictions on the use of 2.4.5T, which led to another advisory committee of scientists recommended by the National Academy of Sciences. 522. This committee included scientists employed by manufacturers of 2.4.5T. The committee recommended to the newly created Environmental Protection Agency the continued use of 2.4.5T synthesized to prevent dioxin contamination. After years of petitioning by concerned scientists, the American Association for the Advancement of Science funded an investigation in 1970. 522. The 4-member scientific team, known as the Herbicide Assessment Commission, was organized by Messelson, directed by Arthur Westing, and also included John Constable and Robert Cook. This book's author had the good fortune to work for Westing in 1987. The team traveled to Vietnam and found that contrary to declarations by the Department of Defense, spraying had destroyed crops in densely populated areas, severely damaged half of Vietnam's mangrove forests and 1/5 of its hardwood forests, and appeared to induce stillbirths and birth defects among children exposed in the womb. 519,522,523. The use of herbicidal weapons, wrote Westing, results in extended human suffering to non-combatants, all out of proportion to any immediate military benefits that could be claimed for them. 524. The team found moral support from thousands of scientists, including 17 Nobel laureates, who petitioned the United States to renounce herbicidal weapons. 524. The accumulation of evidence and the team's report led to the suspension of registrations for 2.4.5T in U.S. agriculture in 1970, along with the discontinuation of Agent Orange operations in Vietnam. 520. However, the use of herbicides to destroy crops continued until January 7, 1971. Despite the conclusion of an interagency review in 1968 that read, the main impact of crop destruction, however, falls upon the civilian population. An estimated 90% of the crops destroyed in 1967 were grown, not by VC, NVA, Viet Cong, North Vietnamese Army, military personnel, but by civilians living there. 520. A follow-up study by the National Academy of Sciences, which Messelson contributed to, reported in 1974 that the defoliation program caused illnesses and deaths among children, damaged mangrove forests to such an extent that they would take a century to recover, increased the prevalence of malaria-infected mosquitoes, and devastated food supplies leading to population displacements. 522. President Gerald Ford signed Executive Order 11,850 in 1975. The United States renounces, as a matter of national policy, first use of herbicides in war except use, under regulations applicable to the domestic use, for control of vegetation within U.S. bases and installations or around their immediate defensive perimeters. 520. These events were facilitated by the 1969 renunciation of first use of chemical weapons by President Richard Nixon on behalf of the United States, along with a complete ban on the use of biological weapons. 303 Meselson influenced both decisions, as he had access to the president through his former Harvard colleague, Henry Kissinger, who held key posts in both the Nixon and Ford administrations. 522 Nixon called on the Senate to ratify the Geneva Protocol of 1925, stating that mankind already carries in its own hands too many of the seeds of its own destruction. 303 The Senate followed suit, and also ratified the Biological Weapons Convention, which was the first to ban an entire family of weapons in the aftermath of World War II. President Gerald Ford signed both conventions in 1975, the same year in which he banned first use of herbicidal weapons. Other chemical events intruded upon the day-to-day lives of people throughout the world and continued the build-up of skepticism in government and industry that Carson launched. One of these events occurred on March 13, 1968, when a test of VX nerve gas at the U.S. Army's Dugway Proving Ground in Utah resulted in the death of 6,000 sheep grazing as far away as 45 miles from the site. 522 Over the next 14 months, and in an atmosphere of incontrovertible facts, the Army's position migrated from outright denial of nerve gas testing to paying damages to ranchers. In 1969, the U.S. Army prepared to ship 27,000 tons of chemical weapons from the Rocky Mountain Arsenal to the Atlantic Ocean aboard 800 railroad cars. For marine disposal. 522 The shipment was to include 12,000 tons of sarin-filled bombs and 2,600 tons of leaking sarin-filled rockets encased in concrete and steel. New York Representative Max McCarthy, concerned about the prudence of shipping weapons of mass destruction across an unreliable rail network, raised a public alarm. A National Academy of Sciences panel, which included Meselson, found the Army's transportation plan to be woefully inadequate, and the disposal of weapons at sea, Operation Chase, for cut holes and sink, had already resulted in an unintended explosion and other mishaps. As a result of the National Academy report, the Army agreed to dispose of the weapons at the Rocky Mountain Arsenal, with the exception of the encased sarin rockets, which were dumped into the ocean off the coast of Florida. In 1978, alarmed by local media reports and neighborhood chatter of spikes in birth defects and unusual illnesses, Lois Gibbs organized her Love Canal, New York, community to shut down her son's school and relocate neighborhood families. 525 to 527 The school had been constructed atop a site where Hooker Chemical Corporation, a subsidiary of Occidental Petroleum, had disposed of more than 20,000 tons of toxic waste before selling the property to the local school board for $1. And, in the process, transferring liability to an unqualified recipient. Gibbs was an unlikely spearhead for this movement, as she did not attend university and lacked relevant training. Nevertheless, she founded the Love Canal Homeowners Association and led citizen efforts to hold industry and government accountable. In response to an engineer's presentation of the planned remediation, Gibbs said, "Excuse me, I'm just a dumb housewife. I'm not an expert. You're the expert. I'm just going to use a little common sense." 526 She then explained the faults in the engineering that were supposed to prevent contamination of the neighborhood. After 2 years of pressure, President Jimmy Carter stated on October 1, 1980, that all Love Canal families would be relocated and compensated for the loss of their homes. The fiasco motivated the passage of the Comprehensive Environmental Response, Compensation, and Liability Act of 1980, better known as the Superfund for the cleanup of contaminated sites. The list of similar disasters is long, and often, as in the case of Love Canal, ordinary people galvanized public opposition to corporate neglect. An illustrative example is provided by Aaron Brockovich, a legal clerk who discovered that residents near a compressor station operated by Pacific Gas and Electric Company in California were sickened by chromium-6 leaching from the facility. 425 This led to a record 1996 court settlement resulting from the largest class action lawsuit related to pollution in U.S. history. Chemical tragedies that occurred in developing countries were often larger in scale and impact, due to lackadaisical safety standards and ineffective responses, both attributable to fewer financial resources and weak governance. For example, the Union Carbide pesticide plant in Bhopal, India, produced the insecticide 7-carbaryl, a carbamate originally marketed in 1956. 421 Due to an unnerving list of equipment and personnel errors, and following a string of smaller chemical accidents, the plant spewed a deadly gas cloud over Bhopal in 1984 that killed thousands and sickened tens of thousands of residents. Because of India's poverty, the risk of synthesizing highly toxic chemicals in a population center was tolerated, while standard safety precautions were simultaneously neglected. Such an imposition of risk from pesticides onto residents of neighborhoods near a manufacturing facility is mirrored by the risks faced by farm workers. When Carson alerted the world to the dangers of persistent organochlorine pesticides, governments around the world phased out the production and use. Other products, such as organophosphate pesticides, replaced the organochlorine pesticides. The organophosphates had the advantage of short residence time in the environment, but ironically, often the disadvantage of greater toxicity. 421 These chemicals posed a greater occupational risk than the more persistent chemicals, leading to illnesses and deaths among farm workers and their families. An expression of this shift in risk to such a low-income group with little political recourse is found in the Great Boycott movement of Cesar Chavez in the 1980s. 528 In the 3 decades following Carson's death, annual pesticide consumption in the United States doubled to more than £1 billion. 421 By the 1990s, organophosphates made up more than half of this use. Carson's book succeeded in changing the political climate to one of caution regarding organochlorine pesticides, but despite her warnings about the dangers of organophosphates, their use continued to rise, along with severe damage to wildlife. Other new categories of insecticides also entered the marketplace with great fanfare, including the pyrethroids, synthetic analogues to pyrethrum, and the neonicotinoids, systemic insecticides that are synthetic versions of nicotine. 421,529 Given that pyrethrum and nicotine were among the first widely used insecticides, the uses of which were limited by high cost, the development of synthetic versions held great promise. Pyrethroids were first synthesized in 1949 and then improved in the late 1960s. A commercially important version called permethrin was discovered in 1972. Neonicotinoids were first marketed in the 1980s and proved to be immensely popular, especially when governments began restricting prevalent organophosphate insecticides. 421 In 2013, neonicotinoids supplanted organophosphates as the most used insecticides in the world. As with previous classes of insecticides, many insects quickly evolved resistance to neonicotinoids. And like previous classes of insecticides, neonicotinoids have affected the balance of nature, as they kill countless birds and are partially responsible for colony collapse disorder, the loss of honeybee and bumblebee colonies throughout the world, and consequently the loss of the important pollination services bees provide. Thus, in a repeat performance and in an effort to protect crops from insect pests, chemists produced a class of insecticides that kills pollinators and predators of pests, and thereby puts at risk the very crop production that the insecticides were designed to protect. Other two-word phrases with deep implications for life on Earth joined "silent spring" in the decades following the book's publication. The public soon worried about acid rain, nuclear winter, ozone hole, and global warming. The toxic chemical problem that Carson highlighted turned out to be an underestimate, rather than a hyperbolic rant. She was aware that this was the case. There was only so much that the public could digest in a single book. The problem that I dealt with in Silent Spring, Carson said, is not an isolated one. It is merely one part of a sorry whole, the reckless pollution of our living world with harmful and dangerous substances. 471. Scientists discovered that many pesticides, including DDT, are toxic in part because they disrupt the endocrine system. However, added to the list of endocrine disrupting compounds is a dizzying array of products, including many PCBs, cleaning solutions, makeup and personal care products, plasticizers, and flame retardants. Indeed, the list of toxic chemical compounds used in daily life seems endless. Humans and other living creatures are exposed to thousands of these toxic chemicals, which interact in unpredictable ways, leading to developmental abnormalities, delayed illness, and even health effects passed across generations. Carson anticipated much of this, stating, "There is something more than mere feminine intuition behind my concern about the possibility that our freewheeling use of pesticides may endanger generations yet unborn." 471 The public identification of these problems, and the pursuit of solutions, began with pesticides and Silent Spring. Perhaps even more important, Rachel Carson inspired ordinary people to educate themselves as citizen scientists and to overpower the neglect and corruption of governments and corporations. Having recognized and defined our values, she wrote shortly before her death, "We must defend them without fear and without apology." 513. What does the history of pesticides imply about the future of pesticides? New chemicals will emerge that are effective for a time, until pests evolve resistance. New techniques and technologies will dent pest populations, and thereby limit the scourge of deadly diseases and famine. The enticement of these new technologies will be irresistible and driven by necessity. Some, like tetraethyl lead and freon, will result in serious unintended consequences. Others will vastly improve living conditions, and perhaps ease tensions and competition for resources and thereby reduce the risk of war. Some will be adapted for war, which seems to be an inevitable consequence of human existence. Corporations will profit, and tensions between corporations, government regulators, and ordinary people will play out in a political theater forever altered by the words of Rachel Carson. It seems reasonable to believe that the more clearly we can focus our attention on the wonders and realities of the universe about us, the less taste we shall have for the destruction of our race. Wonder and humility are wholesome emotions, and they do not exist side by side with a lust for destruction. 447. Epilogue. Ever since Friedrich Wöhler accidentally synthesized urea from cyanic acid and ammonia in 1,828,300, scientists have probed the workings of atoms and molecules to halt famine, to wage war on disease, and to destroy armies. Reflecting on this history, I find it rewarding to summarize my thoughts in the first person rather than the third, and to indulge in a rambling family history that explains my personal motivation to write about the interplay of scientists, chemistry, progress, and tragedy. Please forgive this change of style, as it allows me to relate a few stories of my ancestors and to think through the implications. Earlier in the book, I wrote about the physicist James Franck, about his work with his mentor and friend Fritz Haber testing the efficacy of gas masks during World War I, about his resignation as institute director in protest of Nazi anti-Semitism, and about the strange story of how the future Nobel laureate George de Hevesy dissolved Franck's Nobel Gold Medal along with that of Max von Laue using nitrohydrochloric acid in Niels Bohr's institute in Copenhagen. But there is also a personal side to the story for me, because Franck was my great-grandfather. In our family, we call him Opa, Grandpa. Before the Nazis rose to power, Opa visited Berkeley on a lecture circuit. 530. His daughter Dagmar, my grandmother, had a friend who was working in Berkeley on a Rockefeller Fellowship from 1927 to 1928. That friend was Arthur von Hippel, who later became my grandfather. Arthur picked up Opa in San Francisco in the old Chevrolet that he had bought with a lab assistant for $15. In his autobiography, Arthur described what happened next. I met him at the train, but, after leaving the railroad station, we found ourselves enveloped in the dense afternoon fog. I had not been in that area before and, turning at a street corner, found myself suddenly driving on a railroad embankment. Behind us an engine whistled and shoved off freight cars which came surging our way. Opa shouted that we should abandon the car. I shouted back that we could not afford to, that the car had cost $15, and jumped it down the embankment into a woodpile. There we landed with a crash but unhurt, and above us the ghostly silhouettes of the freight cars passed by. After bending the fenders straight, we reached Berkeley without further mishaps. This incident cemented our friendship. Opa enjoyed riding backwards up the mountains, invited me for dinner, accidentally, when he knew I had not eaten, and took me along on expeditions to the observatories on Mount Hamilton and Mount Wilson. Since it was the time of Prohibition, we also went with Gilbert Lewis, the famous Berkeley chemist, to his favorite speakeasy. The Mount Wilson excursion proved especially interesting due to our discussions with Professor Hubble, who was working at the time on the redshifts of distant galaxies and his ideas of an expanding universe. 530. years later, in 1930 and back in Germany, Arthur asked Opa for Dagmar's hand in marriage. Arthur wrote, Opa warned me of the rising tide of anti-Semitism and the coming of the Nazis, but I told him that I had taken my stand as an anti-Nazi and had written a counter-declaration for our Gilder and youth movement. He still believed I was very unwise but let Daggy decide. 530. Initially, Arthur's family reacted as Opa had predicted. My father, my brothers and Olga, sister, were first stunned by my marriage to a Jew, wrote Arthur, but then stood by me all the way. My more distant relatives were scandalized and wanted a family council to intervene. Only the old general, Conrad von Hippel, commander of the army in the Balkans during World War I, wrote me a lovely note and took my side. 530. Arthur had a couple of fruitful scientific years following his marriage to Dagmar, interacting with the likes of the Nobel laureates Albert Einstein, Max Planck, Gustav Hertz, Fritz Haber, and Walter Nernst. 530. He and Opa socialized with Nernst, who showed off his newest invention, the electric piano, which Planck sat down to play. They also socialized with Haber, and on one occasion, Arthur and Dagmar visited Haber on his farm in South Germany. They borrowed Haber's Daimler and nearly crashed when its roof collapsed. This was an especially close call because Dagmar was pregnant with my father, aunt. Things soon descended into chaos for the family. Here I quote extensively from Arthur's autobiography to explain what happened next. The rector of the university, a professor of agriculture and ardent Nazi, called a meeting of all the faculty and declared the constitution of the university to be abolished. He asked us to look out the windows where Reichswehr, Realm Defense, and Nazi stormtroopers were lined up to break any incipient resistance. The first Physics Institute under Professor Pohl joined the Nazis. Our second Physics Institute, led by Frank, resisted, but found a traitor in its midst. One of our PhD students turned out to be a Nazi leader who had hidden secret Nazi plans for the takeover in his cabinet. 530. Believing that Arthur had accidentally found the secret plans, the student threatened Arthur with arrest. Soon our personal lives became strongly affected by the fact that Daggy was Jewish. Old friends suddenly appeared short-sighted and could not recognize us anymore. When I walked in the streets, people crossed over to the other side. Our father had to certify his Aryan origin. Our East Prussian uncle, Walter von Hippel, chief officer of that province and the family historian, who had been especially agitated by my marriage to Daggy, was thrown into jail by the Nazi Gauleiter, party governor, Koch, whom he had previously dismissed as incompetent. Our father defended Walter before the German Supreme Court and got him freed, but the Nazis simply put him back into jail. Uncle Walter wrote me a letter of apology and then committed suicide. 530. In the spring of 1933, a Hitler edict banned Jewish students from the universities and Jewish professors, including Max Born, future Nobel laureate, and Richard Courant, prominent mathematician, was subsequently dismissed. Opa Frank was exempted since he had received the Iron Cross, first class, for heroism during World War I. Obviously, he did not want this preference. We therefore sat down with him and some friends to formulate a statement of resignation. 530. Opa's resignation letter to the government read, "With these lines I ask you, Mr. Minister, please to release me from my duties as regular professor at the University of Göttingen and director of Physics Institute 2 of this university. This decision is an intrinsic necessity for me because of the attitude of the government toward German Jewry. Most sincerely, Professor Dr. James Frank." 308. Arthur wrote of their efforts to publicize Opa's resignation. In the early morning hours, we telephoned the declaration to the Göttinger Zeitung, Göttingen News. 530. The paper published the following account. The director of the Second Physical Institute of the University of Göttingen, Professor James Frank, has requested from the Prussian Minister of Sciences, Arts, and Cultural Affairs immediate release from his official duties. This news will cause a major sensation not only in Göttingen, but throughout Germany, and one can even justifiably say, throughout the world. Frank is not just any lecturer of local or preeminent national importance. Frank's international reputation and global fame is unsurpassed by virtually any other German scholar today. When he received the Nobel Prize a few years ago, the whole of Germany considered it an exceptional honor, because a German had again spread the fame of German scientific research beyond its borders. When such a man, who is only 50, voluntarily relinquishes his teaching and research activities, the loss to science is beyond estimation. 308. Lise Meitner, who later discovered fission with her colleague Otto Hahn, wrote to Opa, "Your dear letter naturally first gave me an inner jolt, but upon closer consideration and after I had read the wording of your letter to the rector, I have to concede that you are right. One cannot live contrary to one's convictions." 308. The prominent scientist Michael Polanyi, whose son John won the 1986 Nobel Prize in Chemistry, wrote to Opa, "I learned about your step with astonishment and joy. As long as Jews exist, what you have done to save their honor will not be forgotten." 308. The Berlin rabbi Joachim Prinz wrote, "I feel it is my duty and the need to thank you for the extraordinary example you have offered in these difficult days for German Jewishness and German persons." 308. The Reich League of Jewish War Veterans wrote to Opa, "Esteemed fellow soldier, Professor Dr. Frank, we have the strong desire to express to you our admiration and our thanks for your wonderful standpoint in your capacity as a frontline soldier and as a Jew. By it you have given German Jews moral support that has no equal. We are proud to be able to count you among our number." 308. News of Opa's resignation spread through the media in the United Kingdom, United States, the Netherlands, Italy, and elsewhere. Arthur wrote, "Opa's wonderfully dignified statement of April 1933 came as a bombshell to the Nazis and the university faculty who had made peace with them. A counter-declaration condemning the statement appeared in the Göttinger Tageblatt, Göttingen Daily, of April 24, 530. This letter, signed by 42 faculty members, stated, "We are in agreement that the form of the above tender of resignation is tantamount to an act of sabotage, and we therefore hope that the government will carry out the necessary purging measures expeditiously." 308. These signatories thereby gained the opportunity to replace Jewish faculty in more senior positions. Arthur wrote, "Since the Nazis had already tapped our telephone lines, we were also individually attacked in the main Nazi newspaper, the Völkischer Beobachter, People's Observer. I was so angry that I went to the Nazi headquarters in Göttingen, characteristically located in the Judenstrasse, Jew Street, and tried to challenge its leader to a duel." 530. The Nazis then shut down the Göttinger Zeitung for publishing Oper's declaration. Oper considered his professional options outside of civil service within Germany. He wrote to Max Born, "I told Planck that I would accept any position that was available that would offer me the opportunity to conduct research in Germany and some income, so long as it did not include any character of state employ. For I do not want to be a civil servant as long as the martial laws against Jews exist." 308. Oper inquired about potential employment with IG Farben via a position as a guest scientist at the Kaiser Wilhelm Institutes. Karl Bosch wanted to offer help, but the political realities prevented it. The Nobel laureate and virulent anti-Semite Philipp Lenard, who was also a senator in the Nazi government, petitioned the Senate. "I submit the following 3 questions to the Senate in writing. Will the Senate support that 1. The Jew Fritz Haber, 2. The Jew James Frank, 3. The Jesuit Muckerman be removed immediately, respectively kept completely away from the institutes of the Kaiser Wilhelm Society?" 308 members of the National Socialist Student League raided bookstores and libraries, and forcibly removed all books by Jewish authors. 308. These they burned in giant bonfires in cities around the country beginning on May 10, 1933, including in Göttingen. The university's new rector spoke to the large crowd at the Göttingen book burning about the struggle against the un-German spirit, a fight that was only just beginning, he said, with the bonfires. Germany no longer had a place for Oper. Einstein wrote to Born at the end of May, "I am glad that you have resigned your positions, you and Frank. Thank God there is no risk involved for either of you. But my heart aches at the thought of the young ones." Lindemann, Frederick Alexander Lindemann, a physicist and advisor to Winston Churchill, has gone to Göttingen and Berlin for 1 week. Maybe you could write to him there about Edward Teller. I heard that the establishment of a good institute of physics in Palestine, Jerusalem, is at present being considered. There has been a nasty mess there up to now, complete charlatanism. But if I get the impression that this business could be taken seriously, I shall write to you at once with further details. 308. Born relocated to Cambridge after an invitation from Nobel laureate Ernest Rutherford. Arthur wrote, "Professor Frank's declaration was republished in England and Professor Lindemann, N., of Oxford came over to help. Lindemann, N., offered to take me back to Oxford, but we felt that Haney Kuhn, the only one of us with a Jewish background, was more endangered. Haney and Marielle therefore went on to Oxford and a distinguished career. Soon thereafter, Professor Schwartz in Zurich succeeded in arranging with the Turkish dictator, the Ghazi Mustafa Kemal Ataturk, that a new European-type university should be founded in Istanbul and about 30 European professors be hired to staff it. I was one of the lucky ones selected. In our last night together at Göttingen, a tremendous display of shooting stars occurred. We watched in awe in the backyard with our friends, the Bayers, and took it as an omen of things to come. 530. Fig. 13.1. Albert Einstein used his influence to help rescue Jewish professors by gaining for them employment in Turkey, and in the United States. 531, 532, 533. Among those saved was Arthur von Hippel, my grandfather. This is Einstein's letter, on behalf of a Paris-based Jewish relief organization, to Turkish Prime Minister İsmet İnönü, dated September 17, 1933. The notes on the letter, written by government officials, indicate that the scheme nearly failed. One note says, "This proposal is incompatible with clauses in the existing laws." Another says, "It is impossible to accept it due to prevailing conditions." 532. President Ataturk apparently made the decision to proceed. At the request of the Rockefeller Foundation, Oprah and Richard Courant assessed the likelihood of success of Turkey's modernization of higher education. They reported that they found a decided wish among Turkish officials to create a promising scientific center in Istanbul, which should contribute to the development of higher education in Turkey. 532 from collections of the Prime Ministry General Directorate of State Archives, Republic of Turkey. Arthur and Dagmar settled down in Istanbul with their boys Peter and Aunt. Arthur wrote about the events that followed. I inherited a section of the old Sultan's palace as my future laboratory, and the botanists, Heilbronn and Brawner, were installed in the former Mohammedan seminary. 2 nights later we intentionally missed a big festivity given for the foreign professors by the Ghazi at the palace in Dolmabahce. We did so for a strange reason. The Ghazi had the habit of absconding with any lady he liked especially well and of keeping her for a few days before returning her to her rightful husband. 530 Arthur and his mechanic then built a new physics lab using leftovers from old battleships and other odds and ends that they purchased in the bazaar. Unfortunately, Turkish professors were fired to make room for these world-class scientists, and they met the arrival of the Germans with hostility and intrigue. 5301 Turkish former professor poisoned his German successor. Fortunately, the victim survived. Other former faculty made accusations to Ataturk that the German professors were frauds, which led to formal inquiries. Arthur, lecturing in German and French, found himself embroiled in turmoil when his interpreter translated his lecture on power generators as follows. The professor says that he does not want to talk about the details of design because you are too foolish to understand it anyhow and had better buy these machines from abroad by planting potatoes and oranges in your country. 530 The students, outraged, shut down the university with a strike. Arthur wrote, honest misunderstanding or plot, the consequences seem catastrophic. The Prime Minister and the Minister of Education came from Ankara. My colleagues trembled and mostly deserted me. The newspapers wrote articles that rather than being a professor before, I had sold old clothes. Daggy, taking the children for a walk, got commiserating news about her husband's dark past from charitable ladies of the neighborhood. Finally, our contract, originally drawn for 5 years, was shortened by mutual agreement to 1 year. 530. Opa had already joined Bohr's Institute in Copenhagen, where the physicist Edward Teller also relocated, working in a position funded by the Rockefeller Foundation. By the time Arthur's situation grew perilous in Turkey. 308 Opa and Bohr had a strong connection through their work. Opa had received the Nobel Prize in 1925, along with Gustav Hertz, for the first experimental demonstration of Bohr's theory on atomic structure, for which Bohr had received the Nobel Prize in 1922. In 1930, when Teller and Opa first met, Opa told Teller, Bohr's ideas did seem absurd, but Bohr was such a nice fellow that I felt he should at least be given a try. 534 Opa began a long series of experiments investigating the physics of photosynthesis. 308 Feeling insecure about his findings in this new field, he corresponded with Richard Willstatter, who had deciphered the structure of chlorophyll in 1913. Additionally, along with de Hevesy and Bohr and others, Opa investigated radioactive decay. 530. Opa felt preoccupied by Arthur and Dagmar's predicament. He wrote to his former student Heinrich Kuhn, whom Lindemann had brought to Oxford, in place of Arthur, at Arthur's request, and who would subsequently work on the Manhattan Project. Whether or not we'll be staying here probably also depends on Hippel's fate. We've lost so much that we would at least like to have the children within reach. 308 Opa gave his Nobel Prize money to his 2 daughters in the hope that it would provide them with sufficient security in this perilous time. At the invitation of Bohr, and to the great relief of Opa, Arthur relocated the family to Copenhagen to work in the institute from January 1935 until August 1936. 530 To celebrate the family reunion, Bohr lent his vacation cottage. Joining the family on the much-needed vacation was Teller, who subsequently also worked on the Manhattan Project and became known, to his distaste, as the father of the hydrogen bomb. 534 Arthur wrote about this wonderful time working with Bohr. In lectures, Bohr never quite knew in which language he spoke, Danish, German or English. Sometimes he switched in the midst of a thought. Then, he might suddenly stop altogether for a while, his face going blank. Then came a beatific smile and a new idea had been born. 530 At Bohr's request, Arthur made one last trip to Germany to acquire equipment for a high-voltage laboratory. 530 The lab was to enable nuclear excitation and disintegration experiments, which required a facility producing between 1 million and 2 million volts. Nernst had already conceived of such enormous electrical output with his thunderstorm generator on Monte Generoso in Switzerland, but that prototype was unsuitable for Bohr's requirements. Arthur was to visit a German company producing a new cascaded transformer capable of 2 million volts. On that sorrowful visit, Arthur learned that many of his old friends were now Nazis, and he saw Hitler himself driving by. 530. Someone in the German embassy in Copenhagen warned Dagmar that the Nazis intended to arrest Arthur, and Dagmar relayed this message to Arthur via a friend. Arthur escaped from Germany by taking a flight back to Denmark, rather than the planned train where Nazi enforcers waited for his arrival. The positions in Bohr's Institute were temporary, and the family prepared for a new life in America. As he readied to emigrate, Opa invited Planck to join him for a few days in Denmark. Planck replied, "No, I cannot travel abroad. On my previous travels I felt myself to be a representative of German science and was proud of it. Now I would have to hide my face in shame." 308. Opa was the first in the family to arrive in America, where he accepted a position at Johns Hopkins University and set up the practicalities of a new life before the others came. 308. He then returned to Europe in the summer of 1936 to help his daughters, their husbands, and his grandchildren to emigrate. At the end of August 1936, Bohr and his family delivered Opa, Arthur, and Dagmar, along with the two boys, to their ship, the Skanstates, which then set sail for America. The physicist Carl Compton, who was the president of MIT, and had previously been a visiting professor at Opa's Institute in Göttingen, and coincidentally was a member of a previous generation of my wife's family, had offered Arthur a position there. 313. The family settled into their American apartment, and immediately the upstairs neighbors invited my father and Uncle Peter to a birthday party for their little girl. The girl said to Peter, "My ancestors came over on the Mayflower." Peter responded, "My ancestors came over on the Skanstates." 530. Both Arthur and Opa had fought for the German army in the trenches in World War I. 530. When World War II broke out, they both turned their scientific aptitudes into potent tools for the US military in the fight against Nazi Germany. With the blessing of Carl Compton and a $5,000 grant, Arthur created the MIT Laboratory for Insulation Research. It became one of the largest materials research laboratories in support of the military effort. Arthur and his group developed the dielectric materials for radar, and he worked simultaneously in the radiation laboratory at MIT to integrate these materials into the new radar technology. His lab also produced various plastics, rubbers, ceramics, crystals, and other materials for a variety of wartime technologies and improved materials to enhance performance of semiconductors and photocells. Fig. 13.2. Opa Frank, Uncle Peter, on Opa's right, and my father, Aunt, on Opa's left, depart Copenhagen on the Skanstates. This photo was published in the newspaper Ekstrabladet. U.S. officials processed the family's immigration papers on Ellis Island. Arthur's laboratory for insulation research formed a collaboration called the War Committee on Dielectrics with the Army, the Navy, and the War Production Board. 530. The government tasked this committee to solve technical problems with materials experienced in the war theaters. One of these arose in New Guinea, where mites and fungi plagued Allied forces by devouring their uniforms and equipment. Arthur proposed an effective solution of replacing compromised materials with halogenated compounds. Due to existing contracts with suppliers, the military delayed this solution, but eventually it used the polyvinyl chloride suggested by Arthur, which solved the pest problem. Arthur wrote, "The later abuse of such compounds in the form of sprays here at home, with the resulting threat of Miss Carson's Silent Spring, could not then be foreseen." 530. For his wartime work, Arthur received the U.S. President's Certificate of Merit from President Truman in 1948. 535. Meanwhile, Opa moved from Johns Hopkins to the University of Chicago, where he collaborated with Teller on the study of photosynthesis. 308. But with the outbreak of war, they turned their efforts from the basic science they loved to the practical problem of developing nuclear weapons before the Nazis did. Robert Oppenheimer directed the effort. Many years earlier, Opa had attended Oppenheimer's PhD exam in Göttingen. Oppenheimer said afterward, "I got out of there just in time." He was beginning to ask questions. 314. The Nobel laureate Enrico Fermi constructed a uranium reactor in an old squash court at the university, and the Nobel laureate Arthur Holly Compton, Carl Compton's brother and also a member of a previous generation of my wife's family, directed the research in Chicago. 308. In another coincidence of my family's history, Arthur Holly Compton appointed Opa to lead the chemistry division of the nuclear bomb research. Opa agreed, on the condition that once the bomb was ready, he would be permitted to provide his opinion about its use to a senior policymaker. 313. Opa feared that the Nazis would obtain the bomb first, thereby ensuring their victory. 314. He also feared the consequences of U.S. governmental control of science. having lived through the Nazi consolidation of such control in Germany. The bad news from Europe arrived relentlessly. Lise Meitner escaped to Sweden, and wrote to Oprah of the fate of their friends back in Germany. 308 The Germans executed Planck's son Erwin for his role in the failed assassination attempt on Hitler, and similar grim news arrived with a depressing constancy. Oprah wrote to Meitner that he yearned to be cheered up by Bohr. I hope to see him during the summer and hope to become a little infected by his optimism and constructive attitude towards life. 308 Bohr, like Meitner, had escaped to Sweden. The war in Europe ended with the defeat of Nazi Germany, and the scientists of the Manhattan Project turned their attention to the repercussions of this new weapon were it to be used against Japan. 308 Oprah expressed his concerns and those of the other scientists to the Secretary of Commerce, Henry Wallace. They cannot help but worry about the fact that mankind has learned to unleash atomic power without being ethically and politically prepared to use it wisely. 314 On June 5, 1945, Oprah wrote a memorandum to the leadership of the Manhattan Project about political implications of the bomb. It read, in part, "We believe a bomb able to produce a sensational destruction will be available very soon." It took the United States 3.5 years to reach that goal, and great sacrifices in the wealth of the nation had to be made for this progress, and great scientific and industrial organizations were needed. 313 The next day, Compton assigned to Oprah the leadership of the committee to write about the social and political implications. 313 Other committee members included Glenn Seaborg, who subsequently chaired the Atomic Energy Commission, Leo Szilard, who had conceived the idea of nuclear chain reactions in 1933, but felt distressed over the repercussions, and Eugene Rabinowitz, who subsequently co-founded the Bulletin of the Atomic Scientists. The committee's report, completed in 5 days, became known as the Frank Report. Oprah, Compton, and the physicist Norman Hilberry attempted to deliver the report to Secretary of War Henry L. Stimson in Washington, D.C. Stimson was absent from the city, and they left the report with his assistant, along with a note written by Compton stating that, in his view, the report did not adequately consider the lives that would be saved if using the bomb on Japan hastened the end of the war. 313,536 Compton's note was based upon the analysis of Enrico Fermi, Ernest Orlando Lawrence, and Robert Oppenheimer, who concluded on June 16, "We cannot propose a technical demonstration likely to bring an end to the war, and we see no acceptable alternative to direct military use." 314 The summary of the Frank Report reads as follows. The development of nuclear power not only constitutes an important addition to the technological and military power of the United States, but also creates grave political and economic problems for the future of this country. Nuclear bombs cannot possibly remain a secret weapon at the exclusive disposal of this country for more than a few years. The scientific facts on which their construction is based are well known to scientists of other countries. Unless an effective international control of nuclear explosives is instituted, a race for nuclear armaments is certain to ensue following the first revelation of our possession of nuclear weapons to the world. Within 10 years other countries may have nuclear bombs, each of which, weighing less than a ton, could destroy an urban area of more than 10 square miles. We believe that these considerations make the use of nuclear bombs for an early unannounced attack against Japan inadvisable. If the United States were to be the first to release this new means of indiscriminate destruction upon mankind, she would sacrifice public support throughout the world, precipitate the race for armaments, and prejudice the possibility of reaching an international agreement on the future control of such weapons. Much more favorable conditions for the eventual achievement of such an agreement could be created if nuclear bombs were first revealed to the world by a demonstration in an appropriately selected uninhabited area. To sum up, we urge that the use of nuclear bombs in this war be considered as a problem of long-range national policy rather than of military expediency, and that this policy be directed primarily to the achievement of an agreement permitting an effective international control of the means of nuclear warfare. 537 The Frank Report, of course, did not change policy. Stimson rejected its recommendations on June 21, and President Truman never saw it. 314 On August 6, the United States dropped the uranium bomb over Hiroshima, and 3 days later dropped the plutonium bomb over Nagasaki. With this dramatic demonstration of the power of physics and chemistry, the war came to an end. Oprah turned his attention to humanitarian relief in Germany in a political climate clamoring for revenge. 308 He and other German exiles drafted a lengthy appeal to the American public to prevent a looming famine in Germany. The text read, in part, "We the undersigned, who were victims of this principle, the Nazi ideology, in Germany or who staked our existence on the fight against it, appeal to the American people to stand by the principle of justice. And we appeal to them in the name of charity. Many of us have barely escaped death. All of us have lost relatives or friends before the firing squads or in the torture camps of Hitler. For the last 12 years we have been haunted by the vision of helpless innocence and unavenged brutality. That vision is before us again today. 308. Oprah tried to convince Einstein to sign the appeal, but Einstein refused. Their letters debating the matter went back and forth. Einstein wrote in his final refusal, "Dear Frank, I still remember the Germans' campaign of tears after the last war far too well to fall for that again. The Germans slaughtered millions of civilians according to a carefully conceived plan in order to steal their places. They would do it again if they could. The few white ravens among them changes absolutely nothing. From the few letters I have received from there I see that among the Germans there isn't a trace of remorse. I also see very clearly that the catering to the Germans has started all over again at the United Nations. These trends, the motivation behind the nursing of Germany back to strength after 1918, are most vibrant among the English. For concern about one's precious purse is stronger there, too, than any worries about one's dear fatherland. Dear Frank, keep your hands off this foul affair. After abusing your kind-heartedness, they will make fun of your gullibility. But even if you can't be saved, I in any case will have nothing to do with the matter. And if a suitable opportunity presents itself, I will speak out against it in public. Warm greetings to you, yours. A. Einstein. 308. This response did not break their friendship, and Oprah stopped participating in the public appeal for aid to Germany. 308. He wrote to Max Born that he would prefer to avoid politics entirely, if only my conscience would not force me to take a stand on a few political issues. I hate to be involved in anything political. I hate publicity, but I just cannot retire into the ivory tower of free research and forget about the world. And, of course, at our age we are probably more pessimistic than the young people. Even I am not consistent in my pessimistic point of view, because I have an elementary joy in each new grandchild, and feel that whenever I have the opportunity I am a kind of professional grandfather. 313. Oprah, along with Dagmar and Arthur, continued vigorous private efforts to send food and money to friends and relatives, and to help free those who were trapped in Russia or imprisoned elsewhere. 314,530,535. In a post-war speech in Hamburg and in the atmosphere of Stalin's power politics, Oprah said, "We know that a large proportion of humanity is ruled by a dictatorship that opposes everything we regard as worthy of human beings, that enforces blind obedience by brutal means and is intent on establishing the rigid system of an ant state on the whole of mankind. In reward it promises heaven on earth as soon as all resistance against its pseudo-religion has been broken." 308. In 1947, the German government offered Oprah the chair in experimental physics in Heidelberg. 313. Oprah declined. America was now the home of his family. He responded to the offer, "I believe I know that the majority of Germans rejected the murders committed against the Jews and the other races that the Nazis labeled inferior. And I do not reproach those people for not throwing themselves down the Moloch's gullet because they deemed it useless. But another considerable percentage of the populace stood by and watched the crimes with indifference. With them I want no contact. Sir, I cannot imagine a fruitful teaching position in which I would have to ask myself whether this or that one with whom I had official or personal business was one of those." 313. Despite his refusal to accept the Heidelberg chair, Oprah reconciled with post-war Germany. 313. The Kaiser Wilhelm Society, renamed the Max Planck Society, offered him corresponding membership in 1948. Oprah's friend Otto Hahn was now its president, and Oprah accepted. In 1951, Oprah and Hertz received the Max Planck Medal of the German Physical Society. 2 years later, Oprah received an honorary doctorate from the University of Heidelberg. 314. Also, along with Born and Courant, Oprah accepted honorary citizenship from Göttingen, something they believed would honor the victims of the Nazis. 313. On May 21, 1964, while visiting Hahn and Born in Göttingen, Oprah passed away. These few anecdotes allow me to relate how the story of 20th-century chemistry holds purchase in my mind. My family was deeply involved in all of it, from the gas warfare of World War I to the nuclear warfare of World War II. I grew up hearing stories about Haber and Einstein and most of the other 20th-century scientists profiled in this book, about trench warfare with gas weapons, about the innocent beginnings and evil ends of IG Farben, about the rise of Nazism and immigration to America. The stories of Oprah and Arthur, my great-grandfather and grandfather, respectively, allow me to comprehend the world events that tossed my family and millions of others about like a dinghy in a storm. That storm included genocide, famine, and world wars. It included the ravages of vector-borne diseases, and the life of a refugee. Such events were not limited to my father's family. My mother was born in Vienna. Her parents were prominent psychoanalysts in Freud's group, and as Jews they, too, were desperate to flee following the Anschluss in 1938. With the help of a colleague in America, they escaped the fate of most European Jews. I was born in Alaska 3 years after Rachel Carson died. We lived in a modest home adjacent to a forest that was, at the time, the edge of town. We had no television, and my 3 siblings and I roamed feral in the woods with all the other neighborhood kids. The air was clean, the water pure, and we raised our own animals on our family's small farm. But these early years of my life were also my first introduction to the passions raised by indiscriminate use of pesticides. One summer day, as we played in the yard, a cloud of gas drifted in the breeze from our neighbor's land. In an effort to kill aphids, our neighbor had hired an exterminator. My father strapped his .44 revolver to his belt and threatened to use it should the exterminator continue spraying. The exterminator fled. This behavior continued with other exterminators until none in town were willing to spray our neighbor's yard. It was an elegant solution, but likely limited in its viability to that prodigital age and to a frontier, such as Alaska, that still tolerated threats of gun violence. My father thereby stimulated in me an early interest in pesticides. If a small cloud of gas could initiate such a ruckus, then surely the gas signified something important. I suspect that our neighbor's use of poisonous gas to kill aphids hit an especially raw nerve for my father, who, after all, had lived in 4 countries by the time he was 5 simply because his mother was Jewish. Relatives on both sides of our family had been killed in Nazi gas chambers. In that light, his reaction to protect his children from such a poison, especially coming on the heels of Silent Spring, seems perfectly reasonable. Indeed, people throughout the world reacted emotionally to Silent Spring, as well they should. After all, what could be more emotional than the health of one's children and the place of humanity in the balance of nature? Acknowledgements. Optimism reigned in September 2011 when I signed my contract with the University of Chicago Press to write this book in 18 months. 18 months stretched into 8 years. I would like to thank my editor during this time, Christy Henry, for her patience. I also thank Christy for her initial interest in this project and her help in establishing a tone with the first chapter. My brother Bill von Hippel, my wife Kathy von Hippel, and my uncle Frank N. von Hippel all provided helpful comments on the book in draft form. I also thank 2 anonymous reviewers for the thoughtful comments. Mary DeJong, science librarian at Northern Arizona University, helped me track down difficult source material, such as recently declassified documents. I thank my new editor, Scott Gast, for stylistic improvements and for his efforts in shepherding this book to print. I also thank Liz Weiss, Ph.D., of Post Hoc Academic Publishing Services for her careful copy editing of the manuscript. Map of Place Names. Map of Place Names. Created by Max von Hippel. Literature cited. 1 Loeb, A P. Birth of the Kettering Doctrine. 4. Dism, Sloanism and the Discovery of Tetraethyl Lead. Business and Economic History 24, 72-87, 1995. 2 Thomas Midgley Jr., American Chemical Engine. Encyclopedia Britannica. Britannica.com. 2018. 3 Needleman, H. L. The Removal of Lead from Gaso. Line, Historical and Personal Reflections. Environmental Research Section, A84, 20-35, 2000. 4 McNeil, J. R. Something New Under the Sun, An Envy. Ron Mental History of the 20th Century World. W. W. Norton and Company, 2000. 5 Hernberg, S. Lead Poisoning in a Historical Perspective. American Journal of Industrial Medicine 38, 244-54, 2000. 6 Byers, R.K., and Lord, E. E. Late Effects of Lead Poisoning on Mental Development. American Journal of Diseases of Children 66, 471-94, 1943. 7 Nevin, R. How lead exposure relates to temporal changes in IQ, violent crime, and unwed pregnancy. Environmental Research 83, 1-22, 2000. 8 Nevin, R. Understanding International Crime Trends, The Legacy of Preschool Lead Exposure. Environmental Research 104, 315-36, 2007. 9 Needleman, H. L., McFarland, C., Ness, R. B., Phi. In Berg, S.E., and Tobin, M.J. Bone lead levels in adjudicate delinquents, a case control study. Neurotoxicology and Teratology 24, 711-17, 2002. 10 Wright, J.P., al. Association of Prenatal and Childhood Blood Lead Concentrations with Criminal Arrests in Early Adulthood. PLOS Medicine 5, E101, 2008. 11 Ferguson, D.M., Bowden, J.M., and Horwood, L.J. Dentine lead levels in childhood and criminal behavior in late adolescence and early adulthood. Journal of Epidemiology and Community Health 62, 1045-50, 2008. 12 Hall, W. Did the elimination of lead from petrol reduce crime in the USA in the 1990s? F1000 Research 2, 156, 2013. 13 Reyes, J.W. Environmental Policy as Social Poly. Sci. The Impact of Childhood Lead Exposure on Crime. B.E. Journal of Economic Analysis and Policy 7, 2007. 14 Boutwell, B.B., al. The Intersection of Aggregate, T-Level Lead Exposure and Crime. Environmental Research 148, 79-85, 2016. 15 Mielke, H.W., and Zarin, S. The Urban Rise and Fall of Air Lead, P.B., and the Latent Surge and Retreat of Societal Violence. Environment International 43, 48-55, 2012. 16 Thompson, R. J. Freon, A Refrigerant. Industrial and Engineering Chemistry 24, 620-23, 1932. 17 Wang, L. 1941, Thomas Midgley Jr., 1889-1944. Chemical and Engineering News 86, 2008. 18 Molina, M.J., and Rowland, F.S. Stratospheric Sink. For chlorofluoromethanes, chlorine atom catalyzed destruction of ozone. Nature 249, 810-12, 1974. 19 The Nobel Prize in Chemistry 1995. Nobelprize.org. Nobelprize.org, 1995. 20 Ramanathan, V. Greenhouse Effect due to chlorofluorocarbons, Climatic Implications. Science 190, 50-52, 1975. 21 O'Rourke, J. The History of the Great Irish Famine of 1847, with notices of earlier Irish famines. James Duffy and Company, Limited, 1902. 22 Lost Crops of the Incas. National Research Council, National Academy Press, 1989. 23 Grubb, E. H., and Guilford, W. S. The Potato, R. Compilation of information from every available source. Doubleday, Page and Company, 1912. 24 Wright, W. P., and Castle, E. J. Pictorial Practical Potter. To Growing. Castle and Company, Limited, 1906. 25 Warrelin, See Homage to Antoine Augustin Parmentier, 1737-1813, first president of the Pharmacy Society of Paris in 1803. Annales Pharmaceutiques Françaises 63, 340-42, 2005. 26 Bloch, B.P. Antoine Augustin Parmentier, Pharmacist Extraordinaire, Pharmaceutical Historian 38, 6-14, 2008. 27 Woodham Smith, See the Great Hunger, Ireland. 1845-1849. Hamish Hamilton, 1962. 28 Andrevon, D. The Origin of Phytophthora infestans. Populations present in Europe in the 1840s, a critical review of historical and scientific evidence. Plant Pathology 45, 1027-35, 1996. 29 Gibbs, CRV Passenger Liners of the Western Ocean. A record of North Atlantic steam and motor passenger vessels from 1838 to the present day. Staples Press, 1952. 30 Jones, L.R., Giddings, N.J. and Luckman, B.F. Investigations on the potato fungus Phytophthora infestans. Vermont Agricultural Experiment Station Bulletin 168, 1912. 31 Jensen, J. L. Moyens de combattre et de détruire. Le Peronospora de la pomme de terre. Mémoire Société Nationale d'Agriculture de France 131, 31-156, 1887. 32 Trevelyan, C.E. The Irish Crisis. Longman, Brown. Green and Longmans, 1848. 33 Berkeley, M.J. Observations, Botanical and Physiological, on the potato murron. Journal of the Horticultural Society of London 1, 9-34, 1846. 34 Solly, E. Chemical Observations on the Cause of Potato Murron. Journal of the Horticultural Society of London 1, 35-42, 1846. 35 Townley, J. The Potato. Benjamin Leopard Green, 1847. 36 Large, E. C. The Advance of the Fungi. Jonathan C. A. P. 1940. 37 Fabricius, J. C. Forsog till en Abhandling om plan. Turns Sigdom. Det Kongelige Norsk Videnskabers Selskabs Skrifter 5, 431-92, 1774. 38 Wetzel, H. H. An Outline of the History of Phytopathology. W. B. Saunders Company, 1918. 39 Valery Radot, R. Louis Pasteur, His Life and Labo. Yours. D. Appleton and Company, 1885. 40 Zinser, H. Rats, Lice and History, being a study in biography, which, after 12 preliminary chapters indispensable for the preparation of the lay reader, deals with the life history of typhus fever. Little, Brown and Company, 1934. 41 Darwin, C. On the Origin of Species by Means of Natural Selection, or the Preservation of Favored Races in the Struggle for Life. John Murray, 1859. 42 Dubose, R. J. Louis Pasteur, Freelance of Science. Lit. TLE, Brown and Company, 1950. 43 Ullman, A Pasteur Cock, Distinctive Ways of Thinking About Infectious Diseases. Microbe 2, 383-87, 2007. 44 Lister, J. On the Antiseptic Principle of the Practice. CE of Surgery. British Medical Journal 21, September, 246-48, 1867. 45 De Barry, H. A. Die Gegenwärtig Herrschende Kartoff. Fellkrankheit, ihre Ursache und ihre Verhütung. Forstner, 1861. 46 Margulis, L. Corliss, J. O. Melkonian, M. and Chap. Mann, D. J. Handbook of Protarctista. Jones and Bartlett, 1990. 47 Compton, D. A. Potato Culture. Orange Judd Company, 1870. 48 Millardit, PMA Traitement du Mildiou et du Rot. Journal d'Agriculture Pratique 2, 513-16, 1885. Trans. Felix John Schneiderhan, Phytopathological Classics 3, 711. Ithaca, N.Y., Cayuga Press for American Phytopathological Society, 1933. 49 Gaon, U, and Sauvago, see Notice sur la vie et les travaux de Millardit. Memoirs de la Société des Sciences Physiques et Naturelles de Bordeaux 6, 9-47, 1903. 50 Schneiderhan, F. J. Pierre Marie Alexis Millardit. Phytopathological Classics 3, 4, 1933. 51 Ayres, P. G. Alexis Millardit, Francis Forgotten. Mycologist. Mycologist 18, 23-26, 2004. 52 Millardit, PMA Traitement du Mildiou par la Mélange de sulfate de cuivre et de chaux. Journal d'Agriculture Pratique 2, 707-10, 1885. Trans. Felix John Schneiderhan, Phytopathological Classics 3, 12-17. Ithaca, N.Y., Cayuga Press for American Phytopathological Society, 1933. 53 Millardit, PMA sur l'histoire du traitement du mildiou par la sulfate de cuivre. Journal d'Agriculture Pratique 2, 801-5, 1885. Trans. Felix John Schneiderhan, Phytopathological Classics 3, 18-25. Ithaca, N.Y., Cayuga Press for American Phytopathological Society, 1933. 54 King, AFA Insects and Disease, Mosquitoes and Malaria. Popular Science Monthly 23, 1883. 55 Cox, FEG History of Human Parasitology. Cleany. Cal Microbiology Reviews 15, 595-612, 2002. 56 Webb, JLA, Junior Humanities Burden, A Global Histo. Rye of Malaria. Cambridge University Press, 2009. 57 Hippocrates. Of the epidemics, trans. Francis. Adams, 400 BCE, in the genuine works of Hippocrates, translated from the Greek with a preliminary discourse and annotations by Francis Adams. Printed for the Sydenham Society, C&J Adlard, Printers, 1849. 58 Manson Bar, P. The Jubilee of Sir Patrick Mann. Son, 1878–1938, a tribute to his work on the malaria problem. Postgraduate Medical Journal November, 345–57, 1938. 59 Shakespeare, W. The Tempest. Isaac Yaggard and ed. Blount, 1623. In the works of William Shakespeare, the text revised by the Rev. Alexander Dyce, in 10 volumes, Volume 1, 4th ed. Bickers and Son, 1880. 60 Hempelman, E., and Crafts, K. Bad Air, Amulets and Mosquitoes, 2,000 Years of Changing Perspectives on Malaria. Malaria Journal 12, 1–13, 2013. 61 Duffy, J. Epidemics in Colonial America. Kennicott Press, 1972. 62 Melville, C.H. The Prevention of Malaria in War. In the Prevention of Malaria, ed. R. Ross. John Murray, 1910. 63 Russell, P.F. Introduction. In Preventive Medicine. In World War II, Volume 6, Communicable Diseases, Malaria, ed. J. Boyd. Office of the Surgeon General, Department of the Army, 1963. 64 Malaria and the Progress of Medicine. Popular Sci. Ends Monthly 24, 238–43, 1884. 65 Ross, R. Researches on Malaria. Nobel Lecture, December 12, 1902. 66 Torti, F. Therapeutics Specialis ad Febres Quasdam P. Riodicus Perniciosus, B. Soliani, 1712. 67 Jackson, R. A Treatise on the Fevers of Jamaica, with some observations on the intermitting fever of America, and an appendix, containing some hints on the means of preserving the health of soldiers in hot climates. J. Murray, 1791. 68 Pelletier, P.J., and Caventou, J.B. Recherches Chimie. Qu'est sur les quinquines? Crotchard, 1820. 69 Nobel Lectures, Physiology or Medicine, 1901–1921. Elsevier Publishing Company, 1967. 70 Laveran, A Note sur un nouveau parasite trouvé. Dans la sang de plusieurs malades atteints de fièvre palustre. Bulletin de l'Académie nationale de médecine, Paris, 9, 1235–36, 1880. 71 Laveran, A Traité des fièvres palustres avec la description des microbes du paludisme. Octave Duen, 1884. 72 Manson, P. On the Development of Filaria sanguis. Nis hominis and on the mosquito considered as a nurse. Journal of the Linnean Society, Zoology, 14, 304–11, 1878. 73 Manson Barr, Ph., and Alcock, A. The Life and Work of Sir Patrick Manson, Castle and Company, Limited, 1927. 74 Manson, P. On the Nature and Significance of crescentic and flagellated bodies in malarial blood. British Medical Journal 2, 13068, 1894. 75 Nuttall, G.H.F. On the Role of Insects, Arachnids, and Myriapods, as carriers in the spread of bacterial and parasitic diseases of man and animals, a critical and historical study. Johns Hopkins Hospital Reports 8, 1–155, 1899. 76 Ruse, C.A. Physicians to the Presidents, and their Patients, a Biobibliography. Bulletin of the Medical Library Association 49, 291–360, 1961. 77 Howard, L.O. Dr. A.F.A. King on Mosquitoes and Malaria. Science 41, 312–15, 1915. 78 Ross, R. The Prevention of Malaria. E. P. Dutton and Company, 1910. 79 Bynum, W. The Art of Medicine, Experimenting with Fire, Giving Malaria. Lancet 376, 1534–35, 2010. 80 Ross, R. Fever with Intestinal Lesions. Transactions of the South Indian Branch of the British Medical Association, 1892. 81 Ross, R. Cases of Febricula with Abdominal 10. Durness. Indian Medical Gazette, 166, 1892. 82 Ross, R. Enteroseptic fevers. Indian Medical Gazette, 230, 1892. 83 Ross, R. A study of Indian fevers. Indian Medical Gazette, 290, 1892. 84 Ross, R. Some observations on hematozoic theories of malaria. Medical Reporter, 65, 1893. 85 Ross, R. Inaugural lecture on the possibility of extirpating malaria from certain localities by a new method. British Medical Journal, July 1, 1-4, 1899. 86 Ross, R. Observations on the crescent sphere flagella metamorphosis of the malarial parasite within the mosquito. Transactions of the South Indian branch of the British Medical Association, December, 1895. 87 Ross, R. Some experiments in the production of malarial fever by means of the mosquito. Transactions of the South Indian branch of the British Medical Association, 1896. 88 Gilliman, J. Choosing Scientific Patrimony, Sir Ronald Ross, Alphonse Laveran, and the Mosquito Vector Hypothesis for Malaria. Journal of the History of Medicine and Allied Sciences, 57, 385-409, 2002. 89 Ross, R. On some peculiar pigmented cells found in 2 mosquitoes fed on malarial blood. British Medical Journal, 1786, 1897. 90 Manson, P. Surgeon Major Ronald Ross's recent investigations on the mosquito malaria theory. British Medical Journal, June 18, 1575-77, 1898. 91 Ross, R. Preliminary report on the infection of birds with proteosoma by the bites of mosquitoes. Government Press, 1898. 92 Manson, P. The Mosquito and the Malaria Parasite. T. British Medical Journal 2, 849-53, 1898. 93 Bignami. Come see Prendun la febre malariche. Bull. Acad. Med. Roma, November 15, 1898. Translation: The Inoculation Theory of Malarial Infection, account of a successful experiment with mosquitoes. Lancet 152, 1461-63, 1898. 94 Manson, P. Experimental Proof of the Mosquito Malaria Theory. British Medical Journal 2, 949-51, 1900. 95 Manson, P.T. Experimental Malaria Recurrence. After 9 months. British Medical Journal, July 13, 77, 1901. 96 GHFN in Memoriam, Patrick Thurburn Mann. Son. Journal of Hygiene 2, 382-83, 1902. 97 Maritel, G. The relation of mosquitoes, flies, ticks, fleas, and other arthropods to pathology. United States Congressional Serial Set, Annual Report, Smithsonian Institution, 1909, 703-22, 1910. 98 Koch, Ars Vita Bericht über die Thattigkeit der Malaria Expedition. Deutsche Medizinische Wochenschrift 26, 88-90, 1900. 99 Annette, H. E., Dutton, J. E., and Elliott, J. H. Report of the Malaria Expedition to Nigeria of the Liverpool School of Tropical Medicine and Medical Parasitology. University Press of Liverpool, 1901. 100 Ross, R. The Malaria Expedition to Sierra Leone. British Medical Journal, September 9, 16, 30, October 14, 1899. 101 Ross, R., Annette, H. E., and Austin, E. E. Report of the Malaria Expedition of the Liverpool School of Tropical Medicine and Medical Parasitology. University Press of Liverpool, 1900. 102 Dunlap, TRDDT, Silent Spring, and the Rise of Environmentalism. University of Washington Press, 2008. 103 Rush, B. An account of the bilious remitting yellow fever, as it appeared in the city of Philadelphia, in the year 1793. Thomas Dobson, 1794. 104 Carter, H.R. Yellow fever, an epidemiological and historical study of its place of origin. Williams and Wilkins Company, 1931. 105 Creighton, See the Origin of Yellow Fever. North American Review 139, 335-47, 1884. 106 Murphy, J. An American Plague. Clarion Books, 2003, 107. Carey, M.A. Short Account of the Malignant Fever, L. Teely prevalent in Philadelphia, with a statement of the proceedings that took place on the subject, in different parts of the United States. Matthew Carey, 1793. 108. Jones, A., and Allen, R. Narrative of the Proceedings of the Black People, during the late awful calamity in Philadelphia, in the year 1793, and a refutation of some censures, thrown upon them in some late publications. William W. Woodward, 1794. 109. Otter, S. Philadelphia Stories, America's Literature of Race and Freedom, Oxford University Press, 2010. 110. Washington, G. to James Madison from George Washington, October 14, 1793. Founders Online, National Archives, 1793. Archives.gov, 111 minutes of the proceedings of the committee, appoint. Ted on 14 September 1793, by the citizens of Philadelphia, the Northern Liberties, and the District of Southwark, to attend to and alleviate the sufferings of the afflicted with the malignant fever, prevalent in the city and its vicinity. City of Philadelphia, 1848. 112. Jefferson, T. Letter to Benjamin Rush. September 23, 1800. Founders Online, National Archives, 1800. Archives.gov. 113. Adams, J. Letter to Thomas Jefferson. June 30, 1813. Founders Online, National Archives, 1813. Archives.gov. 114. Stapleton, D.H., and Carter, E.C.I., I have the itch. Of botany, of chemistry, of mathematics. Strong upon me, the science of Benjamin Henry Latrobe. Proceedings of the American Philosophical Society 128, 173-92, 1984. 115. Sherman, I.W. 12 Diseases That Changed Our World. ASM Press, 2007. 116. Chopin, S. History of the Importation of Yellow Fever into the United States, from 1693 to 1878. Public Health Papers, American Public Health Association 4, 190-206, 1878. 117. The Burning of the Quarantine Hospital on Staten Island. Harper's Weekly, September 11, 1858. 118. Message from the President of the United States, transmitting certain papers in regard to experiments conducted for the purpose of coping with yellow fever. Senate Document No. 10, 59th Congress, 2D Session, 1907. 119. Faust, E.C. History of Human Parasitic Infections. Public Health Reports 70, 958-65, 1955. 120. Souchon, E. Educational Points Concerning Yellow Fever, to be spread broadcast by the press, pulpit, school teachers and others, and by all men of good will. Louisiana State Board of Health, 1898. 121. The Yellow Fever Plot. New York Times, May 16, 4. 1865. 122. Siegel, L. The Yellow Fever Plot, Germ Warfare. During the Civil War. Canadian Journal of Diagnosis, September, 47-50, 2002. 123. Quinn, D.A. Heroes and Heroines of Memphis, or Reminiscences of the yellow fever epidemics that afflicted the city of Memphis during the autumn months of 1873, 1878, and 1879, to which is added a graphic description of missionary life in eastern Arkansas. E. L. Freeman and Son, 1887. 124. Firth, Essay Treatise on Malignant Fever, with an attempt to prove its non-contagious nature. B. Graves, 1804. 125. Mitchell, R.F. Epidemic of Yellow Fever in Montgomery, Alabama, summer of 1873. Transactions of the Medical Association of the State of Alabama, 1874, 84-111, 1874. 126. Dromgoole, J.P. Dr. Dromgoole's Yellow Fever Hero. S. Honors and Horrors of 1878. John P. Morton and Company, 1879. 127. Mitchell, J. Account of the Yellow Fever which prevailed in Virginia in the years 1737, 1741, and 1742, in a letter to the late Cadwallader Colden, Esq., of New York. American Medical and Philosophical Register 4, 181-215, 1814. 128 Rush, B. Letter to Julia Rush. October 27, 1793. In Letters of Benjamin Rush, Volume 2 to 1793-1813, ed. L. H. Butterfield. Princeton University Press, 1951. 129 Holt, J. Analysis of the Records of Yellow Fever in New Orleans, in 1876. New Orleans Medical and Surgical Association, November 11, 1876. 130 Erskine, J. H. A Report on Yellow Fever as it appears. Read in Memphis, Tennessee, in 1873. Public Health Papers and Reports 1, 385-92, 1873. 131 Conclusions of the Board of Experts authorized by Con. Gress to investigate the yellow fever epidemic of 1878. Judd and Detweiler, 1879. 132 Agramante, The Inside History of a Great Cal Discovery. Scientific Monthly 1, 209-37, 1915. 133 Reed, W. Letter from Walter Reed to Emily Law. Rents Reed. December 31, 1900. Philip S. Hench Walter Reed Yellow Fever Collection, University of Virginia. 134 Knott, J.C. The Cause of Yellow Fever. New Orleans. Medical and Surgical Journal 4, 563-601, 1848. 135 Agramante, An Account of Dr. Louis Daniel B. Orpethwy, a pioneer in yellow fever research. Boston Medical and Surgical Journal, June 18, 927-30, 1908. 136 Finley, C. The mosquito hypothetically considered as an agent in the transmission of yellow fever poison. New Orleans Medical and Surgical Journal, 1881-82, 601-16, 1882. 137 Reed, W., Carroll, J., Agramante, A., and Lazier, J. W. The Etiology of Yellow Fever, a Preliminary Note. Philadelphia Medical Journal, October 27, 37-53, 1900. 138 Finley, C. Selected Papers of Dr. Carlos J. Finley. República de Cuba, Secretaria de Sanidad y Beneficencia, 1912. 139 Sternberg, G.M. The Transmission of Yellow Fever by Mosquitoes. Popular Science Monthly 59, 1901. 140 Kelly, H. A. Walter Reed and Yellow Fever. McClure, Phillips and Company, 1906. 141 Smith, T., and Kilbourne, F.L. Investigations into the nature, causation, and prevention of southern cattle fever. In Bureau of Animal Industry, 8th and 9th Annual Reports for the years 1891 to 1892, 177 to 304. U.S. Government Printing Office, 1893. 142 Bruce, D. Preliminary Report on the Tsetse Fly Disease. Orner Garner, Bennett and Davis, 1895. 143 Crosby, M.C. The American Plague. Berkeley Books. 2006. 144 Sanarelli, G. A Lecture on Yellow Fever, with a description of the Bacillus icteroides. British Medical Journal, July 3, 7-11, 1897. 145 Carroll, J. A Brief Review of the Etiology of Yellow Fever. New York Medical Journal and Philadelphia Medical Journal, consolidated February 6, 13, 1904. 146 Reed, W., and Carroll, J. A Comparative Study of the Biological Characters and Pathogenesis of Bacillus X, Sternberg, Bacillus icteroides, Sanarelli, and the Hog Cholera Bacillus, Salmon and Smith. Journal of Experimental Medicine 5, 215-70, 1900. 147 Reed, W. Recent Researches Concerning the Etiology, Propagation, and Prevention of Yellow Fever, by the United States Army Commission. Journal of Hygiene 2, 101-19, 1902. 148 Craig, S.C. In the Interest of Truth, The Life and Science. C.E. of Surgeon General George Miller Sternberg. Office of the Surgeon General, Borden Institute, 2013. 149 Petrie, W.A.J. America in the World, 100 Years of Tropical Medicine and Hygiene. American Journal of Tropical Medicine and Hygiene 71, 2-16, 2004. 150 Lazier, M.H. Letter from Mabel Houston Lazier. To James Carroll, November 10, 1900. Philip S. Hench Walter Reed Yellow Fever Collection, University of Virginia. 151 Reed, W., Carroll, J., and Agramonte, A. The Etiology of Yellow Fever, an additional note. Journal of the American Medical Association 36, 431-40, 1901. 152 Moran, J. J. Memoirs of a Human Guinea Pig. Phi. Lip S. Hench Walter Reed Yellow Fever Collection, University of Virginia, 1948. 153 Carey, F. 50 years ago Reed-faced, Yellow Jack. In Havana. Associated Press June 25, 1950. 154 Reed, W. The Propagation of Yellow Fever, Observer T. ONS based on recent researches. U.S. Government Printing Office, 1911. 155 Reed, W., Carroll, J., and Agramonte, A. Experiment. Tal Yellow Fever, American Medicine 2, 15-23, 1901. 156 Finley, C.E. Dr. Carlos J. Finley's Positive Cases of Experimental Yellow Fever, New Orleans Medical and Surgical Journal 69, 333-43, 1917. 157 Agramonte, A. Finley and Delgado's Experimental Yellow Fever, a reply to Dr. C.E. Finley. New Orleans Medical and Surgical Journal 69, 344-51, 1917. 158 Gutierrez, J. Experimental Yellow Fever at the Eno Culation Station of the Sanitary Department of Havana with a view to producing immunization. American Medicine 3, 809-17, 1901. 159 Reed, W., and Carroll, J. The Etiology of Yellow Fever, a supplemental note. American Medicine February 22, 301-5, 1902. 160 Adams, C.F. The Panama Canal Zone, an epochal event in sanitation. Proceedings of the Massachusetts Historical Society 17, 1-38, 1911. 161 Halstead, M. The Illustrious Life of William McKinley. Our Martyred President. By the author, 1901. 162 Discussion of the paper of Drs. Reed and Gorgas. Berlin Printing Company, 1902. 163 One of McKinley's surgeons passes away. Hawaii. And Star December 6, 2, 1911. 164 Gorgas, W.C. A few general directions with regard to destroying mosquitoes, particularly the yellow fever mosquito. U.S. Government Printing Office, 1904. 165 Gorgas, W.C. Sanitation in Panama. Appleton, 1915. 166 Gorgas, M.D., and Hendricks, B.J. William Crawford. Gorgas, His Life and Work. Doubleday, Page & Company, 1924. 167 The Rockefeller Foundation Annual Report 1926. Rockefeller Foundation, 1926. 168 Stokes, A., Bauer, J.H., and Hudson, N.P. Expery. Mental Transmission of Yellow Fever Virus to Laboratory Animals. American Journal of Tropical Medicine 8, 103-64, 1928. 169 Bryan, C.S. Discovery of the Yellow Fever Virus. International Journal of Infectious Diseases 2, 52-54, 1997. 170 The Rockefeller Foundation Annual Report 1927. Rockefeller Foundation, 1927. 171 Hudson, N.P. Adrian Stokes and Yellow Fever Research, a tribute. Transactions of the Royal Society of Tropical Medicine and Hygiene 60, 170-74, 1966. 172 Porterfield, J.S. Yellow Fever in West Africa, a ret. Respective glance. British Medical Journal 299, 1555-57, 1989. 173 Berry, G.P., and Kitchen, S.F. Yellow Fever Accident. Tally contracted in the laboratory. American Journal of Tropical Medicine 11, 365-434, 1931. 174 Bauer, J.H. Transmission of Yellow Fever by Moss. Ketos other than Aedes aegypti. American Journal of Tropical Medicine 8, 261-82, 1928. 175 de Latte, H. al. The Invaders, Phylogeography, of Dengue and Chikungunya virus Aedes vectors, on the southwest islands of the Indian Ocean. Infection, Genetics and Evolution 11, 1769-81, 2011. 176 Pialu, G. Gauzere, B.A., Jauregiberi, S., and Strobel, M. Chikungunya, an epidemic arbovirosis. Lancet Infectious Diseases 7, 319-27, 2007. 177 Bergstrom, H. The Nobel Prize in Physiology or Me. Decene 1951, Award Ceremony Speech. Elsevier Publishing Company, 1951. 178 Tyler, M. Susceptibility of white mice to the virus of yellow fever. Science 71, 367, 1930. 179 Tyler, M. Studies on the Action of Yellow Fever Virus on Mice. Annals of Tropical Medicine and Parasitology 24, 249-72, 1930. 180 Smith, H. Yellow fever vaccination with Cultu. Red virus, 17D, without immune serum. American Journal of Tropical Medicine and Hygiene 18, 437-68, 1938. 181 Tyler, M., and Smith, H. The effect of prolon. Ged cultivation in vitro upon the pathogenicity of yellow fever virus. Journal of Experimental Medicine 65, 767-86, 1937. 182 Frierson, J.G. The Yellow Fever Vaccine, A History. Yale Journal of Biology and Medicine 83, 77-85, 2010. 183 Cirillo, V.J. Two Faces of Death, Fatalities from Die. Cease and Combat in America's Principal Wars, 1775 to Present. Perspectives in Biology and Medicine 51, 121-33, 2008. 184 Peltier, M. Vaccination Mixed Contre la Fièvre JAU. NEA La variole sur des populations indigènes du Sénégal. Annales Institut Pasteur, Dakar, 65, 146-69, 1940. 185 Durieux, C. Mass Yellow Fever Vaccination in French Africa south of the Sahara. In Yellow Fever Vaccination, ed. K. Smithburn, 115-21. World Health Organization, 1956. 186 Norby, E. Yellow Fever and Max Tyler, the only Nobel Prize for a virus vaccine. Journal of Experimental Medicine 204, 2779-84, 2007. 187 Mathis, C., Selids, A.W., and Legray, J. Sensibilité. Du Macaquus rhesus au virus fièvre jaune. Comps Rendus de l'Académie des Sciences 186, 604-6, 1928. 188 Rice, C.M. Nucleotide sequence of yellow fever virus. Implications for flavivirus gene expression and evolution. Science 229, 726-33, 1985. 189 Snyder, J.C. The Typhus Fevers. In Viral and Ricket. TSIAL Infections of Man, ed. T.M. Rivers and F.L. Horsfall, J.B. Lippincott Company, 1959. 190 Howard, J. The State of the Prisons in England and Wales. Warrington, 1777. 191 Encyclopedia of Plague and Pestilence from Ancient Times to the Present. Facts on File, 2008. 192 ACA-Connect, EEH History and Geography of the Most Important Diseases. Hafner Publishing Company, Inc., 1965. 193 Cartwright, F.F., and Bidus, M. Disease and History. 2D ed. Sutton Publishing, 2004. 194 Schultz, M.G., and Morans, D.M. Charles Jules. Henry Nicole. Emerging Infectious Diseases 15, 2022, 2009. 195 Nobel Lectures, Physiology or Medicine, 1922-1941. Elsevier Publishing Company, 1965. 196 Gross, L. How Charles Nicole of the Pasteur Institute discovered that epidemic typhus is transmitted by lice. Reminiscences from my years at the Pasteur Institute in Paris. Proceedings of the National Academy of Sciences USA 93, 10539-40, 1996. 197 Nicole, C., Comte, C., and Conseil, E. Transmission. Expérimental du typhus écanthématique par le pot du corps. Comptes rendus hebdomadaires des sciences de l'Académie des sciences 149, 486-89, 1909. 198 Ricketts, H.T., and Wilder, R.M. The transmission of the typhus fever of Mexico, Tabardillo, by means of the louse, Pediculus vestimentae. Journal of the American Medical Association 54, 13047, 1910. 199 Dalton's Roche Lima, H. Zur Etiologie des Fleckvieh. Urs. Berliner Klinische Wochenschrift 53, 567-69, 1916. 200 von Prowazek, S. Etiologische Untersuchungen. Über den Flecktyphus in Serbien 1913 und Hamburg 1914. Beatrage zur Klinik der Infektionskrankheiten und zur Immunitätsforschung 4, 5-31, 1914. 201 Parpe, H. Imprisonment and Deportation. In the Diary of Anne Frank, the Critical Edition, Doubleday, 1986. 202 Zinser, H. Varieties of Typhus virus and the Epidemiology of the American form of European typhus fever, Brill's disease. American Journal of Hygiene 20, 513-32, 1934. 203 The Jerusalem Bible. Koren Publishers, 1983. 204 Rosen, W. Justinian's Flea, Plague, Empire, and the Birth of Europe. Viking, 2007. 205 Mommsen, T. E. Petrarch's Conception of the Dark Ages. Speculum 17, 226-42, 1942. 206 Kitasato, S., and Nakagawa, A. Plague. In 20th Century Practice, an international encyclopedia of modern medical science by leading authorities of Europe and America, Volume 15, Infectious Diseases, ed. T. L. Stedman. William Wood and Company, 1898. 207 Abath, J., ed. The Black Death, The Great Mortality of 1348-1350, A Brief History with Documents. Bedford, St. Martin's, 2005. 208 Gregorus, N. Byzantine History, 1359. In the Black Death, The Great Mortality of 1348-1350, A Brief History with Documents, ed. J. Abath. Bedford, St. Martin's, 2005. 209 Durbers, Vida Mussis and the Great Plague of 1348, A Forgotten Episode of Bacteriological Warfare. Journal of the American Medical Association 196, 59-62, 1966. 210 Ibn al-Wardi, AHUSA on the Report of the Pays. Tylance, 1348. In the Black Death, The Great Mortality of 1348-1350, A Brief History with Documents, ed. J. Abath. Bedford, St. Martin's, 2005. 211 Petrarch, F. Letters on Familiar Matters, 1349. In The Black Death, The Great Mortality of 1348-1350, A Brief History with Documents, ed. J. Abath. Bedford, St. Martin's, 2005. 212 Boccaccio, G. The Decameron, 1349-51. In the Black Death, The Great Mortality of 1348-1350, A Brief History with Documents, ed. J. Abath. Bedford, St. Martin's, 2005. 213 De Grammont, J. Regimen of Protection Against Epidemics. 1348. In the Black Death, The Great Mortality of 1348-1350, A Brief History with Documents, ed. J. Abath. Bedford, St. Martin's, 2005. 214 Pedro IV of Aragon. Response to Jewish Pogrom of Tárrega, 1349. In the Black Death, The Great Mortality of 1348-1350, A Brief History with Documents, ed. J. Abath. Bedford, St. Martin's, 2005. 215 Takeneth, Accord, of Barcelona, 1354. In the Black Death, The Great Mortality of 1348-1350, A Brief History with Documents, ed. J. Abbott. Bedford, St. Martin's, 2005. 216 Interrogation of the Jews of Savoy, 1348. In the Black Death, The Great Mortality of 1348 to 1350, A Brief History with Documents, ed. J. Abbott. Bedford, St. Martin's, 2005. 217 Matthias of Neuenberg. Chronicle, 1349-50. In The Black Death, The Great Mortality of 1348 to 1350, A Brief History with Documents, ed. J. Abbott. Bedford, St. Martin's, 2005. 218 Conrad of Megenberg. Concerning the Mortality in Germany, 1350. In The Black Death, The Great Mortality of 1348 to 1350, A Brief History with Documents, ed. J. Abbott. Bedford, St. Martin's, 2005. 219 Pope Clement VI. Sicut Judice, Mandate to Protect the Jews, 1348. In The Black Death, The Great Mortality of 1348 to 1350, A Brief History with Documents, ed. J. Abbott. Bedford, St. Martin's, 2005. 220 Closner, F. Chronicle, 1360-62. In The Black Death, The Great Mortality of 1348 to 1350, A Brief History with Documents, ed. J. Abbott. Bedford, St. Martin's, 2005. 221 Medical Faculty of the University of Paris. Consultation, 1348. In The Black Death, The Great Mortality of 1348 to 1350, A Brief History with Documents, ed. J. Abbott. Bedford, St. Martin's, 2005. 222 Sanctus, L. Letter, 1348. In The Black Death, The Great Mortality of 1348 to 1350, A Brief History with Documents, ed. J. Abbott. Bedford, St. Martin's, 2005. 223 Villani, G. Chronicle, 1348. In The Black Death, The Great Mortality of 1348 to 1350, A Brief History with Documents, ed. J. Abbott. Bedford, St. Martin's, 2005. 224 Ditura, A Sienese Chronicle, 1348-51. In The Black Death, The Great Mortality of 1348 to 1350, A Brief History with Documents, ed. J. Abbott. Bedford, St. Martin's, 2005. 225 Ibn al-Khatib, LAIA Very Useful Inquiry into the Horrible Sickness, 1349-52. In The Black Death, The Great Mortality of 1348 to 1350, A Brief History with Documents, ed. J. Abbott. Bedford, St. Martin's, 2005. 226 Dalton's Foligno, G. Short Casebook, 1348. In The Black Death, The Great Mortality of 1348 to 1350, A Brief History with Documents, ed. J. Abbott. Bedford, St. Martin's, 2005. 227 Ibn Khatima, A.J. Description and Remedy for S. Caping the Plague, 1349. In The Black Death, The Great Mortality of 1348 to 1350, A Brief History with Documents, ed. J. Abbott. Bedford, St. Martin's, 2005. 228 Shakespeare, W. The Most Excellent and Lamentable. Tragedy of Romeo and Juliet. Thomas Creed and Cuthbert Burby, 1599. In the Works of William Shakespeare, the text revised by the Rev. Alexander Dyce, in 10 volumes, Volume 1, 4th ed. London, Bickers and Son, 1880. 229 Liston, W. G. Plague, Rats and Fleas. Journal of the Bombay Natural History Society 16, 253-74, 1905. 230 Cantley, J. The Plague in Hong Kong. British Medi. Cal Journal 2, 423-27, 1894. 231 The Plague at Hong Kong. British Medical Journal 2, 201, 1894. 232 The Plague at Hong Kong. Lancet 2, 269-70, 1894. 233 Solomon, T. Hong Kong, 1894. The Role of James A. Lowson in the Controversial Discovery of the Plague Bacillus. Lancet 350, 59-62, 1997. 234 Lagrange, E., Liege, M.D., and Paris, D.T.M. Con. Concerning the discovery of the plague bacillus. Journal of Tropical Medicine and Hygiene 29, 299-303, 1926. 235 Plague in the Far East. British Medical Journal O. Gust 22, 460, 1896. 236 The Plague in Hong Kong in 1894, A Story of Chi. Nice Antipathies. Lancet April 4, 936, 1896. 237 Lawson, J.A. The Epidemic of Bubonic Plague in Hong Kong 1894. Government Printer, 1895. 238 Lee, P.T. Colonialism versus Nationalism, The Plague of Hong Kong in 1894. Journal of Northeast Asian History 10, 97-128, 2013. 239 Obituary, Baron Shibasaburo Kitasato. British Medical Journal June 27, 1141-42, 1931. 240 Kitasato, S. The Bacillus of Bubonic Plague. Lancet. 2, 428-30, 1894. 241 Gross, L. How the Plague Bacillus and its transmission through fleas were discovered. Reminiscences from my years at the Pasteur Institute in Paris. Proceedings of the National Academy of Sciences USA 92, 7609-11, 1995. 242 Horgood, B. J. Alexandre Yassin, 1863-1943. Discoverer of the plague bacillus, explorer and agronomist. Journal of Medical Biogeography 16, 167-72, 2008. 243 Schwartz, M. The Institute Pasteur, 120 years of research in microbiology. Research in Microbiology 159, 5-14, 2008. 244 Kousoulis, A.A., Karamanu, M., Soukalas, G. Dimitriou, T., and Androutsos, G. Alexandre Yassin's Explorations, 1892-1894, in French Indochina before the discovery of the plague bacillus. Acta Medico-Historica Adriatica 10, 303-10, 2012. 245 The Plague at Hong Kong. Lancet 1, 1581-82. 1894. 246 Yassin, et la peste bubonique à Hong Kong. Anne. Analyse de l'Institut Pasteur 8, 662-67, 1894. 247 Crawford, E. A. J. Paul Louis Simond and his work on plague. Perspectives in Biology and Medicine 39, 446-58, 1996. 248 The Plague in China. Lancet August 4, 266, 1894. 249 The Plague at Hong Kong. Lancet 2, 325, 1894. 250 The Bacillus of Plague. British Medical Journal 2, 369-70, 1894. 251 The Plague in Hong Kong. Lancet 2, 391-92. 1894. 252 Yabe, T. The Microbe of Plague. Journal of Tropical Medicine 4, 59-60, 1901. 253 The late Baron Shibasaburo Kitasato. Canadian Medical Association Journal August, 206, 1931. 254 Millet 7, Aegea Note concerning the disco. Very of the Bacillus pestis. Journal of Tropical Medicine and Hygiene August 15, 208-9, 1927. 255 Biographical Sketch, Alexandre Yassin. 1863-1943. Pasteur Institute Archives and Collection. Pasteur.fr. 256 Horgood, B. J. Alexandre Yassin M.D. 1863-1943, Suoi Dai near Nha Trang, Vietnam. Journal of Medical Biogeography 19, 138, 2011. 257 Simond, P.L. La Propagation de la Peste. Annales de l'Institut Pasteur 12, 625-87, 1898. 258 Kohler, W., and Kohler, M. Plague and Rats, The Plague of the Philistines, and What Did Our Ancestors Know About the Role of Rats in Plague? International Journal of Medical Microbiology 293, 333-40, 2003. 259 Lowson, J. A. The Bacteriology of Plague. British Medical Journal January 23, 237-38, 1897. 260 Reports on Plague Investigations in India. Journal of Hygiene 6, 421-536, 1906. 261 Rennie, A. The Plague in the East. British Medical Journal September 15, 615-16, 1894. 262 Lowe, B. Report upon the Progress and Diffusion of Bubonic Plague from 1879 to 1898. In 28th Annual Report of the Local Government Board 1898 to 1899. Supplement containing the report of the Medical Officer for 1898 to 1899. Darling & Son, Limited, 1899. 263 Agata, M. Über die Pestepidemie in Formosa. Centralblatt für Bakteriologie und Parasitenkunde 21, 774, 1897. 264 Biographical Sketch, Paul Louis Simond. 1858-1947. Pasteur Institute Archives and Collection. Pasteur.fr. 265 Simond, M., Godley, M.L., and Moraquan, P.D.E. Paul Louis Simond and his discovery of plague transmission by rat fleas, a centenary. Journal of the Royal Society of Medicine 91, 101-4, 1998. 266 Simond, P.L. Comment foot mis en evidence la. Rôle de la puce dans la transmission de la peste. Revue de Hygiene 58, 5-17, 1936. 267 Gauthier, J.O., and Raybo, et recherches expéries. Mentels sur le rôle des parasites du rat dans la transmission de la peste. Revue de Hygiene 25, 426-38, 1903. 268 Lovey, I., and Rodheim, F. Paul Louis Simond and Yellow Fever. Bulletin de la Société de Pathologie Exotique 92, 392-95, 1999. 269 Backett, A.W., and Martin, C.J. Observations on the mechanism of the transmission of plague by fleas. Journal of Hygiene 13, Plague Supplement 3, 423-39, 1914. 270 Obituary. Arthur Backett. Nature 109, 618-20, 1922. 271 Choika, I., and Hinbush, B.J. Yersinia flea in Interactions and the Evolution of the Arthropod-Borne Transmission Route of Plague. Current Opinion in Microbiology 15, 239-46, 2012. 272 Backett, A.W. A Study of the Bionomics of the Morn rat fleas and other species associated with human habitations, with special reference to the influence of temperature and humidity at various periods of the life history of the insect. Journal of Hygiene 13, Plague Supplement 3, 447-653, 1914. 273 Perry, R.D., and Featherson, J.D. Yersinia pestis etio. Logic Agent of Plague. Clinical Microbiology Reviews 10, 35-66, 1997. 274 Raoult, D., et al. Molecular Identification by Sui. Side PCR of Yersinia pestis as the agent of medieval Black Death. Proceedings of the National Academy of Sciences USA 97, 12800-803, 2000. 275 Henscher, S., et al. Distinct clones of Yersinia pestis caused the Black Death. PLOS Pathogens 6, E1001134, 2010. 276 Harbeck, M., et al. Yersinia pestis DNA from Skele. Tau remains from the 6th century AD reveals insights into Justinianic plague. PLOS Pathogens 9, E1003349, 2013. 277 Ackman, M., et al. Microevolution and History of the Plague Bacillus, Yersinia pestis. Proceedings of the National Academy of Sciences USA 101, 17837-42, 2004. 278 Boss, K.I., et al. A Draft Genome of Yersinia pestis. from victims of the Black Death. Nature 478, 506-10, 2011. 279 Boss, K.I., al. 18th century Yersinia pestis. Genomes reveal the long-term persistence of an historical plague focus. eLife 5, E12994, 2016. 280 Wagner, D.M., al. Yersinia pestis and the Plague. Of Justinian 541-43 ad, a genomic analysis. Lancet Infectious Diseases 14, 319-26, 2014. 281 Montenegro, J.V. Bubonic Plague, its course and symptoms and means of prevention and treatment. William Wood and Company, 1900. 282 Kupferschmidt, H. History of the Epidemiology of Plague. Changes in the understanding of plague epidemiology since the discovery of the plague pathogen in 1894. Antimicrobics and Infectious Diseases Newsletter 16, 51-53, 1997. 283 De Rieger, Doctor the Prevention of Plague through the Suppression of Rats and Mice. Public Health 12, 92-98, 1899. 284 Pelletier, P.J., and Caventou, J.B. Notes sur un now. Vel alkali. Annales de chimie et de physique 8, 323-24, 1818. 285 Beckett, A.W. The effect of the vapors of various insecticides upon fleas, Ceratophilus fasciatus and Xenocilichiopus, at each stage in their life history, and upon the bedbug, Comex lectularius, in its larval stage. Journal of Hygiene 13, Plague Supplement 3, 665-81, 1914. 286 Runge, F.F. über einige Produkte der Steinko. Lendestillation, Annalen der Physik und Chemie 31, 65-78, 1834. 287 Trials of War Criminals before the Nuremberg Military Tribunals, Volume 1, The Medical Case. U.S. Government Printing Office, 1946-49. 288 Richardson, B. W. Greek Fire, Its Ancient and Modern History. Popular Science Review 3, 164-77, 1864. 289 Biographical Note, Thucydides, circa 460 circa 400 BC. In Great Books of the Western World, Volume 6, The History of Herodotus and the History of the Peloponnesian War of Thucydides, ed. R. M. Hutchins. William Benton, Encyclopaedia Britannica, Inc., 1952. 290 Thucydides. The History of the Peloponnesian War. Trans. R. Crawley, Reverend R. Feetham. In Great Books of the Western World, Volume 6, The History of Herodotus and the History of the Peloponnesian War of Thucydides, ed. R. M. Hutchins. William Benton, Encyclopaedia Britannica, Inc., 1952. 291 Joy, R. J. T. Historical Aspects of Medical Defense Against Chemical Warfare. In Medical Aspects of Chemical and Biological Warfare, ed. F. R. Siddle, E. T. Takafuji and D. R. Franz. Office of the Surgeon General at TMM Publications, 1997. 292 Gibbon, E. The History of the Decline and Fall of the Roman Empire, Volume the 10th. Luke White, 1788. 293 Lloyd, C. Lord Cochrane, Seaman, Radical, Libera. Tor. Longmans, Green and Company, 1947. 294 The Panmure Papers. Volume 1. Hodder and Stoughton, 1908. 295 Mendelssohn, K. The World of Walter Nernst, The Rise and Fall of German Science 1864-1941. University of Pittsburgh Press, 1973. 296 Reed, W. Memoirs and Correspondence of Leon Playfair. I.R. Castle and Company, Limited, 1899. 297 Fries, A.A., and West, C.J. Chemical Warfare. McGraw-Hill Book Company, Inc., 1921. 298 Waite, A.H. Gas Warfare, The Chemical Weapon, Its Use, and Protection Against It. Duell, Sloan and Pierce, 1942. 299 Miles, W.D. The Idea of Chemical Warfare in Modern Times. Journal of the History of Ideas 31, 297-304, 1970. 300 Waller, F. Über Künstliche Bildung des Stoffs. Annalen der Physik und Chemie 88, 253-56, 1828. 301 Goren, M. The Story of Fritz Haber. University of Oklahoma Press, 1967. 302 Joy, see a biographical sketch of Frederick Woe. Le. Popular Science Monthly 17, 1880. 303 Russell, E. War and Nature. Cambridge University Press, 2001. 304 Nobel Lectures, Chemistry, 1922-1941. Elsevier Pub. Lishing Company, 1966. 305 Willstatter, R. From My Life, The Memoirs of Richard Willstatter, trans. L. Hornig. Verlag Chemie, GmbH, 1949. 306 Wren, J. Introduction. In 100 Years of Che. Mickle Warfare, Research, Deployment, Consequences, ed. B. Friedrich et al. Springer Open, 2017. 307 Ertel, G. Fritz Haber and his Institute. In 100 Years of Chemical Warfare, Research, Deployment, Consequences, ed. B. Friedrich et al. Springer Open, 2017. 308 Lemmerich, J. Science and Conscience, The Life of Jahr. Mies Frank. Stanford University Press, 2011. 309 Friedrich, B. and Hoffman, D. Clara Immerwahr. A Life in the Shadow of Fritz Haber. In 100 Years of Chemical Warfare, Research, Deployment, Consequences, ed. B. Friedrich et al. Springer Open, 2017. 310 Friedrich, B. and James, J. from Berlin Dahlem to The Fronts of World War I, The Role of Fritz Haber and his Kaiser Wilhelm Institute in German Chemical Warfare. In 100 Years of Chemical Warfare, Research, Deployment, Consequences, ed. B. Friedrich et al. Springer Open, 2017. 311 Hill, B. A History of the Medical Management of Chemical Casualties. In Medical Aspects of Chemical Warfare, ed. S. D. Turinsky. Borden Institute, Walter Reed Army Medical Center, 2008. 312 Soyozy Jantzer, M. The Scientist as Expert, Fritz Haber and German Chemical Warfare during the First World War and Beyond. In 100 Years of Chemical Warfare, Research, Deployment, Consequences, ed. B. Friedrich et al. Springer Open, 2017. 313 von Hippel, F. James Frank, Science and Consci. Ents. Physics Today June 2010, 41-46, 2010. 314 Rice, S.A., and Jortner, J. James Frank 1882-1964. National Academy of Sciences, 2010. 315 Smart, J.K. History of Chemical and Biological Warfare, An American Perspective. In Medical Aspects of Chemical and Biological Warfare, ed. F. R. Siddle, E. T. Takafuji and D. R. Franz, Office of the Surgeon General at TMM Publications, 1997. 316 Haber, F. Chemistry in War, a translation of Funf. Vortrage, aus den Jahren 1920-1923. Journal of Chemical Education November, 526-29, 553, 1945. 317 Carter, C.F. Growth of the Chemical Industry. Kerr. Rent History 15, 423-28, 1922. 318 Baker, N.D. Chemistry in Warfare. Journal of Indus. Trial and Engineering Chemistry 11, 921-23, 1919. 319 Higgs, R. The Boll Weevil, The Cotton Economy. and Black Migration 1910-1930. Agricultural History 50, 335-50, 1976. 320 Dunlap, TRDDT, Scientists, Citizens, and Public Poe. LICY. Princeton University Press, 1981. 321 Howard, LO, and Popenoe, CH hydrocyanic acid. Gas against household insects. U.S. Department of Agriculture, Bureau of Entomology Circular 163, 1-8, 1912. 322 Howard, LO Entomology and the War. Scientific. Monthly 8, 109-17, 1919. 323 Had deadliest gas ready for Germans, Lewisite. Might have killed millions. New York Times, May 25, 1919. 324 The fly must be exterminated to make the world safe for habitation. American City, 1912, 1918. 325 Broadberry, S., and Harrison, M. The Economics of World War I, an overview. In the Economics of World War I, ed. S. Broadberry and M. Harrison. Cambridge University Press, 2005. 326 Borken, J. The Crime and Punishment of I. G. Farben. Free Press, 1978. 327 Churchill, W. Thoughts and Adventures. Oddams. Press Limited, 1932. 328 Man vs. Insects, The Next Great War. Advertiser. August 21, 1915. 329 Forbes, Essay The Insect, the Farmer, the Teacher, the Citizen, and the State. Illinois State Laboratory of Natural History, 1915. 330 Arrhenius, S. On the Influence of Carbonic Acid in the Air upon the Temperature of the Ground. London, Edinburgh, and Dublin Philosophical Magazine and Journal of Science 5, 237-76, 1896. 331 Nobel Lectures, Chemistry, 1901-1921. Elsevier Pub. Lishing Company, 1966. 332 Arrhenius, G., Caldwell, K., and Wold, S. A Tribute to the Memory of Svante Arrhenius, 1859-1927. Annual Meeting of the Royal Swedish Academy of Engineering Sciences, 2008. 333 Weinderling, P. The Uses and Abuses of Biological Technologies, Zyklon B and Gas Disinfestation Between the First World War and the Holocaust. History and Technology 11, 291-98, 1994. 334 Stolzenberg, D. Fritz Haber, Chemist, Nobel Laureate. T. German, Jew. Chemical Heritage Press, 2004. 335 The Treaty of Peace between the Allied and Associated Powers and Germany, the Protocol annexed thereto, the agreement respecting the military occupation of the territories of the Rhine, and the treaty between France and Great Britain respecting assistance to France in the event of unprovoked aggression by Germany. Signed at Versailles, June 28, 1919. His Majesty's Stationery Office, 1919. 336 Nobel Lectures, Physics, 1901-1921. Elsevier Pub. Lishing Company, 1967. 337 Born, M. Arnold Johannes Wilhelm Sommerfeld. 1868-1951. Obituary Notices of Fellows of the Royal Society 8, 274-96, 1952. 338 Nobel Lectures, Physics, 1922-1941. Elsevier Pub. Lishing Company, 1965. 339 The Nobel Medals and the Medal for the Prize in Economic Sciences. Nobelprize.org. 340 Hevesy, G. Adventures in Radioisotope Research. Pergamon Press, 1962. 341 Allen, S. R. Niels Bohr, The Man, His Science, and the World They Changed. Alfred A. Knopf, 1966. 342 Dawidovich, L.S. The War Against the Jews. 1933-1945. Holt, Reinhardt and Winston, 1975. 343 Tenenbaum, J. Auschwitz in Retrospect, The Self. Portrait of Rudolf Höss, Commander of Auschwitz. Jewish Social Studies 15, 203-36, 1953. 344 Witchy, H. Some Notes on the History of Harbors. Law. Toxicological Sciences 50, 164-68, 1999. 345 Law Reports of Trials of War Criminals, Case Number 9. The Zyklon B Case, Trial of Bruno Tesch and two others, British Military Court, Hamburg, 1st 8 March 1946. United Nations War Crimes Commission, 1947. 346 Convention, IV, Respecting the Laws and Customs of War on Land and its Annex, Regulations concerning the Laws and Customs of War on Land. The Hague, the 18th of October 1907, 1907. 347 Lutz F. Haber, 1921-2004. Division of History of Chemistry of the American Chemical Society, 2006. 348 Harbor, LF the poisonous cloud, chemical warfare. In the First World War. Oxford University Press, 1986. 349 Simmons, J.S. How Magic is DDT. Saturday Eve. Ning Post 217, 1945. 350 Pearl Harbor, America's Call to Arms. Lifebooks. 2011. 351 Leuchtenberg, W.E. The Life History of the United States, Volume 11 to 1933-1945, New Deal and War. Time Lifebooks, 1964. 352 Reports of General MacArthur, The Campaigns of C. Arthur in the Pacific, Volume 1. General Headquarters, U.S. Army Forces, Far East, 1966. 353 Leckie, R. Strong Men Armed, The United States Mari. Ness Against Japan, D.A. Capo Press, 1962. 354 Bray, R.S. Armies of Pestilence, The Impact of Disease. On History, Barnes & Noble, 1996. 355 Encyclopedia of Pestilence, Pandemics, and Plagues. Greenwood Press, 2008. 356 Greenwood, J.T. The Fight Against Malaria in the Papua and New Guinea Campaigns. Army History 59, 16-28, 2003. 357 Joy, R.J.T. Malaria in American Troops in the So. UTH and Southwest Pacific in World War II. Medical History 43, 192-207, 1999. 358 Griffin, A.R. Out of Carnage. Howell, Soskin, Pub. Lishers, 1945. 359 Lawrence, W.L. New drugs to combat malaria are tested in prisons for Army. New York Times March 5, 1945. 360 Geisler, E., and Gillerman, J. German flooding of the Pontine Marshes in World War II, Biological Warfare or Total War Tactic. Politics and the Life Sciences 29, 2-23, 2010. 361 McCormick, A.O. Undoing the German Campaign of the Mosquito. New York Times September 13, 1944. 362 Jacobson, A. Operation Paperclip. Little, Brown and Company, 2014. 363 Perkins, J.H. Reshaping Technology in Wartime. The Effect of Military Goals on Entomological Research and Insect Control Practices. Technology and Culture 19, 169-86, 1978. 364 Kaempfert, WDDT, The Army's Insect Powder. Strikes a blow against typhus and for pest control. New York Times June 4, 1944. 365 Zeidler, O. Verbindungen von Chloral mit Brom. Und Chlorbenzol. Berichte der Deutschen Chemischen Gesellschaft 7, 1180-81, 1874. 366 Nobel Lectures, Physiology or Medicine, 1942-1962. Elsevier Publishing Company, 1964. 367 Muller, pH dichloro-diphenyl trichloroethane. And Newer Insecticides. Nobel Lecture December 11, 1948. 368 Knipling, EFDDT insecticides developed for use by the Armed Forces. Journal of Economic Entomology 38, 205-7, 1945. 369 Anand, PN tests conducted by the Bureau of Entomology and Plant Quarantine to appraise the usefulness of DDT as an insecticide. Journal of Economic Entomology 37, 125-26, 1944. 370 Gardner, L.R. 50 Years of Development in Agri. Cultural Pesticidal Chemicals. Industrial and Engineering Chemistry 50, 48-51, 1958. 371 Garn, J.B., Travis, B.V., and Lindquist, AWDDT. As a residual type spray to control disease-carrying mosquitoes, laboratory tests. Journal of Economic Entomology 38, 236-40, 1945. 372 DDT for Peace. New York Times July 15, 1945. 373 Bishop, F.C. Present position of DDT in the control of insects of medical importance. American Journal of Public Health and the Nation's Health 36, 593 to 606, 1946. 374 Kempfert, W. The year saw many discoveries and advances hastened by the demands of the war. New York Times, December 31, 1944. 375 Typhus in Naples checked by Allies. New York T. Mies, February 22, 1944. 376 The conquest of typhus. New York Times, June 4, 1944. 377 Simmons, J.S. Preventive Medicine in the Army. In Doctors at War, ed. M. Fishbein, E. P. Dutton and Company, Inc., 1945. 378 Typhus blockade is set up at Rhine. New York T. Mies, April 10, 1945. 379 Long, T. Child evacuation stirs Berlin fear. New York Times, October 29, 1945. 380 Garn, J.B., Travis, B.V., Morton, P.A., and Lynn. D. Quist, AWDDT as a residual-type treatment to control Anopheles quadrimaculatus, practical tests. Journal of Economic Entomology 38, 231-35, 1945. 381 Soper, F.L., Knipe, F.W., Cassini, G., Real, L.A. and Rubino, a reduction of Anopheles density affected by the pre-season spraying of building interiors with DDT in kerosene, at Castel Volturno, Italy, in 1944-45 and in the Tiber Delta in 1945. American Journal of Tropical Medicine and Hygiene 27, 177-200, 1947. 382 Army to use DDT powder on malaria mosquitoes. New York Times, August 1, 1944. 383 Kirk, NT School of Battle for Doctors. New York Times, November 26, 1944. 384 Montagu, MFA calling all doctors. New York T. Mies, May 20, 1945. 385 Text of the Review by Prime Minister Churchill on Military and Political Situations, Speech in the House of Commons, September 28, 1944. New York Times, September 29, 1944. 386 Spraying an Island. New York Times, December 24, 1944. 387 Saipan cleansed. Airplane spraying island with DDT, killing every insect. New York Times, December 3, 1944. 388 Shallot, S-plane's eye view of the Pacific War. New York Times, January 14, 1945. 389 Container outlook for 1945 improved. New York T. Mies, December 6, 1944. 390 more woolens set for civilian use. New York Times, June 30, 1945. 391 DDT cost cut 40% since July. New York Times, December 29, 1944. 392 Russell, P.F. Lessons in Malariology from World War II. American Journal of Tropical Medicine and Hygiene 26, 5-13, 1946. 393 Pacific bugs face rain of DDT bombs. New York T. Mies, August 18, 1945. 394 Fishbein, M. Doctors at War. E. P. Dutton and Company. Inc., 1945. 395 Planes to Fight Malaria. New York Times, August 9, 1945. 396 Chemists say DDT could save 1 to 3 million lives each year. New York Times, August 29, 1945. 397 Insect-killing fog is tested at beach. New York T. Mies, July 9, 1945. 398 Long Island beaches rid of insects by DDT. New York Times, July 25, 1945. 399 public to receive DDT insecticide. New York Times, July 27, 1945. 400 Russell, E.P., Speaking of Annihilation, Moberly. Zing for War Against Human and Insect Enemies, 1914-1945. Journal of American History 82, 1505-29, 1996. 401 DDT mixed in wall paint keeps flies from rooms. New York Times August 23, 1945. 402 DDT repels barnacles. New York Times July 17, 1945. 403 Notes of Science, DDT spray. New York Times July 22, 1945. 404 Use of big guns urged to kill Jersey skeeters. New York Times March 31, 1945. 405 Flies on Mackinac Island extinguished with DDT. New York Times August 10, 1945. 406 Spray DDT in polio area. New York Times August 14, 1945. 407 DDT sprayed over Rockford, Illinois, in test of power. To halt polio. New York Times August 20, 1945. 408 Use of DDT plane sought by Jersey. New York T. Mies August 21, 1945. 409 Macy's display advertisement. New York Times O. August 19, 1945. 410 Bloomingdale's Sky Greenhouse display advertee. Cement. New York Times September 9, 1945. 411 This time it is the elephant that gets a spraying. New York Times September 13, 1945. 412 Bomb-type insecticide dispenses slated to be more available in the stores here. New York Times September 18, 1945. 413 U.S. tells how to use DDT against insects. Plans. Drive on fraudulent mixtures. New York Times September 25, 1945. 414 Advertising news and notes. New York Times Octo. Ber 15, 1945. 415 Spollen, P. choosing gifts for gardeners. New York Times November 25, 1945. 416 Macy's display advertisement. New York Times OC. October 1, 1945. 417 Mayor gets fund for Morris talk. New York Times. October 14, 1945. 418 to Joe's jail. New York Times October 14, 1945. 419 Lyle, see achievements and possibilities in pest eradication. Journal of Economic Entomology 40, 1-8, 1947. 420 Rudd, R. Pesticides and the Living Landscape. University of Wisconsin Press, 1964. 421 Davis, F.R. Band, A History of Pesticides and the Science of Toxicology. Yale University Press, 2014. 422 Garnham, C., Heisch, R.B., Harper, J.O., and Barr. T. Lett, DDT versus Malaria, a successful experiment in malaria control by the Kenya Medical Department. Film, East African Sound Studios, 1947. 423 Machiavello, A Plague Control with DDT and 1080, Results achieved in a plague epidemic at Tumbes, Peru, 1945. American Journal of Public Health 36, 842-54, 1946. 424 Lal, H. of Men and Mosquitoes. Scientist and City. Zen 8, 1-5, 1965. 425 McGillivray, A Words That Changed the World. Rachel Carson's Silent Spring. Ivy Press, Limited, 2004. 426 Trials of War Criminals before the Nuremberg Military Tribunals under Control Council Law No. 10, Volume 7, Nuremberg, October 1946 to April 1949. U.S. Government Printing Office, 1953. 427 Arms and the Men. Doubleday, Doran and Company, Inc. 1934. 428 Engelbrecht, H.C., and Hanayan, F.C. Merchants of Death. Dodd, Mead and Company, 1934. 429 Barnard, E. Academic Freedom Demanded by Neyer. New York Times July 5, 1935. 430 Roosevelt moves to gain control of arms traffic. Spokane Daily Chronicle May 18, 1934. 431 Harris, R., and Paxman, J. A Higher Form of Killing. The Secret History of Chemical and Biological Warfare. Random House Trade Paperbacks, 2007. 432 Military Tribunal Vi, Judgment of the Tribunal. Trial 6, I.G. Farben Case, 1948. 433 Bacon, R. De Secretis Operibus Artis a Naturae Ida. Nullitate Magii. Frobeniano, 1618. 434 Timpoli, cm Best Synthetic Methods Auger. No Phosphorus, v. Chemistry. Academic Press, 2015. 435 Schrader, G. The Development of New Insecticides and Chemical Warfare Agents. British Intelligence Objectives Subcommittee, BIOS, Final Report Number 714, Item Number 8, presented by S. A. Mumford and E. A. Perrin, Blacklist Item 8, Chemical Warfare, Biostrip No. 1103, 1945. 436 Barder, G., Lederer, S.E., Lowe, M., Schmaltz, F. and von Schwerin, A Pathways to Human Experimentation, 1933 to 1945, Germany, Japan, and the United States. Osiris, 2D Series, 20, Politics and Science in Wartime, Comparative International Perspectives on the Kaiser Wilhelm Institute, 205-31, 2005. 437 Preuss, J. The Reconstruction of Production and Storage Sites for Chemical Warfare Agents and Weapons from Both World Wars in the Context of Assessing Former Munition Sites. In 100 Years of Chemical Warfare, Research, Deployment, Consequences, ed. B. Friedrich et al. Springer Open, 2017. 438 Perry, M., and Schweitzer, F.M. Antisemitism, Myth and Hate from Antiquity to the Present. Palgrave Macmillan, 2002. 439 Better Pest Control. Science Newsletter 60, 340. 1951. 440 Siddle, F.R. Nerve Agents. In Medical Aspects of Chemical and Biological Warfare, ed. F.R. Siddle, E.T. Takafuji, and D.R. Franz. Office of the Surgeon General, Department of the Army, United States of America, 1997. 441 Schrader, G. The Development of New Insecticides. Des. British Intelligence Objectives Subcommittee, BIOS, BIOS Trip No. 1103, BIOS Target Numbers 08, 85, 8 12ths, 08, 159, 8 59ths, B, 1945. 442 Robinson, J.P. The Problem of Chemical and Biology. Cal Warfare, Volume 1, The Rise of CB Weapons. Stockholm International Peace Research Institute, 1971. 443 Schmaltz, F. Chemical Weapons Research on Soldi. Urs and concentration camp inmates in Nazi Germany. In 100 Years of Chemical Warfare, Research, Deployment, Consequences, ed. B. Friedrich et al. Springer Open, 2017. 444 Corey, R.A., Dorman, S.C., Hall, W.E., Glover, L. C., and Whetstone, R. Diethyl 2-chlorovinyl phosphate and dimethyl 1-CARBOMETHOXY1PROPEN2YL phosphate, 2 new systemic phosphorus pesticides. Science 118, 28-29, 1953. 445 Metcalf, R.L. The Impact of the Development of Organophosphorus Insecticides upon Basic and Applied Science. Bulletin of the Entomological Society of America 5.1, 3-15, 1959. 446 Shaw, G.B. Man and Superman, A Comedy and a Phi. Lowe, Sophie. Archibald Constable and Company, Limited, 1903. 447 Carson, R. Silent Spring. Horton Mifflin Company, 1962. 448 Howard, L.O. The War Against Insects. Chemical. Age 30, 5-6, 1922. 449 Russell, L.M. Leland Ossian Howard, A Historical Review. Annual Review of Entomology 23, 1-15, 1978. 450 Howard, L.O. Mosquitoes, How They Live, How They Carry Disease, How They Are Classified, How They May Be Destroyed. McClure, 1901. 451 Andrews, J.M., and Simmons, S.W. Developments in the use of the newer organic insecticides of public health importance. American Journal of Public Health 38, 613-31, 1948. 452 De Bark, P. The Necessity for an Ecological Approach to Pest Control on Citrus in California. Journal of Economic Entomology 44, 443-47, 1951. 453 Melander, A.L. Can insects become resistant to sprays? Journal of Economic Entomology 7, 167-72, 1914. 454 Quail, H.J. The development of resistance to hydrocyanic acid in certain scale insects. Hilgardia 11, 183-210, 1938. 455 Quail, H.J. Are scales becoming resistant to fumigation? California University Journal of Agriculture 3, 333-34, 358, 1916. 456 Levadas, G.A., and Georgopoulos, G. Development of resistance to DDT by Anaphilis Sakharovi in Greece. Bulletin of the World Health Organization 8, 497-511, 1953. 457 Conference on Insecticide Resistance and Insect Physiology. Division of Medical Sciences, National Research Council at the request of the Army Medical Research and Development Board, 1952. 458 Clement, R.C. The Pesticides Controversy. Boston. College Environmental Affairs Law Review 2, 445-68, 1972. 459 Curran, CHDDT, The Atomic Bomb of the Insect World. Natural History 54, 401-5, 432, 1945. 460 Teal, EWDDT, It Can Be a Boon or a Menace. Nature Magazine 38, 120, 1945. 461 Cottam, C., and Higgins, EDDT, Its Effects on Fish and Wildlife. U.S. Department of the Interior, Fish and Wildlife Service, Circular 11, 1946. 462 Barker, R.J. Notes on some ecological effects of DDT sprayed on elms. Journal of Wildlife Management 22, 269-74, 1958. 463 Graham, F.J. Since Silent Spring. Houghton Mifflin Company, 1970. 464 Strother, R.S. Backfire in the War Against Insects. Reader's Digest 74, 64-69, 1959. 465 Pesticides are good friends, but can be dangerous enemies if used by zealots. Saturday Evening Post September 2, 8, 1961. 466 Murphy, P.C. What a Book Can Do, The Publication and Reception of Silent Spring. University of Massachusetts Press, 2005. 467 Lytle, M.H. The Gentle Subversive. Oxford University Press, 2007. 468 Tennyson, A Poems. W.D. Ticknor, 1842. 469 Carson, R. Undersea. Atlantic Monthly 160, 322-25. 1937. 470 Carson, R. Under the Sea Wind, A Naturalist's Picture of Ocean Life. Simon & Schuster, 1941. 471 Brooks, P. The House of Life, Rachel Carson at Work. Houghton Mifflin Company, 1972. 472 Carson, R. The Sea Around Us. Oxford University Press, 1951. 473 Leonard, J.N. and His Wonders in the Deep. New York Times July 1, 1951. 474 Quaritiello, A.R. Rachel Carson, A Biography. Gray, Enwood Press, 2004. 475 Carson, R. The Edge of the Sea. Houghton Mifflin, 1955. 476 Paul, C. Books of the Times. New York Times O.C. October 26, 29, 1955. 477 Galbraith, J.K. The Affluent Society. Hamish Har, Milton, 1958. 478 Japanese bid U.S. curb atom tests. New York Times. April 1, 26, 1954. 479 Cow contamination by fallout studied. New York Times. April 14, 6, 1959. 480 Rees, LZ strontium 90 absorption by deciduo. Us teeth. Science 134, 1669-73, 1961. 481 new group to seek sane atom policy. New York Times November 15, 54, 1957. 482 Hunter, M. Arms race opposed, response cheers. Head of strike. New York Times November 22, 4, 1961. 483 Finney, J.W. U.S. atomic edge believed in peril. New York Times October 27, 1, 7, 1962. 484 Dean, C. Cranberry sales curbed, U.S. widens taint. Check. New York Times November 11, 1, 29, 1959. 485 Text of Eisenhower's farewell address. New York Times January 18, 22, 1961. 486 Mintz, M. Heroin of FDA keeps bad drug off market. Washington Post July 15, 1, 1962. 487 Diamond, E. The Myth of the Pesticide Menace. Saturday Evening Post 28 September 16, 18, 1963. 488 Decker, G.C. Pros and Cons of Pests, Pest Control and Pesticides. World Review of Pest Control 1, 6-18, 1962. 489 Keats, J. The Poetical Works of John Keats. De Wolfe, Fisk and Company, 1884. 490 President's Science Advisory Committee. Use of pesticides. U.S. Government Printing Office, 1963. 491 Lee, J.M., Silent Spring, is now noisy summer. New York Times July 22, 87, 97, 1962. 492 Rachel Carson's warning. New York Times July 2, 28, 1962. 493 Lear, L. Rachel Carson, Witness for Nature. Henry Holt and Company, 1997. 494 Lutz, R. H. Chemical Fallout, Silent Spring, Radioic Tive Fallout, and the Environmental Movement. In and No Birds Sing, Rhetorical Analyses of Rachel Carson's Silent Spring, ed. C. Waddell. Southern Illinois University Press, 2000. 495 The Desolate Year. Monsanto Magazine October, 4-9, 1962. 496 Bean, W. B. The Noise of Silent Spring. Archives of Internal Medicine 112, 308-11, 1963. 497 Darby, W. J. Silence, Miss Carson. Chemical and Engineering News October 1, 60-63, 1962. 498 Stare, F. J. Some Comments on Silent Spring. Nutri. TN Reviews 21, 1-4, 1963. 499 Wyant, W. K. J. Bug and Weed Killers, Blessings or Blights. St. Louis Post-Dispatch July 28, 2-3, 1962. 500 White Stevens, R. H. Communications Create Understanding. Agricultural Chemicals 17, 34, 1962. 501 Biology, Pesticides, The Price for Progress. Time. September 28 45-47, 1962. 502 Hayes, W. J. J., Durham, W. F., and Cueto, C. J. The effect of known repeated oral doses of chlorpheniramine, DDT, in man. Journal of the American Medical Association 162, 890-97, 1956. 503 Vogt, W. On Man the Destroyer. Natural History 72, 3-5, 1963. 504 Hawkins, TRE Reading Silent Spring. Environ. Mental Health Perspectives 102, 536-37, 1994. 505 Leonard, J. N. Rachel Carson dies of cancer. C. Lent Spring, author was 56. New York Times April 15, 1964. 506 Critic of Pesticides, Rachel Louise Carson. New York Times June 5, 59, 1963. 507 Kraft, V. The Life-Giving Spray. Sports Illustrated. November 18, 22-25, 1963. 508 Agassi, L. Professor Agassi on the Origin of Spe. Size. American Journal of Science 30, 143-47, 149-50, 1860. 509 Paine, T. Rights of Man, Answer to Mr. Burke's Attack. On the French Revolution, J. S. Jordan, 1791. 510 Atkinson, B. Rachel Carson's Silent Spring is called The Rights of Man of Our Time. New York Times, April 2, 44, 1963. 511 CBS reports, The Silent Spring of Rachel Carson. TV program, 1963. 512 Bolero, D.R. Lincoln, Stowe, and The Little Woe. Man, Great War Story, The Making and Breaking of a Great American Anecdote. Journal of the Abraham Lincoln Association 30, 18-34, 2009. 513 Carson, R. Rachel Carson answers her critics. O. De Bon Magazine, September, 262-65, 1963. 514 Free, A.C. Animals, Nature and Albert Schweitzer. Fly. In Fox Press, 1982. 515 White, E.B. Notes and Comment. New Yorker, May 2, 1964. 516 Lear, L. Introduction. In Silent Spring, R. Carson. Houghton Mifflin Company, 2002. 517 Kincaler, DDDT and the American Century. Univer. City of North Carolina Press, 2011. 518 Cecil, P.F. Herbicidal Warfare. The Ranch Hand Pro. JECT in Vietnam. Prager Scientific, 1986. 519 Veterans and Agent Orange. Health Effects of Herbicide. Des used in Vietnam. National Academy Press, 1994. 520 Messelson, M. From Charles and Francis Darwin to Richard Nixon, The Origin and Termination of Anti-Plant Chemical Warfare in Vietnam. In 100 Years of Chemical Warfare, Research, Deployment, Consequences, ed. B. Friedrich et al. Springer Open, 2017. 521 Lewis, J.G. on Smokey Bear in Vietnam. Environ, Mental History 11, 598-603, 2006. 522 Primick, J., and von Hippel, F. Advice and Dissent, Sci. Entists in the Political Arena. Basic Books, Inc., 1974. 523 Messelson, M.S., Westing, A.H., Constable, J.D. and Cook, J.E. Preliminary Report of the Herbicide Assessment Commission of the American Association for the Advancement of Science. December 30, 1970. 524 Westing, A.H. Herbicides as Agents of Chemical Warfare, Their Impact in Relation to the Geneva Protocol of 1925. Boston College Environmental Affairs Law Review 1, 578-86, 1971. 525 Conrad, K. Lois Gibbs, Grassroots Organizer and Environmental Health Advocate. American Journal of Public Health 101, 1558-59, 2011. 526 Gibbs, L. Love Canal, My Story. State University of New York Press, 1983. 527 Brown, M. Laying Waste, The Poisoning of America by Toxic Chemicals. Pantheon Books, 1979. 528 Harvez, See What is the Worth of a Man or a Woe? Man, Speech at Pacific Lutheran University, Tacoma, Washington, 1989. 529 Golson, D. An Overview of the Environmental Risks Posed by Neonicotinoid Insecticides. Journal of Applied Ecology 50, 977-87, 2013. 530 von Hippel, A.R. Life in Times of Turbulent Transit. Ons. Stone Age Press, 1988. 531 Reisman, A. Einstein the Savior. Jewish Magazine. June, 2010. 532 Reisman, A. Jewish Refugees from Nazism, Albert Einstein, and the Modernization of Higher Education in Turkey, 1933-1945. Aleph 7, 253-81, 2007. 533 Reisman, A. What a Freshly Discovered Einstein. Letter Says About Turkey Today. History News Network, November 20, 2006. 534 Teller, E., and Schulery, J. Memoirs. A 20th Ken. Tari Journey in Science and Politics. Perseus Publishing, 2001. 535 von Hippel, F.N. Arthur von Hippel, the scientist. And the man. Mrs. Bulletin 30, 838-44, 2005. 536 Smith, a.k.a. Peril and the Hope. The Scientist's Move. Meant in America 1945-47. MIT Press, 1965. 537 The Manhattan Project, a documentary introduction to the Atomic Age. Temple University Press, 1991.